Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to round four of the 2026 British Chess Championships. I'm Nick Pert, and I'm joined by my fellow Grandmaster Danny Gormally. Obviously, it's getting quite serious now. We've got four players on 3 out of 3. Baza Kutsa, a very talented player from Ukraine, and one of my outside picks to win the tournament, is playing white against the 9-time champion Mickey Adams. So that should be a really big clash. And then we've got Yishen Han playing white against the 2022 British champion Harry Grieve. So, welcome, Danny. How do you see these top two boards going?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yeah, really excited again. As you said, really interesting round. Obviously, he's starting to really crank up now. Bazakusta against Adams. Bazakusta yesterday, young guy. He looks younger than he is, actually. He looks about 12, but he's 16. He's a lethal. He's like a child killer, right? He's just an absolute, ruthless player. And he's playing against Mickey Adams. And it's actually 100 points. I'm just looking at that rating. It's 100 points difference. But you would imagine in the future, Bazakusta will probably get to 2600 plus because he's quite a young guy. He's one of the best young players in Europe. Adams might be a little bit on the decline, but I do think Mike Adams might win today because he has a good record against, the kind of systems that Bazakusta plays, like the English. He's a very experienced player, Adams. I think he'll win today. Yi Chen Han, I think, is going to win against Harry Grieve. I think Yi Chen really impressed me in the post-mortem. Really, when he came in the studio and you were going through the game with him, and that was really impressive. The amount of variations you saw, I think he's improved a lot. I think he's a genuine contender to win the title. I think he'll turn over Harry today. He's been riding his luck a little bit. He was very lucky yesterday. He should have lost. Shreyas Rule on board 3, I think will beat Supratit. Amigatsi Bodhana, or God Hannah as I call her, or it could be, that could be a nickname in the future, God Hannah or Bods. Great family. And Ami is obviously a great player, but I think Bodhana will turn over Ami and, potentially join the leader. So I think we're going to get decisive games on the top boards, but possibly you don't quite agree with that.
No, I mean, I'll probably take the opposite view. I have a feeling Mickey is, of course, a very professional player, and he doesn't always try to win all his games. So I can see Mickey playing quite solidly. Now, there is obviously a chance that his opponent Bazakutska really kind of pushes the boat out, which could lead to a decisive result one way or the other. But yeah, I do agree. He's quite experienced in these kind of systems, and I think he'll also be happy to draw with black. So the pressure is really on Bazakutska. How much does he want to push it for the win? As looking at the second game, Yishen Han against Harry Grieve. I mean, Harry's games have followed the same kind of path so far this tournament. He's had really good opening preparation. He's achieved strong positions at the opening, but then he's kind of lost control of the position quite often,
Sure.
and let his opponents back into the game, and then he's sort of had a second wave almost to win the game. So he hasn't been completely smooth, and it will be interesting to see how he gets on against Yi Shin Han. And as you said, we've got some really talented players on the other boards as well. Shreyas Real, who came in yesterday and showed his game. The UK's youngest grandmaster, extremely talented player against Supratit Banerjee, who is possible, very very strong player for the future. Maybe even a possible world champion. You never know. He's a really talented player. And then Amit Ghazi against Bodhana, who again she could also be, maybe a women's world champion. So we've got some incredibly talented players on the top boards.
Yeah, well, I think Harry Grieve is going a little bit on the radar because everyone's talked about Adams, everyone's talked about McShane, everyone's talked about Shreyas Rule. They're all 2500. I mean, historically, obviously, Adams and McShane would be over 2500. They'd be 2600. And in Shreyas Rule, there's also 2500, but no one's really mentioned Harry Grieve as a possible winner, even though he's the only other 2500 player in the tournament. So yeah, maybe we're writing him off a little bit. We wrote him off a little, or I wrote him off yesterday. I thought he was going to lose. His defensive skills were extraordinary. In this position, by the way, in this game we've had what's commonly known as a Kramnik-Shirov counterattack, and that's where you go Bishop B4 in the opening. White goes knight E5, and one of the popular lines is Black goes A5 now. I think that's one of more recent popular lines, but Adams went for older move, which is Bishop E7, and White developed, and now he's just simply gone D6. So I'd imagine that D4 would be possibly one of the moves that White would consider there. Nick?
Yeah, definitely. I think this idea of playing Bishop B4 move 2 is, quite a nice way just to get into the game. I think Anand played it a few times, so I'm not sure if he played with Bishop E7. He might have played
Mm,
with Bishop C5. But yeah, I have looked at those positions in the past, and I have, sometimes questioned whether Black fully equalizes because you do give White the chance to, get the Bishop pair. And we were talking about that previously, how the Bishop
sure.
pair can be, slightly advantageous. Bishops can be slightly stronger than Knights. So but I guess the advantage from Mickey's point of view is he's avoiding any kind of sharp theory, and if he's studied this line in advance, then he might have some kind of preparation advantage.
Yeah, he's still no. He's actually played G3 there, so a natural move would be yeah. He's playing quite, um, sensibly. Knight F6. Yeah, so White has a choice now, Nick.
I mean, I would take the bishop personally. I feel like the bishop's long term is slightly stronger than knight, so that would be my choice. But we'll
So
see
you
how he
could get
plays.
something like this, and I mean, interesting thing is now the computer's top move is D5. So you're like, well, why did you bother to go? Didn't Black go? Oh no, Black's already played D6 quite a bit earlier, but yeah, I think it's a fairly. Maybe your prediction about the game being a draw is not a million miles off. Good, fairly solid. But as you say, like if you get the bishop pair, if White has a bishop pair, you've already got an imbalance. And often they say the way to push for a win is to create an imbalance in the position. That was one of the advices that the great Russian trainer Mark Dvoretsky said. Go for a position that's imbalanced. Yes, you might be worse, but you've got an imbalanced position. White would have the bishop pair, so it's not a drawish position. We saw yesterday with Super Tip versus Chorpor. We had the two bishops. We had two bishops versus two bishops. Very drawish game and very quickly petered out. But this kind of position, there's a lot of life left. It's interesting what you were saying earlier. You were saying that he might go for a draw, but do you really think like this level that they can just sort of like push for a draw, or they even know how to make a draw? I mean, I personally, I couldn't make a draw against anyone.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
either win or I lose.
you can't force a draw, but you can play in a more sort of safe
Maybe
way. And,
safe.
and
Yeah.
Mickey is generally, that kind of player. And I think he
Yeah.
will just keep it so he won't take too many risks. He'll
Sure.
try and, just play sensible moves, keep his king
Mm.
safe.
By the
And
way,
I think he's got a slight advantage in preparation. Bazakutska already thinking. So I imagine Mickey has looked at these positions already today.
there's no moves in the Harry Grieve game. I don't know if that means that Yu Chen Han is late for the game. Quite possibly.
I think Yi Chen Han might be late.
Do you think that's a psychological ploy? Sometimes people deliberately turn up late to unsettle the opposition. I think that's a bad decision,
I did
personally.
challenge Yishen to see if he could be the first player to out prepare Harry Grieve yesterday. So
Yeah,
maybe he's deep in the tank.
he's just been preparing for 12 hours straight, right?
Maybe.
Okay, so
I saw Bazakutska played actually quite an unusual move. Actually, he dropped the knight back to c3, which is obviously a reasonable move, and it probably is part of his preparation. I'm not sure if I would have played that move myself.
instead of taking, which is a natural development to the position, you put the knight there, you've exchanged the knight for the bishop. So you made some slight improvement in the position. He's played quite a cagey move. He's gone knight c3. Now, this comes back to what I was saying before about a lot of his style, and there's certain players who love exchanges, right? We mentioned Keith Arkle in the seniors. He loves to exchange. He'll even go for an inferior move just to get the queens off because he's so confident in the endgame. But then you've got the computers, which are a completely different side of the spectrum, where they've got the contempt factor. They keep as many pieces on the board. That's more my style, Nick. What's your style? Do you prefer exchanging, or do you prefer keeping as many pieces on the board using this contempt factor? And I do think that Bazakutska potentially is maybe doing that because he's playing against the opponent. He thinks that Adams is, maybe his trainer said to him this morning, Adams is very experienced, He's very experienced. You don't want to get him into like a technical position. You want to get like a tactical position. So keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Do you think that's part of his plan, Nick?
I mean, yeah, that certainly could be. Yeah, it could be part of his thinking. He wants to keep the piece on against Adams. He probably thinks if it becomes some sort of slow manoeuvring game, Adams obviously in his element. If you can make it tactical and sharp, well, he already proved yesterday he's incredibly strong in the sharp positions. So maybe he's backing himself against the older player with more pieces on the board.
Incredible concentration. Bazakutska's like this,
Locked in.
and Adams is like this. So this is huge concentration. It almost feels like they could burn into the board with laser eyes like those superheroes. They're focusing so Homelander versus Superman.
I mean, the good thing about chess is when you're playing a game, you know, does anything else really matter? I mean, they're completely focused on this game. They're not, their thoughts are nowhere else apart from this game.
Yeah, chess is. I always think chess is like escapism. You know, it's like watching a film or reading a book. You know, it's like mental escapism from the worries of your normal life. I do think we need to move on to some of the other games very quickly because Shreyas Raw, very exciting game against Supratit. Two very promising young players. We had this debate yesterday: who will end up being the better player? I personally think it's hard to say who's the most talented, but I think probably odds on that Supratit will end up with a higher rating because he's a bit younger than Shreyas, but there's not much in it. That could be wrong. Sometimes we overrate potential as well. And Shreyas has already been there and done it. He's already got the GM title. You'd be very surprised if Supratit, though, in the future doesn't become a GM. He's already GM level, really. I mean, I think he beat me the last time I played him.
Well, I think last year, I mean, he played, he played several of the, players, I guess, around our level, the likes of, Amis or Simon Williams and, Marcus Harvey, all those kind of players. And he held his own. And that was a year ago.
Yeah.
So I definitely think he could, become a Grandmaster quite easily.
It's scary how fast they can improve, Nick. And this position looks a bit dry. We'll come back to that. Amit Gartzi, very interesting pairing against Bodhana, another super talent in Bodhana. Possibly Amit's also maybe coached her. I don't know. He does a lot of coaching, Amit. Let's have a look at the opening.
It's quite interesting. One of the comments is that you use the contempt factor against lower rated players. Which I think is quite a good strategy. So if you're playing against a lower rated player, you keep all the pieces on. Yeah. I mean, there is definitely an argument that you should, keep it more complicated when you play against weaker players and try to simplify the position against stronger players.
Yeah, it's interesting because I read this book. It was quite a famous book by a guy called Simon Webb, who's no longer with us. It was quite a sad story. He got he got killed by his son because he was suffering from some kind of mental delusion or paranoid schizophrenia. But he was quite a strong player. He was an IM, and he was also a correspondence player as well. But he wrote a book called Chess for Tigers, and he sort of set out this sort of strategy. So when you play against the stronger players, you should mix up the game, drag them into the swamp where they can't escape. When you're a stronger player playing against weaker players, you should try to technically outplay them, take the risk out of them. But I think the difference now is between when he wrote the book. Is the weaker players often have so much good theory, so it's difficult to outplay them. You get to move 20, and by the time you get to an end game, you really got no advantage. So, yeah, there might be an argument for that. If you just think you're a stronger player, why not just complicate the position? Amit seems to be going for a very solid position here, by the way.
I mean, this is kind of bread and butter for Amit. He's played these kind of systems with both colours, hasn't he, for years, so he'll be very familiar. I think from Bodhana's point of view, she is also quite a solid player. She's quite happy with the solid position. So, to a certain degree, maybe both players are happy with this type of very solid opening position. I mean, you typically would just have a symmetrical position, and Black will play knight f6. Both players will castle, and White will often play c4. And then if Black's feeling very solid, they can just play the move c6. So I'll just quickly show how the game might continue. For example, knight f6. Castles, c4, and then Black can play other moves here. He can capture on c4. She can capture on c4. Play knight c6, or just play a solid move like c6 when there really is not that much advantage for White. Maybe just a tiny edge for White.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe this game might peter out to a quick draw? Because I mean, it's quite a long tournament, and you don't get a rest day, and he's now in his 40s, so he's no spring chicken.
I think if I was in Amit's position, I'd try to win this game. I mean, because you've got the white pieces.
Yeah.
Bodhana is obviously a mega talent, but you still would, if you don't play Bodhana, you might play someone like 200 points higher rated. So I think you have to try and win.
If you want to be British champion, I don't think he'll be scared. Is Bodhana wearing glasses? I think now she's wearing glasses now, which she didn't before. So maybe, that's a problem when you a chess player and you're looking at the screen a lot. It does affect your eyesight a little bit. So potentially, wow, hang on. We had a big development in the Amit Gartzi game because the evaluation bars just jumped up for White. See any more moves? What?
No, it's just standard position, just the position we were talking about.
I like taking on c4 here, Nick, because there's lines with knight a3 and then c5.
But you're
Sorry,
quite you're
c3.
quite a dynamic player, though, aren't you? So
Yeah.
I've played these positions a lot with white.
David Howes also played this line, a former British champion.
He played it against me, actually.
He,
David Howell.
as black.
He was black, yeah.
And Gareth Kasparov also played this as black.
Yeah, he's played that against me as well.
Wow. So anyone who hasn't played it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think in the chessable course, they were recommending Rookie 1. In fact, I had that as black.
It's a very interesting move, Rookie 1. Yeah, very
the
interesting.
idea of maybe quickly playing e4.
Yeah.
So there's also a line that was recommended in Jonathan Rowson's book on the Grunfeld, and he recommended something like this. And then you go bishop e6, I think, and that's very solid for black. With the idea of trying to put the bishop on d5 and controlling the light squares.
Yeah, I think Richard Bates played that against my brother in a 4-and-sale game. It's quite a solid way of playing.
Very solid.
But yeah, the most solid way for black to play is to play c6, and that's what she's gone for. And I'm not surprised, because I think capturing on c4 leads to much more dynamic play, and she's just going to try and keep it really solid now.
But also she's familiar with she studied the Caro-Kann and the Slav structures a lot. She's played them a lot. She's building up. That's why I think Bodhana is really, destined for a great career, because she's building up this great bank of experience. She's been training the right way, so everything about the way she's going seems to be working out well. Borne out by a recent result. It'd be very interesting. Don't forget that she beat a super GM in her last tournament. It'd be very interesting to see how she gets on in this game. She's playing an English GM.
That's an interesting move, a4, because there are lots of moves in that position. You can take on d5, you can play b3, queen b3, lots of different options, knight d2. But yeah, Amit's gone for the move a4, which I think is slightly unusual in this position. Obviously trying to just grab some space on the queen side. But yeah, what do you think of the move a4? It's obviously part of his preparation.
Yeah, I don't get it, Nick. It seems a bit of a weird move to me. The first point is, why can't you take the pawn on c4?
I guess the advantage, you are stopping this move b5, aren't you?
Yeah. So typically you would try to regain the pawn somehow, maybe with a move like knight e5. And if black was to play, maybe that's not the best way to play.
Perhaps knight a3 if you want to try.
Knight a3 looks more natural, yeah, with much better call. So why can't black? So actually, one of the ideas I suddenly realised, Nick, is if you go bishop e6, I've got knight g5, hitting the bish.
Yeah, this looks good for white.
And this is a sort of position you very much want to avoid. And Bodhana, despite her great defensive skills, firstly, she wouldn't go for this. And secondly, I don't think she'd survive this kind of position. This is terrible.
The main move after knight g5, or the main variation to consider, is if black plays bishop d5 after knight g5.
Yeah.
And now white can play the pawn e4.
This is very typical.
This
you can get these in other kind of Grunfeld lines as well, right?
Yeah.
And this is actually not ridiculous for black. A little bit. Don't think Bodhana would go for that. So she's thinking now, because he's out of book. So good choice by Amit. He's got her out of the book. She's clearly not in a preparation anymore, so she's having to think.
She might consider a move like bishop f5, I guess, but I don't know whether...
Will that run into a queen b3 issue?
That's the only question, whether queen b3 might then be on the cards.
I had that a lot in
queen b3, you can play queen b6, can you, or not?
Yeah.
Maybe you have to go a5 first.
I had that a lot in symbols, by the way. She's played a move. I had a symbol yesterday, and I always seem to go queen b3. She went a5 fairly quickly, actually. That's a confident Bodhana, because she's gone a5. Maybe with the idea of going knight a6, knight b4. Maybe all this chess she's played recently, I thought she would spend more time there. The fact that she's played a5 so quickly.
Wow. She's stopping Amit. She's stopping Amit from playing a5 and getting that space on the queen side.
Bold call. I'm going to call a win for Bodhana here. Mind you, I'll call that a win for Bodhana in every game, and I think she's going to win the tournament. Okay. So, other than if she plays Luke Lachey, maybe, then it might change a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to be boring and go for a draw. It's quite a solid position, isn't it?
Draw. But a draw would be a good result for Bodhana as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go down a little bit further, because we've also got a big game developing on board 5 between Marcus Harvey, who's a good young player, and he's playing against Jan Borowski, who had a great result yesterday. I can't actually remember who he beat. I remember he beat Seaver, I think, which you did really well last year.
Yeah, that's a great result then.
Yeah, Jan Borowski's improving all the time. Obviously, you would guess that English player, but with Polish ancestry. with a name like Morawski. So in this position, whose move is it? It's Marcus to move. Could he go bishop d3 and try hacking away on the king's side? Or is this just garbage?
I mean, it's a move, isn't it? I guess it's either that or you just play bishop to e2 and just try and play more slowly.
I think that's probably what he would do, knowing his style. I mean, it's certainly a move you'd be tempted by, but I think black can just play h6 and there's no real obvious follow-up. And the other issue is that maybe when you go knight c6, you're threatening knight b4, you've got a strategic threat of knight b4 grabbing the bishop pair. So you'd have to take a timeout with a3. So actually, black's setup, actually, can I just go back to the start? I just wondered how they got here. Oh, so he's playing this kind of Keimer system. We mentioned this before, that White often plays this Keimer, what's called Keimer system. It's named after the German player Vincent Keimer. Well, White just goes knight f3, e3, c4, but slightly different here because they've gone b3. They haven't gone e. Yeah, but now they've gone e3.
I think Marcus used to play this almost exclusively, didn't he? So he's very experienced in these positions.
Maybe it should be called the Harvey Keimer system. Keimer Harvey. So it's true. Yeah, he's played this a lot. And in this position, White's thinking. So we don't know what move he's played yet. Okay.
Yeah, he's just probably deciding where to put the bishop.
Fairly equal. I think we should move on a little bit because we should mention Luke Machane really is in a must-win situation now. Simon Williams. We'll come back to Simon Williams. We've got to look at Luke Machane's game. And also your brother's playing an important game against dangerous playing Siraj. That's interesting. Yeah, Luke Machane really is in a must-win situation, I would say, Nick, because if he doesn't win today, I would say his chances of being British champion are almost gone already.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about him with the opening because he's gone for quite a forcing line, and his opponent might be able to just kill the game off. I mean, are you played these kind of martial attacks a lot or not?
As White, I played it occasionally. I've got a reasonable record. I think I had a game against Mark Hebden in this line, but I don't play it very often. It's true, you're scared. You're a little bit scared of allowing the martial at all because of the initiative that. There's one move that stands out to me, knight d2. How bad is that? I quite like that move with the idea of putting a knight on e4. I think his chances of winning this game are pretty good because if he can get the Max Turner out of theory, you know, he's got an extra pawn and he's a much higher rated player.
But Max Turner seems to still be in theory, doesn't he? I mean, I'm not sure I'd choose this way of playing where you're giving your opponent a lot of initiative, to be honest.
But what move does black play here, though? Like, what specific move do they play?
I don't really know the theory on this. I mean, the natural move would be rook e8, wouldn't it? But I don't know whether that's the best move.
And if I go here, how do you follow up?
And I don't know whether we need to move that bishop off d6 or whether we can just,
Bishop g4 is a potential move.
Yeah, bishop g4, they might have some f5 moves in some positions as well. Yeah, perhaps bishop g4.
And after this, we can go queen h5. And the point is that...
So queen h5, could I just check what happens if you play f5?
Yeah, that's a better move. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a good move or not, because it's, is that false and trick, does it?
Well, I think one of the ideas that White has is when the pawn goes to f5, because the bishop's on b3 line up with the king, this isn't necessarily threatening to win a piece. So he'd probably do something like this, and then move the bishop out, and then claim that you're doing well because you're threatening the bishop.
Yeah, so f5 is actually a blunder. So
in this position, actually maybe the idea is to take, and then play a move, but not sure what that move is. So we could get something like this in a game, actually. Maybe now you move the bishop, Nick. Or
yeah,
again, you could consider f5 maybe now, I don't know.
Yeah, black needs something, otherwise it's just going to be pawn down, so...
Yeah, I mean, okay, like... knight d2 is the best, and after this... Yeah, so the best is actually to go down this line.
Bishop g4.
Sorry. Yeah, and go f5.
Okay.
But this is supposed to slightly favour White. So if Luke Machane finds all these moves, good chances of winning. Okay, so also a massive game on board 7. Lucky number 7. Simon Williams is White against Freddie Gordon. Very interesting clash between two promising players. Well, Simon probably not that promising now because he's kind of a bit older, but he's still, you know, he's been getting some good results recently. So he's still got the potential to improve up against Freddie Gordon, who seems to be improving all the time. So that's an interesting clash. How do you see this game going?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see a decisive result in this game. I think Freddie Gordon's improved a lot, hasn't he? And you know, Simon also is going to probably feel that he needs to really go for it in this, you know, with his white game. So
Yeah, these guys aren't going to back down, are they? Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it could easily be decisive.
Somebody said William Hartson wrote Chess for Tigers also, was the first published. So there was another book called Chess for Tigers, was written by, or maybe he wrote Chess for Tigers. Sorry? No. So did William Hartson write a book called Chess for Tigers?
Simon Webb.
That's what I thought. That's what I said. But somebody claims that it was also Bill Hartson. I think he's getting mixed up. I think didn't Bill Hartson write another similar kind of book, right?
Cheat at chess.
How to cheat at chess and get away with it, or something like that. Yeah. I think there's a few people around who could probably write that book. There's a follow up. I think it's well overdue for a follow up. Yeah.
It's a lot, maybe I could. Easier nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah. I quite like Simon's position, by the way.
He's got potential for an attack, hasn't he?
Yeah. So we got this kind of standard setup. It's white to move. So a move I'd be thinking of here, Nick, is just push pawn and you know, grab a bit more space. And if black castles, we can think about pushing, or we could maybe just develop in the knight. And I guess black would probably play d5. I mean, black could have also gone d5 after.
Yeah, I mean, if you
challenge the centre looks very logical.
If you base c4 is quite likely to end up in some kind of isolated queen's pawn position, which I think Simon would be happy with because he's got some attacking potential.
Exactly. I mean, you could consider pushing, but I'm not sure it's a great move. I would probably.
That's not his style, is it?
I would just take. No, he's not. Yeah, like you say, some people like transferring to more positional waters, but Simon Williams is not like that. He likes to attack. He loves a hack. He's always thinking about his opponent's king. He's got a one-trap mind, checkmating the opponent. You know, he's almost a living embodiment of that Nigel Short quote when he talks about how people become too hung up on pawn structure and ultimately chess is about checkmate. Have you heard that quote?
I haven't heard it, but that definitely
rings a bell.
Yeah, definitely suits Simon, doesn't it? I mean, Simon really is. You know, he doesn't really go for the positional moves at all, does he? There's nothing too delicate about his play. He just goes for the kill.
Let's have a look at the Siraj games. This is a good. Is this an upflow, by the way?
Yeah, it's an upflow. So actually, had a quick look at Siraj played against James Jackson yesterday, didn't he? And he won. I think he was quite fortunate because he was defending the whole game, and I don't know if James Jackson blundered.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a tricky pairing in the sense it's an upflow, but also. I mean, there are no easy pairings in the British, so I think Richard's going to feel pressure to try and win this game. He's on 2 out of 3. He needs to get back into it.
Yeah, 100%. So let's have a look at the opening of this game. So we got a Caro, and I know there's a line with Knight F3 which has become popular. So the idea is that if Black exchanges queens, apparently you got some nice chances in the same game. It reminds me a little of this book. One of my favourite books when I was a kid was a book by an American author, Grandmaster, called Edmar Mendes. And he wrote this book called, James might be familiar with it, called From the Opening into the Endgame. So James Pratt and you, an audience, also like a book seller as well. And yeah, it was all about how you get the queens off early and bore your opponent to death by getting a sort of position where you know, you can grind away in the end game. And when I was younger, I thought, oh, this is an amazing way to play. When I got older, I realised the reason he recommended this approach was probably because he was an older player and he couldn't calculate anymore, right? Rather than actually thinking this was like such a great approach. But this is quite a valid way of playing for White. But in the game, White played Knight D2.
I don't think Richard would be that happy to have the queens off early. I think he wants more of a fight.
Comes back to what I was saying before about the contempt factor. If you think you're a stronger player, why would you chop the queens so early? It doesn't make any sense. So Bishop C7. Yeah, Black's obviously got a good game here, I would say. Like Knight coming out to E5. Rook E1 maybe that's run into what actually there's a question here, like why wouldn't you take it? I think that's actually a blunder.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a tactic at the end,
Just
isn't there?
show you, I missed this because at first I thought that white hung a pawn, but apparently this is good. So the obvious move would be to drop the bishop back. So I'll just readjust the board there.
I mean, it is quite close to symmetrical position here, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah, could be quite drawish.
but I think Richard is going to have to just try and just
keep the game going.
yeah, keep the game going, just not exchange any pieces.
You know, I'm a little bit concerned here about these moves like knight e5 or knight c5 threatening to exchange the knight for the bishop. So I might be tempted, and also that knight looks a little bit unsafe. I might be tempted to move like c3, Nick, just to give myself the option of dropping the bishop back.
It's quite interesting after c3, if you just put a c3 on the board, if black plays knight c5
right,
and bishop c2, they actually have a symmetrical position, but it's actually black to move.
Wow.
So Rich has kind of gained a tempo somewhere.
How's he managed? He's like a magician. He's just pulled a rabbit out of his hat, pulled an extra move. Yeah, and again, we could almost get the same situation we've got the Luke Machine game where the queen is coming over, attacking in martial-like attack, you know. And what do you do? Because you can't go here because the knight is dropping. So you've got to create a weakness in your position, but then black has a lot of pressure on the king's side.
Yeah, I mean, he'd probably be happy with this, wouldn't he? I mean, it feels like black's just slightly better there.
I think Richard will be happy with the outcome of the opening for sure.
He somehow gained a tempo on his opponent.
Yeah, so Jude Shearsby.
Do you think he made a move when his opponent wasn't looking?
Something similar happened to me. I played this 1996 British major open. I was playing against this guy called Ryan Razuk. And I was sitting there. I had a bad position. I was sitting there thinking about what to play. And my opponent came back and played another move. And I was like, what? It's my move. Has that ever happened to you where your opponent tried to play two moves in a row? And he apologised, of course.
Oh, it actually did happen to me once in it did happen to me once in a blitz game.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it was actually on camera as well. So
okay.
I was playing against someone. It was a really tactical position, but I mean, my position was completely winning. It's much lower weighted player, and he played a move and didn't press the clock. And I think someone gave him a drink. I was just trying to work out how to respond to it, and then he just played another move as well.
Oh, right. Did you let him get away with it, or did you say, no,
it would have been terminal, but I think a few people had a bit of a laugh at the time.
Okay, so White's actually played a mistake. We're going back to his Richard game, and White's played knight. I feel that's, you know, I mentioned before about strategy and how important it is to build up your forces. You know, the stronger the player, the more to build up before they attack. And White, I think, has just played a move that doesn't really create an attack.
Would you consider knight c5?
I think that looks like by far the most natural move, and I think White might come to regret that move. But this is typical of Siraj's style. He's a very attacking player. Knight c5. So, you know, one of the ideas is you're just threatening to win the bishop pair. So if White was to go queen g4, which threatens mate, well, you could simply play a move like g6, I presume. Well, actually, that's a bad move. Why is that a bad move? Oh.
Maybe knight h6 and queen d4.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting, isn't it? So this might be an idea that he's seen.
He's seen that idea, I'm sure, yeah. But probably black, if they play an accurate move here.
Queen
maybe
f6
queen f6 is an option. There's quite a few ways to defend.
It does feel a little bit scary, doesn't it, for black? You have to be quite careful on this move.
You could also take.
Yeah, you could take as a safe move.
Safe move, very safe. Now, if you go here, apparently that's good.
That might be the best move, but you can see why you'd be a bit nervous to play that.
Because, well, actually, queen g6 is actually possible, Nick, because the more I'm looking at it, the more I think actually knight e7. So, again, where amateur players often struggle, Nick, is they dismiss moves too easily. So they get to the point in the variation. I think an amateur player would say, queen g6 I can't play because it allows, like, you know, knight e7 or knight h6 hitting the bishop's hitting the queen, forgetting that actually once the knight moves, the queen's been attacked by the bishop. So one of the ways you can improve as a player, I effectively giving lessons to him, by the way, is to, you know, take your variations that little bit further. You know, people snap off their variations to so queen g6. I like black here already. I think Richard's going to win this game and get into contention. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the next 2 or 3 moves are crucial. If he finds some good moves now, then he's got a good chance. If he obviously, you know, wimps out a bit, then it's going to be a much harder game.
Again, he's almost in a Luke Machine situation. He needs to win the game. because he's had a couple of disappointing results in a row, and you've still got Adams to play, you've still got Harry Grieve to play, potentially really tough game if you're black against Harry Grieve in this tournament. Welcome to the Harry Grieve preparation torture chamber. So actually, speaking of which, let's go back to the Harry Grieve game. How is that game going? Because we haven't looked at this game yet, because Yi Chen Han was late for the game.
But maybe he has out-prepared Harry Grieve. Maybe he's taken up the challenge because Harry is in the tank.
He's in the tank, yeah.
Should we have a quick look how the game started?
Sure. So we had it was a French defence, and White played Winner's variation, which is named after a guy called Simon. Well, I think the Winnerver is actually when they go bishop b4. It was named after a Polish player called Simon Winnerver, who was a very strong player in the 19th century. And after knight f6, White played bishop d3, interesting move. So Black played c5. Knight f3 again, not a move I'm really familiar with. I guess the idea is after here, I could even drop the bishop back, because when you take it, that pawn, both the pawn on e4 and the pawn on c4, because it's a bit of a strange idea. Could also go e5, but I'd probably drop the bishop back.
I think he's just trying to play slightly unusual moves, isn't he, to just avoid Harry's theory, because Harry plays these systems with both colours.
Yeah, exactly. Just playing a weird line is a good choice. I'd also be tempted to take, because that almost transposed into the can variation.
I mean, there's some lines where you want to play c4 and you can't play c4 here, but I guess
that's
you can
true.
just carry on developing.
That's true. You could play this. Now, Black hasn't wasted tempo, unlike in a can where Black puts pawn on a6, which is kind of fairly useless here. They haven't had to waste that tempo, so they could play a5 in one move, so maybe that's what discouraged him. So instead of that, he continued to play slightly unusual looking moves. He went bishop b5, then he took, but fairly solid for White, and really, I mean, I would put my money on a draw here, Nick, actually, now I think about it, because I feel like this is, now I've seen the opening, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Your calls are much better than mine.
I'm a bit disappointed by the move bishop e2, to be honest. I feel like, is there not a better move than bishop e2 to try and just keep the initiative going a bit?
Yeah, but I mean, White does have this long-term advantage of playing against his weak pawn, so...
Perhaps, the idea is to play bishop f3 and target that pawn. True, actually. Right. I mean, you never know. I mean, this probably was on Yishen's database this morning, do you think?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I've not seen this line before, I'll be honest, but it's clearly playable.
He looks confident, doesn't he? Harry is the one thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe he was late preparing.
I think so.
Preparing to the last minute.
I mean, yeah, I've had that before where people turn up late. I always find it a bit, do you find it a bit of a distraction when people, I don't like it when people turn up late, I'll be honest, for the game. I think if you turn up late for the game, you should be disqualified. If you turn up late for your tee time in golf, you lose a load of shots or you get disqualified.
Well, they just need to make that clear before the tournament then. If they don't make it clear, then players can do what they like. Because
they introduced a zero tolerance rule where if you turn up late, you'd get immediately disqualified. FIDE introduced it under this FIDE president Kurzan Ilizimov. And the reason he introduced it was because he was at a match between Karpov and Anand in Lausanne in Switzerland. And Karpov turned up really late and it really annoyed him that he had to wait. So basically this is, like revenge against Karpov, introduced this rule.
But I mean, if you have, sponsors there and people giving talks, they want to have all the players there, don't they? They don't want players turning up 10 minutes late.
I mean, I feel it's disrespectful when you've got like a chess tournament and we're often complaining about how we don't get conditions. And then you look at tables where there's just like huge tables where there's nobody there and everyone's moaning about how there's no money in chess. And yet nobody sat down even bothering to play. So it's like, how can you complain about the fact there's no money in chess when people don't even turn up on time? So I personally, I would maybe reintroduce that zero tolerance rule, but I don't think it was very popular. So I'd probably be in a minority. But I think it got a lot of bad press. I think there was actually a rapid play tournament in like a FIDE rapid play or some sort of event where people went to the coffee stand and they got a coffee and they were 30 seconds late and they got disqualified.
Yeah, I've heard about someone going to the toilet. And I think that's a bit unfair. I think if you're actually in the playing hall, that should qualify you.
But anyway, so that's a separate issue. But obviously, Yi Chen is well within the rules as things currently stand, or anyone who turns up late. As you know, I'm talking about how you could possibly change the rules.
Yeah, somebody said here, Kevin Winter, Magnus Carlsen often turns up late. That's true.
He often turns up late, and he claims that. I think the reason he turns up late is because he doesn't like being in the playing hall at the start with loads of chess players. It kind of puts him off a little bit, irritates him. And also, he tends to get bombarded by people asking for autographs. But is it possible that he also turns up late to try and out-psych his opponents? Because people are like sitting there and they're so nervous because they're facing a great Magnus Carlsen. And then when he turns up, it's like a dramatic moment. It's like he's controlling the narrative. And I would take that away, and because I think that's unfair. You're trying to create a psychological advantage. I would take that away by saying, look, if you turn up late, that's it, you're disqualified.
But I think there have been games where he's almost forfeited from being late. I mean, there was one 3-minute game, wasn't there? We turned up 2.5 minutes late.
Yeah.
And he still won against a Grandmaster. But
sure. I think there was a game in the. That's right. I did that actually. There's a Blitz tournament on this tonight, by the way, at 7 p.m. So if anyone's playing, they want to play. There's a Blitz tournament starting 7 p.m. It's only 50 quid to enter. It's actually, if you enter, however, before it was only 30 quid. So I think if you enter now, it's 50 quid, which is quite. Do you think that's a little bit, maybe a little bit?
Sure, it's £50 to play a Blitz tournament.
Somebody told me that.
That sounds quite steep.
Sounds quite a lot. But the ECF are getting a bit short of money, so they need to get the money in the coffers, right? You know, by the way, it's the last day I do the commentary. You know, there'll be somebody, it'll just be a chair sat next to Nick. Right, okay, let's go back to the other games. Bazakusta, let's see if there's any interesting developments. By the way, I think the evaluation bar in the Yi Chen hand game is a little bit off. But Bazakusta, wow, this is looking very strategic.
Yeah, I think Mickey's quite comfortable. He hasn't really used up that much time, so he probably is familiar with this position, and Bazakuska is having to work it out for himself.
I think he just plays, just from my knowledge of Michael Adams, he always plays very well against English for some reason. I don't know why. I remember he won a very important rapid play playoff game against Kramnik many years ago in one of these FIDE World Championships. It might have been in Las Vegas actually. But or was it the one where he lost in the final?
Yeah, he lost to Kazimjanov.
That was in Tripoli, and it was in Libya. Yeah, so it might have been that, but I can't remember. But yeah, and just in general, he seems to play very well against English. So it's white to play. What move do you think white would play here, Nick?
I mean, I guess the candidate move would be Bishop E3. I don't know if black's got any kind of pawn breaks you need to be aware of.
Yeah, Bishop E3 looks very natural. I mean, another plan, I mean, you know, was going on about computers. Back in the day, this was how to beat computers. You beat weak computers, you do something like this. You go here, you know, let's say black goes here, you go here, and then they would fiddle around, and then you'd go here, and then eventually you'd go something like this, and they really wouldn't have a clue. And you do this, and then eventually you just slowly advance on the king's side. But these days it's not so easy because computers know how to defend really well against this kind of slow attack. And humans as well have learned from computers. So I'm not so sure that will be so simple. But yeah, it looks very solid for white. Bishop E3 looks like a move. He's clearly going to go into the tank and think for ages. Yeah, there's not much going on at the moment.
It's a bit of a manoeuvring game, isn't it?
I think we'll come back to that because there's not really much happening. I think let's go back to the Bodhana game because that was quite interesting, the opening there. And we left it after a great move by Bodhana, I think, A5, which just clamps that square on B4, preparing to bring the knight round from A6, B4. Great intuition by the future legend Bodhana Sivanandan. And white went for Queen B3, black brought the knight out. So in this position, black's gone knight b4. Amit is thinking. He's also doing the...
Yeah, I think both players are actually playing a little bit of safety first in this game. I mean, Amit's keeping it symmetrical. Botana's played quite solidly with his c6, d5, so...
Well, I said earlier, I think quick draw might be possible because he'll be worried about losing this game. But I think probably that's an exaggeration because he as you said, he probably needs to try and win this.
I think he'll try and win, but he'll try and not lose as well.
Yeah.
I think it could be quite a few draws today, actually. Who's actually going to win on the top boards? Could Shreyas win? A lot of the top boards could head towards draws today.
What's just to think about this position, by the way, it's white to move. What? Oh, you just want bishop f4, which looks very sensible. So bishop f5 looks like a very natural move because that targeting the c2 square.
Then you have to play probably rook c1, rook fc1, I guess.
Rook fc1.
I don't normally like moving the rook. I normally move the other rook.
Yeah, I know, you mentioned that because you like to keep the rook on the.
But in this
on
position,
the king side. You're not really going to attack on the king side, not for a while anyway. So it looks like you're going to try and play on the queen side, which looks logical. Now, but what does black do now? So they've really got a situation where they've more or less developed all their pieces other than their queen and rook. But if you try to move the queen to develop the rooks, you kind of run into moves like that, which is not really what you want. So my guess is it probably, Podham would probably do something maybe like 94, Nick. Would consider that move. I don't know sure what black should play here. What would you think? What would you think here, Nick?
I was wondering if can you get away with queen b6 or not? Not sure. You are pinning yourself, so yeah, maybe queen b6 and then you can bring the f rook to c8.
Great shout, yeah. That's why you're a former British champ. Let's have a look to see what the top move is. Top move is queen b6. Great instincts. Oh no, hang on. No, that was okay. Same
Bishop
thing.
5. That's what that was. That we said.
Or rook c8 is also a move. Yeah, but queen b6 is actually quite decent for black.
Well, I think it's very drawish, isn't it? This position is very symmetrical.
Yeah, so I can see that game petering out. Let's have a look at the Shreyas Royal game. It's also a bit dull. Maybe a few Dolesville games today.
I mean, Shreyas has got that long-term advantage of playing his side state. Queen's pawn, he's already got 2 sets of minor pieces off the board. So I think Shreyas would probably be quite happy with this position because it's quite safe for white and he can press a bit. I mean, this is one game where I don't see a quick draw. I feel like Shreyas will try and win this game.
Yeah, definitely. And black can castle, but then maybe just simply bishop b2 looks logical.
Just sort of long-term pressure, isn't it, against the d5 pawn?
Yeah, and if you go rook here, I think just queen f5 looks quite reasonable for white, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Queen f5.
I like what. Yeah, I agree with you. I like white's position. You know, you're creating a lot of pressure, and very simple moves to play. You know, keep coming back to that. That it's not just about the evaluation. It's also about how easy the position is to play. Not really clear what black should do here to generate counterplay. I mean, would he be thinking? Sorry. Well, the problem is we need to have the camera up of the players, right? So, yeah. Oh, the ball bigger. Oh, yeah, that's right. Your wish is our command. Could I go knight c6 there? I was about to call you Tim for some reason. I don't know why. Nick, what about knight c6?
Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable move, I guess.
Bit dull, but...
I don't think white's going to take that knight, is he? He's just going to, you know, knight f5.
So like this sort of line is very nice for white.
It's just slightly uncomfortable for black. He's threatening rook takes d5.
I think it's very
Followed by
unpleasant.
knight e7.
I think it's worse than that. I think from a human perspective, it's actually very unpleasant. So great choice by Shreyas. Looks good. It looks good in this game. So he'll be looking to win that one. But obviously very early days in all these games. No one's got a really big advantage. I mean, if we go down, are there any... Wow, Richard Pert is... mind you, we left it here. He's having a bit of a think. But yeah, big advantage for Richard.
Well, he's got to find us a couple of good moves, hasn't he? That's a key position.
Yeah, and Luke Michane, I think we should hang up on the top boards today because there's so much going on. Obviously, we can look further down, but Luke Michane, we left it in a situation where we thought that white would bring the knight out. He didn't actually do that. He actually, sorry, I don't know why that keeps moving, but let me try and refresh it. That might work. So anyway, we've got this position on the board. So it's black to move. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
got the pawn back, but White's got a lot of pressure.
yeah, it's probably worked out okay for Luke, hasn't it? He's nullified that attack.
And Luke is a very good, I keep coming back to it, he's a very good endgame player. He's a very good grinder. He's very adept at technical positions. Well, to be honest, like a lot of the English players, I mean, obviously Michael Adams, as I said before, he's a great technical player. David Howe wrote this book with Magnus called Grind Like a GM. Have you read that book?
I haven't. I have been on the receiving end of a few David Howe grinds though. He's I've played a few matches against him, quite a lot of games against him. So yeah, he's a very, very, very strong player in his technical positions.
I think I've got that book at home. It's a pretty good book, actually. Must be nice to be good friends with Magnus and be able to co-author a book with Magnus. But yeah, great book.
You think when they co-author it, David basically writes it?
No, I think Magnus was really contributing. But I watched an interview with him where he did, they do all these lie detectors. Have you seen those lie detector videos with the chess players?
Yeah.
And they asked him, would he write a book with David again? And he said, probably not. I know probably he's not going to write another book with anyone again, which is a shame in a way, because you'd like to see like Magnus talk about. It'd be great if Magnus wrote a book about, how he got good. I always feel like with Magnus, a lot of it is a mystery. People don't, even the top players don't really understand why he's so strong, right?
I think with Kasparov, I mean, he wrote all his books after he retired, didn't he? So, Magnus probably doesn't want to write books now when he's still active, but maybe if he, maybe in 10 years' time, he might start writing books.
Yeah, but Kasparov actually wrote a lot of books when he was playing as well. I think he wrote a book called Test of Time with Donald Telford. And the amount of variations in that. We were talking about the Kasparov match against Karpov-Kasparov match. And the amount of variations in that were ridiculous. And
I mean, that original Batsford chess openings too, wasn't Kasparov contributed to that?
Yeah, but it's possible for some of these books he just put his name on it.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, James has all the inside information on who actually wrote these books.
Okay.
Apparently it's Eric Schiller, who's no longer with us, by the way, but he was a very prolific author. American guy who died at 63. We were discussing this the other day, I think. Yeah. So anyway, so the reason why White's better here, I think, is because even though they're giving out the pawn, Black is no longer more active. Like often you get in a marshal where Black has the bishop pair in the endgame, or they have some kind of strategic advantage. Black doesn't have a strategic advantage here, and White's strategic advantage, I think, would consist of the pressure on d5 combined with a weak pawn on c6. So if White ever gets a knight to d4, that whole structure is going to collapse.
Yeah, plus he's got the option to take on b5 whenever he wants to. So he's got a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, so this is a nice position for White. So I like Luke Machay's chances. I think he's done a good job of this position. He really needs to win this game. I think if he wins, he's going to kick on and win the tournament. But if he doesn't win, it could be all over. Let's go back to what game would you like to look at next, or has anyone got any ideas in the chat?
Should we look in the Chorpool? We haven't looked at his game, have we?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Yeah, Chorpool playing against somebody who, again, people aren't that familiar with, but is a good player, Han, and very promising young player.
Yeah, how old is Han? Do you know?
I would look on my phone, but I got told off for that yesterday, so I won't look. But no, we're only joking. Han, I think, is when I played him about 2 years ago in the tournament, or maybe it was 3 years ago, I forgot now, but it was about 2 or 3 years ago in the tournament in Paynton, and I think he was about 10, so he must be about 12 now. It's probably the same age group as Suprasit, maybe a little bit older than Bodhana, but I'm not sure. Yeah, around about that age. But he's obviously a good player. He's Black in this game against a very experienced player in Chorpool. I quite like Black's position, by the way.
Yeah, it seems to be sort of fairly solid, doesn't it? Well, White's also got a reasonable position.
Absolutely.
Trying to think. I mean, because the main problem for Black is what to do about your king, because you've got that pawn on h5, haven't you? If you castle, you're gonna have to probably play g6, which could lead to some weaknesses on the dark squares.
Well, I want to play knight g5 and attack, and would you consider here, Nick, playing king f8? It looks a bit ropey, actually.
The computer doesn't really like it, does it?
No, it kills that rook. So I think,
Yeah, if you did that
yeah,
pawn on h6, I think it'd be a bit more comfortable. But
I agree with you. Yeah, but with a pawn h5, but it does control some light squares, controls the pawn square on, and also a reason why black put the pawn h5 is to support this great knight on f5. So I think objectively black's doing quite well. They could also maybe consider this move with the idea of knight g6, maybe.
yeah, I mean his pawn structure, his pieces are all quite good. It's just as long as he can sort out his king.
Yeah, so at the moment, Han's doing reasonably well, but we're not sure how that game will develop. By the way, Lad Yao is playing against Finlay, so Lad Yao is another contender for the British women's title. So he seems to have a much better position already. Now, when I played against Finlay in a recent rapid play, he played a similar line to me, a similar line against me where he took back the G pawn. But the main line now is they normally take back the E pawn.
I mean, the problem with taking the G pawn is what do you do with your king? You can't really castle kingside. Well, you can, but you're much weaker.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a little bit of a risky way to play, but it's interesting. Yeah, rook g8. He kind of played it this way against me, Finlay, in this blitz game. And I always feel like rook g8 is quite a good move in these type of positions because it, discourages white from simply developing the bishop because the g pawn's a bit weak. And if white tries to castle on the king's side, then you got pressure down the g file. But it is kind of committing to castling queenside. And you're not 100% safe when you castle queenside here, Nick, because white has this plan of maybe going c3, b4. And so the computer didn't like rook g8. Knight e2 is a great move by Lan Yao.
So is she going to castle? Well, is she casting queenside, is she, or which way is she
I'm
casting?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess so. I think you could castle queenside here. Yeah, absolutely. Bishop e2. Simply going after that weak pawn, actually. That's interesting. So, yeah, I don't like that move, rook h8, but maybe you felt that was necessary. You don't generally want to play such a passive, slow move like that in the opening.
It's been a good opening for Lan now.
I think she could even just castle here, to be honest. And then go on the warpath with c4, d5. What do you...
Yeah, I mean, it feels like white's got a big lead in development, so
Mm.
castle, or you could castle queenside as well and try and open the position up.
Maybe this whole line with g takes f6, it's interesting, but you really need to know it very, very well indeed, possibly. And it's a risky line. It's a double-edged risky line, and it could possibly backfire on black in this game. Should we go back to some of the other games at the top? What game should we look at?
We'll just go through them from the start again, shall we?
Yeah. So we've got Bazakusta playing against Mike Adams, and he's just played his pawn to g4, possibly.
Yeah, he's quite ambitious though. So g4 and knight h4. He didn't take the bishop pair earlier, but now he's bringing his knight to h4. In these situations, you always have to make sure that the knight on f6 can't capture anything. So, for example, knight f takes e4, but doesn't quite work because after knight takes g6, I'll just quickly show why this doesn't work. If you try some, you always have to watch out for these tricks, but it doesn't work because, unfortunately, this is check, and then white wins. But if it wasn't check, then that would be something to watch out for.
You know what I would play here, Nick? I'd play, or I would predict that Adams would play a move like knight e8.
Yeah, might wouldn't. But I think white would play knight f5 then.
Can you get away with that move, or is that just bad? It's probably not that bad.
Reasonable.
Maybe there's better ways to play. I mean, is there also, because you've played g4, the obvious issue is that there's a downside to every move. Sometimes you're taught that there's a downside to every move. The downside is, what's the downside? That's my question to you people at home. You're so lazy, all you do is leave comments in the chat, and you don't do any thinking yourself. What's the downside of the move g4, guys? Answer in the chat or answer in the audience. What would you say? No, it doesn't seem we can get much response here. What do you think, Nick? What's the downside to g4?
Well, it just slightly weakens the dark squares around your king.
By the way, we got a comment, I think, in my Facebook chat from Lee Bullock. He said, you're a bit boring this year on the commentary because you're not talking about TV enough. Yeah. I haven't done... Sorry? I got banned from doing that. Oh, you banned him? Oh, no, you can't ban Lee. He's somebody said, I thought Khalifman wrote a lot of great predecessors. I heard a rumour that Danny King wrote that. Yeah,
Oh, Danny King was involved in
apparently
writing
he
those.
was involved in writing it. And Kasparov just put his name to it. Or something like that. I'm not sure if that's
I'd
true or not.
imagine that Kasparov, he'd surely proofread all of these books, wouldn't he?
Or get his agent to. I don't know. I mean, he's a busy man, Gaza. But he's not lazy, is he? I mean, he's not lazy. He couldn't have become world chess champion if he was just lazy and just relying on other people to do his work for him. So it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, in this position, Black could play knight e6, I was thinking. Feels like a great move. So I think Mickey, with his great positional sense, might be thinking about the move knight e6, Nick, and just controlling the f4 square. And I like the idea that Black might go knight e8, and it could strategically backfire for White this position. But after knight e6,
I mean, I think White's going to play knight f5. Is he?
They're gonna go knight
He's not. He's not going to want to have. He doesn't want to take the bishop because then Black gets quite good control over the.
yeah, this
all
is
the squares around the
actually
king.
be a strategic mistake, almost, because, you know, if you just imagine a situation, just to show you, sometimes we think about what's the most remarkable thing that could happen for Black's position, something like this, and they really got total positional control over, you know, over the game. So you're right, Nick. Knight f5 is a great shout. What is Black doing after knight f5? I would think about the move knight e8 actually, because again I want to play bishop g5. He could take, but taking looks a bit suspicious. I think taking is going to run into this, and then these pawns are very mobile.
You're sort of improving White's pawn structure if you take the knight, aren't you?
Knight e8 maybe. Or is there another move that we're missing? After knight f5, there's also rook e8. I feel like this sort of position where Black is a little bit under pressure, but if they handle the next few moves well, they're probably going to emerge with a good position. What do you think?
Yeah, still quite balanced. But it's also quite ambitious of Bazakutz to go for the g4, knight h4 plan.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, someone's going to go for it. I think he feels like if he wants to win the tournament, the main man to get past, you know, he's the standard bearer in British chess, is Michael Adams. If you beat Michael Adams, you generally win the British Championships. And not many people do.
But who was the last person to beat Michael Adams?
In the British Championships.
Yeah.
Have a guess.
It's a long time ago.
I think it was Gawain Jones, but I could be wrong. I think he beat him in Hull 2024 in their individual game.
Oh, you might be right. I actually missed that British Championships, but.
Oh no, hang on. No, I don't think he did. No, I'm getting mixed up with the English Championships. I think they drew their individual game, but Gawain ended up winning the playoff. But that might be wrong as well. No,
maybe someone can tell
us. I
us.
think Liverpool they drew, but I think he did beat him in Hull, maybe. Yeah, 2024. So, but again, Gawain Jones anyway won that tournament, right? But he outscored Mickey. So if you outscore Mickey, you're probably going to win the British, right?
But even if he did lose a game in 2024, that's surely like the only game he's lost for about 10 British Championships.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
yeah.
he hasn't lost many at all.
No, he doesn't lose very often. So, okay, so that game's quite sharp. Let's go to the Yichen game again. We'll go through them one by one. So it's White to play, I think. White's thinking. The position looks very solid for both sides. It feels like this could, well, peter out to a draw if Black plays the next few moves correctly. And I'm sure he probably will, but who knows?
I guess White's going to try and target the d5 pawn. I mean, can you just play like bishop g5 and rook d1 and just try to put some pressure on the d pawn?
Now, I'd like to go rook c8 here, Nick, but I'm worried about queen takes a7. Now, there is a d4 move in here. Maybe if you move the knight, I could take on c2, but it feels a bit ropey. So I don't like rook c8 just yet.
You can start with h6 if you want to. That might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, and after this...
Yeah, then you need to come up with a plan.
Yeah. Maybe is queen a5 a move? Or... I don't know, let's try that. It's not the worst move ever.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idea.
Maybe to try and bring this rook, or this rook, because now a7's covered.
Yeah, because also you could put a rook on d8 as well if you need to defend the pawn.
Looks okay for Black this position. I'll be honest, I feel like this is the one game that looks like, and it would suit both players. You know, you started very well. You're on 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah, they'll probably halve out soon, won't they?
I think they might halve out, and but I have a feeling the Bazakusta Adams game could be decisive, but it's not certain. Let's move on a little bit. Again, Shreyas Royal, we said that we liked his position, but Supratit seems to be defending well. Just played a great move, Rook C8.
So then you should decide between going for the queen trade with Queen F5 or just Queen E2, which is also a reasonable move. What would you play here?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I would probably play a move like Rook C8, and then my opponent, like yourself,
white, if you're white.
if I was white, yeah. But what I mean is, I'd probably be the black side here, and I would go Rook C8, and then I'd play you, and you'd spend ages thinking about Queen E2 or Queen F5, and eventually you'd go probably Queen E2, I reckon. What would you?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest.
I reckon you'd go Queen E2, but Queen F5 is very tempting. How did you get on, by the way, Jack? Oh, sorry to hear that. Maybe later we could look. I think we're going to focus on these games for now, but later on we could look at your game. Who are you playing? Oh, right, okay. By the way, Andy Ledger's got an interesting game. I think we should have a look at that. So maybe we could come back to top boards. Which board is Andy Ledger on? Also, should look at the Jude Shearsby Jonah Willow game because that's quite an interesting battle. Does anyone know what board? Oh, Andy Ledger's on board 19, right. We also haven't looked at Stephen Gordon for a while, so...
Yeah, because he's sort of coming back, Stephen Gordon, wasn't he? Is he on 50% now? I think he lost a game, didn't he? He
started very poorly, but could be a late rattle. Could be like, it's like that horse, you know, Far Lap. You ever heard of a horse called Far Lap?
Did he come from behind, did he?
That was what the film was all about. It was an Australian horse, and it always used to get a long way behind. I think there's also a greyhound called Skirlow Champ, and it would get a long way behind it. It would just keep plodding on at the same pace, and eventually it would overtake everything.
But sometimes it's actually, you know, if you come to the last round, the player who's been completely out of it is in a better position psychologically.
Yeah.
Because they're just...
Because they'd already accepted their fate earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
And less pressure on them, absolutely. And I often find I actually play better after a loss because the pressure's off and the pressure's mounting. Like these guys on the top boards, every round the pressure's mounting on them. Now Mickey can handle that because he's been there, done that, right? He's got the you know, he's got the photograph or whatever. What's the you know? But some of the other guys.
Got the t-shirt.
He's got the t-shirt, exactly. Spot on. He's got the t-shirt. Some of the other guys not used to it. And the pressure on them is relentless. Whereas with someone like Stephen Gordon hasn't started well.
Someone says Mickey hadn't lost a game in the British since 1988. Is that right?
Like a classical game.
Yeah, classical game.
He's lost in
1988. That's ridiculous.
I think he lost to Gawain Jones like in whole 2024, but we need to verify that. Can anyone verify whether he definitely lost in the English championship? But I think he was having a bad, you know, the year where Gawain won the English and the British, and I think Mickey had won the London Classic and the he'd won all those tournaments the year before. He'd won the British, the London Classic. Like incredible run, he won the English, and then the year after, Mickey won all the. Gawain won all the tournaments that Mickey had won the previous year, right? Yeah, have a look. Results and pairings. It might well have been a draw that game.
Okay, we're just gonna do our research.
Or maybe they didn't play it as well. It's also possible.
Yeah, nobody beat him.
Wow.
So 1988. Well,
they drew, right?
Yeah, they drew. He just drew a lot of games.
You won't be able to find the 1988 parents.
So who actually beat him? That's a good question. Who beat him in 1988?
Me. No. I was 12 at the time. In Blackpool. Maybe it was someone like Plaskett or Julian Hodgson.
That's actually ridiculous, isn't it? 1988. You haven't lost a game since then in the British Championships.
That's really impressive.
In the British Championships.
That's really impressive. There's so many games where he's been under pressure.
Who's beaten him?
What do you mean?
No one's beaten him, have they? In the British Championships?
No.
It's crazy.
But Luke McShane beat him in the playoff in an individual game in 2018, right?
Sure, yeah.
Was there another? I think Mickey, I think four of his titles were in the playoffs. One was against Short, one was against Luke, one was last year,
He tied with Sadler once, didn't he?
and it also, yeah, he tied with Sadler. But I don't, yeah. So I think the only game he lost in that period was against Luke in 2018 in an individual game. He won the first game, and he lost the second game, and then he won it after that. So yeah. Anyway. So we got this game, Andy Ledger against this very promising young player, Mandar. And, it's interesting because yesterday, Andy Ledger was playing against Luke McShane, and that was a game where he was like the underdog. And, it's almost like a free roll, right? But this game is completely different because you clearly played against an underrated player. Apparently he was from Northern Ireland or lives in Northern Ireland, but represents the Indian flag.
So apparently, Michael Adams' last loss of classical game, I don't know if this is accurate or not, the British Championships in August 1987 against Canadian GM Igor Ivanov, who I don't really know that well.
In the British?
In the British Championships.
Why was Igor Ivanov playing the British if he was Canadian?
I don't know.
Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Was he the guy who was, I think Sazonko wrote about one of these guys, and maybe he was like a bit of a drinker, right? Or am I getting mixed up? There was another Ivanov. Yeah.
You're right.
No, yeah, it was something about... Anyway, let's come back to the games. We're going off a little bit of a tangent. Chess history, because I love my chess history, right? Do you like reading about history, Nick?
It's quite interesting, chess history.
What about history in general? Not really.
I mean,
no.
just watch it on TV. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. What about Second World War history? Is anyone interested in that? Maybe in a chat, maybe we could talk about Second World War history. Games are a bit dull today, I think. So we might, at the moment, they're a little bit dull. So we might, okay, this game is also looking a bit dull. I think, let's have a little look and see how what board is Stephen Gordon on? He's on board 22. And he's playing against Dildarov. Yeah, I think Steve will be quite happy about this position.
It's another solid one, isn't it?
It's a solid one, another solid game. I like the fact that White Knight's threatening to jump to C5. But yeah, there's not much to be said. All the pieces on the board, both players have a solid position. So obviously developments to come in that game. By the way, I think interesting game, Richard Bates is playing against Kanishka Bhatia. Again, not a player I'm not that familiar with. She's not the daughter of Canwell Barrier, is she? So remember Canwell Barrier, but I think maybe they're not related.
Yeah, probably not related, are they?
Yeah. And this position is also very solid. I think we should go back to top board. So we left it. We looked at the Yishen Han, Shreyas Royal, let's go back to the Amit Garcia game. So this is the position. Spodhano's played an incredible game so far.
It's completely symmetrical, isn't it?
Really impressive by Bodhana this game. Really, really impressive.
It just feels like it might just peter out to a draw.
But that's a great result for Bodhana because look at the rating difference. I mean, he's almost 200 points above her, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Amit's a very experienced player. So, I mean, nowadays, Bodhana's, she's beaten players over 2,600. So, she's proved she's a strong player. Absolutely.
So what do you think White would play here? Probably Rook C1, right?
Probably. And she might just copy now.
I mean, is there...
Would you use the A Rook or the F Rook?
I don't think it really matters.
Probably not that much.
It doesn't matter that much. Now, could I play... Is there anything in Bishop C7? Or is that just
Queen A6?
Queen A6 can be better. So, I mean, you're thinking, like, from a White perspective, how do you keep the game going? You're a high-rated player. What do you think he would try? Or do you think there's nothing you can try?
It's a bit tricky.
Could he go Rook C3? But that might be met with Knight
Knight
E4. That is the problem. Yeah, that's one of the issues. But you're right. It's very symmetrical. Like, when Nick says symmetrical, what he means is all the pawns are basically the same.
All the pawns and all the
pieces. And all the pieces are very similar, yeah. So, draw is looking quite likely, but, Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously a lot of life left. There's a lot of pieces on the board, so one player could outplay the other. Do we think it's probably quite likely to be a draw?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think she's handled the opening quite well, hasn't she?
Very
Just
well.
killed the game
I
off.
was
Really.
really impressed with this A5 move. I thought it's like an amazing move and possibly Super GM level. This is playing out already. Marcus Harvey, big advantage against Jan Morawski. Marcus Harvey could be heading for the British Chess Championship title.
As soon as someone gets the advantage, you think they're going to be British champion?
I mean, it's starting to get to be like last year. Well, I'm pretty much tipping up everyone, right?
You did mention Marcus Harvey, actually, didn't you, a few days ago? You said if there's a 50-1 shot he might win, could be like Marcus Harvey.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop D3.
Can we see how they got to this position? Because it was pretty equal a few moves ago, wasn't it?
So we left it around about here. Black just taken back. I mentioned maybe White could play Bishop D3, but he played a great move, D4, just kind of open up the position, because you generally taught that you don't want to play that before you moved your pawn, because now he's, very important to fight for the centre. A lot of people would be reluctant to play that move because they would think, look, I'm giving Black the chance to exchange a wing pawn for a central pawn, but I think that's a great move. So Jan played knight c6, bishop e2, again very solid, and queen d6, White castled, Black played a5, bishop came out to b5, bishop g4. Maybe that wasn't the most accurate move. What could he have done instead, Nick?
I don't know whether you would. Could you play bishop e6 or?
What about knight b4? Is that a move? Let's see what the bishop a6 is apparently better for Black. Or bishop d7 is also a move. Yeah, I was considering, but because it just creates this threat of knight b4, doesn't it? Or some sort of issue with that bishop. Bishop a6 is also a great move because you really get rid of a lot of the danger on the king's side. So in the game he's played bishop g4, which is kind of understandable because he's trying to put pressure on there. But I think that's actually a slight strategic mistake, because great move by Marcus, knight e5.
Yeah, I mean, he's asking for knight e5, wasn't he, when he played bishop g4?
So has he misassessed this? Because this feels like the clump of pawns that White has on the king's side. I feel that this is shaky play. And maybe this is a case of Jan Morawski getting a little bit outclassed at this level, because I don't think, with all due respect to him, Michael Adams would have played these last two moves. I don't think he would have gone queen c7. I don't think he would have gone bishop g4.
Would he?
Yeah. And this is almost, and the reason I say outclassed, not outclassed, but, lack of experience, lack of knowledge. Very young, raw player, right? Obviously very talented, but that's often where juniors slip up, I think. They just lack experience. So this looks really ugly for Black, in my opinion. White's clearly got a very dangerous attack on the king's side.
So if you play f5, you can think about trapping the light square bishop as well,
See if there's any more moves here. Black still thinking, yeah. He's
Black has to be careful. White f5 is quite a big threat now.
F5 is a threat.
Big threat, because then you're threatening h3 to win the bishop and also some attacking ideas.
Well, it's interesting that she says that you could play that. So you would think that after rook c8, Nick, White might play f5.
I'd be quite nervous about being Black here.
Yeah, I mean, the computer would probably find a way, but from a human perspective, looks a bit scary, doesn't it? Could I play C? Okay, could I try? What would I? This is a very interesting position. Very interesting position. Could I play? Don't know what I could play here. What should I play here, Nick? What are you in? C4? Is that a move?
I mean, no, your bishop. Is your bishop getting in trouble?
Could I play bishop g5? Let's try and find like the best move for Black.
What about f6? Maybe I don't really want to play it.
That's a great shout.
You kind of have to give your bishop a chance to escape.
Yeah, you're right. That bishop's a bad piece. So another option is to drop the bishop back to avoid that. Now, White could exchange, but I think they're not going to. They feel like they've got a space advantage. They could drop the bishop back to e2. But bishop d3 looks so natural because you're attacking the pawn. creating a threat. Now, if h6, Nick,
Yeah,
again, I've got this idea, maybe going f5, right?
yeah.
Don't have to do it yet, just yet. I probably got better options. Also, I'm thinking about rook f3 to try and switch the rook to g3 and attack that way.
Yeah, it feels like White's definitely got the sort of attacking potential here.
This could be another masterpiece attacking. Now, I said yesterday, the positions with 2 bishops are often quite drawish. But that was a very solid position for black. Didn't really have any weaknesses. Here, I think, I fear for black with this pawn on e5. It's really limiting what you can do. Because if you go f6 to try and challenge that at some point, you're also weakening your king.
I mean, White's got all these extra sort of kingside pawns, hasn't he? So you can create a lot of pressure with those kingside
So
pawns.
I'm going to go for an early shout. I think Marcus will win this game confidently and get bang into contention. It's going to be very interesting. And Marcus Harvey, Simon Williams, but I also need to look at the Peter Robertson game. Suddenly Peter Robertson's cranked up the pressure. Had a big British last year, but let's just stick with the Simon Williams game for now. Whose move is it? It's black's move. What do we think black should play here? Looks solid enough for Freddie. Maybe rook d8 is a move.
Yeah, he's got to try and come up with some kind of plan, though, doesn't he? I guess, yeah, because if he ever takes on c4, you get this hanging pawn, so he's probably not going to do that unless, here's a good way to follow it up.
Cruzy said Jack Rudd, that's by the way, is world's fastest standard played player. That's probably not true, but he's probably in the top 10. What do you think, Jack? Okay. Vishy Anand used to play really quickly when he was very young. He was like known to be the speed king, right?
He also resigned very early, doesn't he, Vishy Anand?
Oh, you mean when he was young?
Or even when he's older, it'd be like slightly worse. He resigns.
I think Ivanchat was more like that, right? Or you
Eventually
think
just lost on time, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think Ivanchat was known to occasionally resign too early.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you sure you're not getting mixed up with Ivanchat? I didn't realise
Anand's quite an early resigner.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Just don't like your position, resign, move on.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
He does that quite a lot.
Okay, I'll have to look that up now. Okay, so yeah, this is very much a case of build up. I mean, I like, keep mentioning strategic chess. Both sides are building up their forces. They're not wasting time. They've been very efficient with their development. Feels like the real battle's yet to come. By the way, Sam Chow, Peter Robertson, Sam Chow's in big trouble. Local player, Sam Chow. I said to Peter Robertson in the bar last night, I said, that's a really good pairing. The reason I said that was because Sam Chow was really lucky to win yesterday. So if you're playing someone who's a little bit out of form, or lucky to win, somehow the sort of luck seems to even itself out. Do you think that if you look at your opponent's games, Nick, and say, oh, actually, he was in trouble there?
I think someone like Sam Chow, he does give you opportunities. Yeah. And if you're looking to win with black, you probably want to play someone who gives you chances.
So this seems to have worked out quite poorly for
obviously it can backfire as well, but even just looking at the opening, I mean quite unusual opening choice from White, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. So what we got here is a position where Sam Chow has played knight to h4, which is, we normally get this position and White normally goes knight d4. No, hang on, am I getting confused about the theory? So basically after the move e5, the normal move would be bishop g2, but he's decided to allow this move e4. He's gone knight f3, and that's a risky option as it's turned out in the game. d3 is a good move. Bishop b4, very clever move, I think. I think the idea is if you go bishop d2, when I move the bishop to hit the, also could take as another option, hit the knight, you don't have the option of taking on e4 and then exchanging queens. So he's gone to c3, looks natural. Then he did go for the queen exchange.
I don't really like giving my opponent free moves like that. I know it's probably quite clever, but
yeah, I agree with you.
I don't really like playing moves like bishop b4.
Okay, f5. So this is all okay, but bishop h3 apparently was not the best. What do you think you should have played instead? I mean, I would be tempted with f3 there, Nick, just to challenge the centre immediately. I'm not sure if this move is needed. Yeah, f3 is the best move, right? He's gone bishop h3, which apparently is not a great move.
Yeah, c4 is a bit slow, isn't it?
And then f4 is I think that's a move where you're under pressure.
Yeah.
You're worried about g5.
But then you can't challenge the e4 pawn anymore, so that really gives black a
Strategic
strong
mistake.
pawn.
It's a strategic, I think he would have realised that, but he just tactically felt he couldn't allow g5. But obviously the computer finds ways to live with that. Like, for example, it goes here. Now, if you go g5, I'm taking on e7 and f5's weak. If you go here, I'm bringing the knight back. And when you go g5, I'm probably putting knight on e3. But even to a strong player, I think our super GM would work this out maybe. Sam Chow, maybe, you know, players like sort of my level were reacting occasionally. You know, Sam Chow's similar rating to me, right? So I feel like that's a reaction move, f4. I don't like that. It's strategically poor. By the way, maybe we should go on a break for a little bit. What do you think? Because I feel like the games are kind of in a balance. And how do you feel about a break for like?
Sure, yeah. I think someone like Sam, I mean, you probably got quite a different style to Sam, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think you're just
A hacker.
you've got quite a good understanding, and he
Yeah.
probably maybe relies on sort of tactical calculation or something else.
Ah,
'cause
okay. Right.
You seem to know where the pieces go,
Sure.
which is really good. But yeah, it does seem as though this last couple of moves, c4 and f4, a bit strange, and they've really given Peter a nice position.
Yeah, great. I feel there's a few people there that are looking to move into contention. I feel Peter Robeson. But we're going to go on a break for a few minutes, guys, because as usual, nature calls, you know. So.
Welcome to the 112th British Chess Championships, the latest chapter of this incredible tradition dating back to 1904. For more than 120 years, this tournament has been at the very heart of British chess, crowning generations of the country's best players. This year, the spotlight is once again on Michael Adams, who is just one victory away from getting to his 10th title and equaling the all-time record by Jonathan Penrose. I'd like to wish the very best of luck to everyone competing, from the Super Grandmasters to the stars of the future. And you should tune in every day for expert commentary by Grandmasters Nick Pert and Daniel Gormally. I won't be there with you at the championships in person, but I will be back in London later this year on November 10th for another edition of my live show. We'll have special guests on stage, chess exhibition matches, a meet and greet with me, and of course, live Guess the ELO. Last year we had over 1,000 people in the audience, and I will tell you, London was definitely my favorite show. So get yourself a ticket today, and let's celebrate chess together. See you all very soon.
現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realises your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium, steel and stainless steel to your specs, guaranteeing quality every time. It's how we deliver production runs of practically any size. Build smarter. Contact MPL Fabrications today.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2026 British Chess Championship broadcast. We've got huge developments in the Baz and Kuster versus Michael Adams game. So we left it around about here, Nick. White just brought the knight into f5, creating huge pressure on the king's side. Black played very kind of controversial move, I would say, with h5, lashing out on the king's side. Little bit risky. And then he made a kind of a shaky blunder, I would say, Michael Adams, which, you know, we mentioned he hadn't lost a game since, you know, ridiculous records.
1987, isn't it? 1987 British Championships.
It's a little bit like when Tiger Woods had missed a cut in about 150 tournaments. It's like there are some certain insane sporting records out there, and Michael Adams not losing. Think of all the good players he's played in that period, Nick. He's played Gawain, he's played David, he's played Luke, Julian Hodgson, probably.
Have you played him a few times, have you?
In the British, yeah. And
yeah.
as you can probably guess, I didn't win any of those games, right? I think there was one game I played him at Bournemouth. Actually had a great performance at that tournament. I think he only dropped one draw. Maybe that was against you. Was that against you?
I think I drew with him in Bournemouth, yeah.
Yeah, you're the only person who got anything off him. And I think he won every other game, including beating David and Gawain. And when I played him, it was like a 1.5 upfloat. But he was a little bit nervous that game, and that was in English as well, actually. I remember him being a little bit nervous. But in this position, it looks a little bit of a nervy blunder with knight d7, and apparently white could take, and that creates a lot of pressure on the position. Now, maybe it's a misjudgment by both sides, because it looks like black can start to establish themselves on the dark squares, but apparently this position is good for white.
I guess white's also pawn up here, which is quite important, because although it looks like a weak pawn, the pawn on h5, you might play h6 at some point. It's useful to have that extra pawn.
Yeah, you could start with something like king h1, because this is how Leela plays. It opens a file on the king's side. I keep talking about Leela, how much I'm inspired by its attacking play. I've even written a book. Watch out for that book, guys, coming out soon on Leela's attacking play, Leela's attacking motives. Opens up a file, will checkmate you on the king's side. Position looks a bit open for black on the king's side. Maybe another potential factor was that he was concerned that black would move the bishop back to h7, keep the tension. The pawn at h5 is weak, but again, you move the king to h1, bring the rook to g1. Very straightforward plan of just trying to attack black on the king's side, trying to give checkmate.
Do you think he just believed Mickey? Because Mickey played this h5 and then he moved the knight away, which obviously just loses a pawn. And he just probably believed Mickey that it was bad to take the pawn.
Comes down to self-belief. You know, this is why Mickey's won so many Britishes. He's got that self-belief. If no disrespect to Baz and Kuster, if Magnus Carlsen was playing Mickey, or good record against Mickey, he would have taken the pawn. But instead, he took on e7. That was a positional mistake. Knight e2, further mistakes, actually. So often mistakes follow mistakes because you're a little bit unnerved by the fact you've gone wrong, and now he's misjudged his position. black is better. Apparently one way to get an advantage is to take, and then you simply move the rook there. Now why is black better? Suddenly he's got ideas of bringing the knight into g5, maybe even playing this knight, Nick, round to here is another potential plan to just increase the pressure. Also f6, king f7 could be played.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Bazakusa swapped off his knight on f5. I mean, that was really his powerhouse piece on f5, wasn't it? The main piece that was dominating the whole position.
It's a misevaluation. You know, you called it earlier when you talk about that Sam Chow game, that it comes down to, you know, understanding. And maybe he thought this was better, but actually after knight e5, there's no real easy way to make progress on king's side. You're right. I mean, from black's perspective, they're worried about that knight. If you're playing black there, you're annoyed by that knight. You can't get rid of it easily. If you move the bishop, you drop d6. You know, as soon as your opponent plays knight takes e7, like inside you're relieved, right? You're relieved that they've taken that bishop. There's certain moves that your opponent plays, and I mean, we played enough that you just get this kind of sense of relief, right?
But you don't let them see it, do you? Inside you're quite relieved, but you just sort of say, "Oh yeah, I kind of expected that move." But
oh, I do. I always.
You don't show it.
Oh, I do. Yeah, knight takes e7. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just write down knight takes e7 and put a question mark next to it.
Yeah. And then I'd start punching, you know, sort of do the old fist pump. Yeah. Okay, so this looks, it's going again, and again, might come down to pressure. Like even this position, apparently 92 was quite bad as well, but it's already a little bit tricky. So, but it's still, although the engine favours black now, I mean, it's still a very complex position. And again, you know, the engine thinks we're all patsers. So I wouldn't read too much into it. It's still very much a game. Let's come back to that game later, but obviously big developments in all the games.
Still quite a high chance it could end as a draw, isn't it?
By the way, your brother apparently is in a big Marcus Harvey is really like looking good as well. Your brother's in a big spot against, he's playing a great game here against Siraj, so this could be the game of the tournament. So in this position, we kind of left it around. We said knight f5 was a bit premature. You know, it comes back to, keep saying about strategy. You know, you develop your pieces before you start attacking. He's attacking without the bishop or the rook ever having developed premature attack. So in this position, white played the move b3, which looks very natural. And this is how Siraj wins a lot of games. He plays natural looking attacking moves, but apparently this is not the best move. Black played a great move in b5.
So if white had followed up there with bishop b2 check, maybe we could just look at that.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Which is surely his plan. What's black going to block with? Just block with the pawn, or
probably block with the pawn, yeah. But I guess that's what he was concerned about, because this looks, you know, maybe that knight on h6 starts to become a little bit vulnerable. Like, what do you do with the knight? Now, if you go here, maybe I simply play me like bishop e5, and you're kind of running out of ideas here in attacking sense. Strategically, your position isn't great. So I say, like, if
white's pieces are starting to look a bit odd here, aren't they? Black's much better positions.
Yeah, that's what I say about strategy. Good strategy is develop your pieces, put your pieces in the best position. A lot of players, they make it look easy. The reason they make it look easy is because they're patient. You know, if you attack too early, it can backfire, and we've seen that in this game. So that's looking very good for Richard, because in the current position on the board, he's just played a move, I think b4, which apparently leaves white in serious trouble. Great move by Richard, b4, hitting the bishop. I think he's going to win this game. Well, I called that earlier anyway.
Yeah, but white can't move the bishop anyway. He can't play bishop c1 or anything like that, can he? So he's going to have to try knight takes d5.
Dropping the rook, that's bad news.
He'd have to try knight takes d5. Feels like the best try.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you could simply take the bishop. Well, you should take the bishop. Where's the knight go? It's, I mean, the ironic thing is, Nick, after knight b4, rather than taking the rook, which probably would favour black, but maybe not be 100% clear, you actually play a great sort of strengthening move with bishop there, because that hits the knight. Now, if you do a move like there, you're really doing nothing. You know, that knight is just vulnerable to be hit again. So this is really a bit of a disaster, this opening for Siraj, to be honest. And I think it comes down to lack of experience, poor strategy, but great play by Richard.
Yeah, I mean, Richard's just completely dominated this game so far, hasn't he? So be pleased if he can win this game and that puts
Also,
it back into contention.
if you win quickly with black, or you win confidently with that, I'm not saying you will, because obviously there's still a lot of game left to be played. Gives you a bit of confidence when you take to the next round, I would say. So let's move on. Shreyas Raw, by the way, is doing quite well in his game. It's an extra pawn, I think.
It looks like he won that D pawn. Do you remember there was a nice layer D pawn in that game? So he's won the pawn off Super Tit. Maybe Super Tit sacrificed the pawn, but whose move is it here?
It's white.
White's to play. Okay.
Yeah. The D4 is a little bit weak. But you could run into a pin if you take it. I mean, a move like Knight C2 kind of, but apparently that's a mistake.
Well, it's true, actually. The knight on B4 is a little bit awkwardly placed, isn't it? So maybe it's not quite so easy that there could be ways this just fizzles out. So White has to be very accurate to keep the advantage.
Queen E2 is a move, because you hit the bishop. And if I take on D4, we have Knight C2, pinning the bishop, pin and win. You can't take on F2 now, because I'll just take back with the queen. So there's a line like bishop D4, Knight C2, bishop takes D4, bishop F2. And you could maybe just take with a king. It's a bit sharp. Queen F5 check, King G1. But it seems to be good for White.
There's lots of back rank tricks, aren't there? So
just to calculate that, bishop takes, Knight C2. Now, if you say with a queen, I think Queen D1 might be okay for black.
I'm not even convinced about that, to be honest. But
Really?
King
takes
just
seems
wins.
to be completely
Yeah, king
winning,
takes
yeah.
definitely wins.
Because I think after this, it might even be good for black, actually, because
Oh, it's equal. Okay.
it's equal. Yeah, because I was a little bit concerned about this idea of going rook C1 at the end.
Well, I mean, White had the options by Queen F7 in the middle there, but
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, good shout. Okay, but yeah, Queen E2 feels like a great consolidated move. You're up a pawn. I read a book recently by Sam Shankland, by the way. I mentioned this the other day, how to convert an extra pawn in chess, and he gave some great advice, none of which I can remember now, but I'm sure at the time it was great. But yeah, it's quite hard. It's a difficult subject. I thought that's a difficult subject to tackle, actually. It's not obvious like how you actually. It's quite a specific topic. But in general, how do you convert extra material? You don't want to go into defensive mode. Just keep fighting for the initiative is maybe one piece of advice you would say.
I mean, if you were black here, would you play bishop C3 or bishop A3?
Yeah, good question. I'd probably, your bishop A3 move is actually probably reasonable, just to relocate the bishop there, even though you're clearly not in a great spot.
The problem is you're just accepting that you're not going to win the pawn back, aren't you?
Yeah.
Bishop C3 keeps some hope for winning the pawn back.
In general, White wants to reroute the knight, because you mentioned before, knight on B4 is not great. If I reroute the knight, there's a situation where black could just collapse very quickly. I'll bring the knight maybe to C4 eventually. You might have to play a move like B5, which is also weakening because it weakens A6. It's tough. It's already a tough defense for black. I think, by the way, Amit Garci is starting to get a better position against Bodhana, so maybe he's slightly outplaying her. Obviously made a slight inaccuracy. We go back to this position, seemed to be dead equal, but here she made maybe not the most accurate move. And okay, I mean, even after the moves he played, it's hard to believe that White has anything special. But I'm not sure. What do you think about? I mean, apparently this is not the best move. But
I mean, the only downside, it takes away the E4 square from the knight, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that allows rook C3 or something. Or yeah, I think that's the problem with bishop E4.
Yeah. So not sure what she should have done instead. Maybe just a waiting move like H6 might have been potentially the best. Or H5, yeah.
Yeah, just some slow move.
Yeah, so it's not really terminal for Bodhana, but that's actually a little bit inaccurate, because after this move, which Amit is thinking here, he's kind of hunched over the board, and Bodhana's got a typical pose like that. He's also another one who does the zeroing in policy. Amit doesn't tend to do that a lot. Yeah, I think if he goes rook c3, he'll start to become confident of winning, I reckon.
Well, it's a bit early to say he's winning, but yeah, I think he will play rook c3. I mean, he seems to be looking at it.
It's quite a serious inaccuracy, though, by Bodhana would say, because maybe he underestimated the idea. Again, it comes back to inexperience, I would say. You know, that you've got this position a little bit locked down, and you're playing a move which seems to me to be, I don't quite understand the point of that move. I think he wanted to maybe combine ideas of knight c2. But if you go there and then white goes knight c2, black goes knight c2, just drop that pawn.
Yeah, I think she just probably forgot that she needs knight e4
Yeah.
against rook c3.
Yeah, and you know, but Bodhana's a great defender. I mean, she's a great defender. By the way, I think it's, yeah, still Amit's a move. Do you think he'll find rook c3? Or have I just asked you that question?
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah. Okay, rook c3 potentially coming in here.
I mean, he could also play bishop c7 first and then rook c3.
Yeah, but does that make much difference? Doesn't make much difference.
Not really, no.
It was a kind of unnecessary move, but what does black do after this move? Because it doesn't seem... The problem is if you take, that just really improves white's position. Because this structure is suddenly very, very solid. And you've taken away a very good square for the knight. You know, we mentioned earlier with Bodhana's great a5 move. You're getting that great square, but it seems to be removed forever. So white can now... One of the top moves by the engine is h4. And one of the things I noticed with the h-pawn, computers love h-pawn pushes, Nick, is it tends to be more effective when the centre's stable, when there's no pressure on the centre. So here, black has no pressure on the centre. White's centre, very, very stable. One of the attractions this opening for white is you get this very stable centre.
So you've noticed computers like pushing the h-pawn.
Yeah, but particularly, it works in situations where the centre's stable.
So they've been programmed by Simon, have they?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but another thing I've noticed is that human players tend to play them often in the wrong positions. So we tend to like get inspired by computers, but we're not able to imitate them quite as well.
I mean, I don't think Bodhana can really take that rook. She'd need to find another move, wouldn't she? Because this is just long-term advantage for white. So I don't know if
what's
there's
her
another
other
move.
What's a useful move though? I mean, but you're just going to put the rook on c1 and the other rook on c1 and increase the pressure. This is a bit grim for black.
Yeah, you could take the knight, couldn't you? You could play bishop takes knight and then rook c6. And just accept that you haven't got the bishop pair, but you're not allowing them to.
Maybe that was her idea. I mean, surely that must have been her idea when she put the bishop, just to exchange some pieces and say, look, we get this position. It's not great, but it's also not that bad. And it's true, you know, it's not that bad for black.
I mean, I'd rather have this than taking on c3.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. At least it's some kind of progress within the position for black, even if it's maybe not great progress. Position's changed. Okay, so this game is still quite steady for both sides. By the way, Bazakusta, this game is still developing very, very... That's what I said before. The computer might prefer prefer black, but the human versus human game is extremely sharp.
So Mickey's trying to go for some kind of attack, is he? Knight g5.
He's going for it. And I said to you before, I think he'll win this game because, the computer didn't like that move, but I think it's not really that relevant. He's got a great record in English. And admittedly, I think if you're the rest of the players in the tournament, like a Shreyas, like a Luke Michel, you don't want to see Mickey win this game, right? You'd rather see it being a draw or Bazakusta winning. You know what I mean? You're looking at when you're playing these tournaments, you're looking at it's like if you're a golfer, you're looking at Scotty Scheffler. Like where's he or Rory McIlroy, right?
Yeah.
You know, or if you're a tennis player, you're looking at the results of Yannick Sinner.
I mean, I think with someone like Mickey, I mean, for example, we looked at 2024 British, he lost out because he drew loads of games, and that's probably how he could be beaten. It's just he might draw a lot of games.
But he's going for it here. He's like, well, I'm a better player than Bazakusta, so I'm going to try and beat him. knight g5. But why is knight g5? Why does it hate knight g5? I guess
What about king h2?
that's what I was thinking. But maybe black's idea is to try and put the knight on f6 and threaten to take on g4. So, you know, I do give this advice, which Mickey seems to be, maybe he's listening to my commentary, that you put your pieces close to your opponent's king. But actually, now I think about it, knight f6 is a big blunder because white's got a big threat here.
I mean, the queen might get trapped if you're not careful.
So I think you probably need to throw that move in first. Now, you can't take with the h pawn because it's a legal move, so you have to take with the f pawn. Now I go knight f6. I'm actually threatening.
And then maybe now knight g3.
We could get this on the game, yeah. But how does black make progress from here? So I would have guessed that both players would have maybe analysed this. I certainly think Mickey would have considered this possibility. It's ironic, we were talking about the knight into f5, now suddenly white could potentially bring the other knight into f5. d5 is not a great move.
But I think when he played knight e2, was hoping to get that knight to f5, wasn't he? But he didn't really get it there. Now maybe he can.
Now maybe he can, yeah. Maybe some move like knight here is playable. That's also bad. I'm not sure actually what you should play here. Yeah, you have to play patiently. It looks quite promising for white. So yeah, apparently king h2 is
queen
a good. Queen
d2
d2 is also not bad. This
I mean, so let's look at that queen d2 after knight h3.
Sure, yeah. Well, let's think about it before we move the piece. So why? Oh, I think the idea is
you somehow trapping the queen, taken
maybe some rook f2.
Rook f2, but he's quite far from trapping the queen now, aren't you?
But if you let's say queen d2, knight takes h3, bishop takes h3. I always say to students, analyze without moving the pieces. Queen takes h3, rook f2, and if h takes g4, rook h2, queen f3, rook f1.
Yeah, and the queen's trapped.
Queen's trapped. So that line would work out well for white, I think.
So I mean, black couldn't take on g4, but yeah, this is actually a tricky variation.
Yeah. So you have to play f6, which you probably see.
I mean, if he finds queen d2,
yeah,
and that's a very impressive move. If he finds queen d2,
but still very much in the balance.
yeah,
right?
Mickey wouldn't fall for that, would he?
No chance. That's why he hasn't lost since 1978 or whatever it is. The last time he won, sorry, the last time he lost a game was
1987.
1987, the same year that Pat Cash won Wimbledon. It's quite scary to think that. I think 87 was also what happened in 87? Ben Johnson won the World Championships 100 meters, recording 9.83 to break the world record, which he later broke in Seoul with 9.79 before failing a drugs test. So we're going back to the Ben Johnson and, you know, Pat Cash, Boris Becker era. That's how far back it was.
Very long way back.
You know, who was doing well in football around about 80? I think Liverpool were like winning the league around about like late 80s, weren't they? 88 maybe.
Probably.
Okay, so right, so this game is very much in the balance. Very, very tense situation. Yi Chen, by the way, not much happening there. Ami, Marcus Harvey, really big advantage here.
Yeah, he's kind of kept that advantage, hasn't he? The light square bishop's not got much scope, has it, for black?
Yeah, I mean, this actually, like, you know, I was going about Leela. This is Leela strategy here because that bishop, you know, often limits your pieces. So your extra piece is bad. But here, black's piece is not an extra piece, but the bishop there is not a great piece, and white has very mobile centre. But could you not just go? Oh,
Wow, Queen g5. Doesn't Queen g5 win the bishop?
Yeah, it's a terrible blunder.
Has he just blundered the bishop?
Pressure.
What happens after Queen g5?
Well, you basically resign the game.
Oh my goodness! I mean, that's a huge blunder.
h5, h3. I mean,
He just overlooked it.
He's under pressure. He's nervous, and so
let's look at Marcus Harvey's reaction when he comes to the board.
Yeah, I want to see him just do a Kasparov, like.
But they always do this thing where they just look at you.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's
looking down. He
looks puzzled.
He's a bit puzzled.
He looks
knows
very
straight
puzzled.
away what's going on.
And Jan has got his head in his hand.
Look at it.
He's in shock.
No,
he's just
He's seen it straight away. I mean, Marcus seen it straight away.
he can't contain himself. There's no poker face here.
He's looking at his opponent now.
Yeah.
What have you done?
Yeah, Marcus Harvey is going to win a British. There's only 3 possible winners: Bod Hannah, Luke McShane, and Marcus Harvey. In my opinion.
Every time somebody wins a game, you say they're going to win a British.
Even H3 is tremendous, but of course Queen G5
Queen
is a
G5
human
just
move.
wins.
How long? He's actually played it already. He
Well,
didn't even waste any time, because I would like triple check everything.
Yeah, I would check because I just think it's pretty much game over.
But he's so confident. Marcus, one of the advantages I think Marcus has is he's quite a confident person. You know, you could almost say cocky, but not in a not in an arrogant way. But he's pretty confident. And Queen G5 is a great move.
I mean, to be honest, it's not been a great game by Jan, has it?
It's a very poor game. I think it's just his lack of experience of playing. You know, you're on a demo board, you're on a big boys board. He's not used to this pressure. This is shown in this game. And now he looks despondent. He knows it's over. I mean, he could resign here. I think he will. Do you think he'll carry on for a few moves? Or do you
He
think
might do a couple more moves, I think.
I think so, but I think he'll either resign here, or I think he won't last much longer this game.
But yeah, maybe it's just the pressure of playing up on
I think so. That's what,
the big boards against a good player.
Yeah, 100%. Somebody said 1987, Everton won the English Premier League.
Wow.
Right,
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Then.
Was it Andy? Who was the guy the Sky Sports presenter? Andy. Sorry. Andy Gray. I think was he playing for Everton in that period? Yeah, that rings a bell.
Someone said Richard's got an interesting game. Should we quick look at Richard's game?
Yeah. Or should we stick with this just for a couple?
Or are you waiting for the resignation? Are you?
Wow. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll leave it on the
We'll leave
camera.
it on the camera. Okay, let's go. Yeah. And, well, basically, the last move, Black played a terrible blunder. He was under pressure. He had a worse position. Now, I'm not quite sure why he even went rook d8. Like, what's the actual logic behind that move? Oh, to go d3. Right. Yeah. Okay, that makes some sense in that. He's trying to create counterplay. But it's just a very bad move. But this is also quite bad. So your natural move to save the bishop is running into this, and you're in trouble. Like f6 is huge. You end up losing material anyway. So it's actually, I think he was under pressure. When you're under pressure, mistakes happen.
I mean, he might have played h6. h6 would only stop Queen G5, but yeah, I mean,
Now,
he's missed the idea.
We were
completely.
talking about Michael Adams. Why has he not lost since 1987? In his book, actually, Think Like a Super Grandmaster, he talks about this falsifying technique. So you identify a candidate move, and then you try to see what's wrong with it. Now, when Jan played rook d8, if he'd have thought about rook d8, if he'd try to falsify that move and try to see what's wrong with it, he would have immediately seen Queen G5. So maybe that's the technique that he needs to work on in the future, because obviously now the game's over. We're expecting Marcus to win very quickly. That game will be over fairly quickly, I would imagine. Obviously, nothing's certain in life, but Peter Robeson's looking good. Obviously, there's Freddie Gordon game very much in. Richard Pert, tremendous position here, completely winning, and he's playing quickly and confidently as well. Some of the big boys like Richard Pert, Marcus Harvey, you know, from last year, were playing well last year. Peter Robeson, they're starting to look good now in this round. Maybe the cream is rising to the top.
I guess the white rook hasn't got that many squares, has it?
Jan has played on, by the way.
Both rooks are in trouble in that game.
This just looks despondent. I mean, you basically, your material balance is black has 2 pieces for a rook, which isn't too bad, but the problem is
Queen E8 is a threat, I guess.
Queen E8 and Bishop E6 is well, Bishop E6 you can move to B7, so you're right.
There might be other moves, King G8, maybe.
King G8 also possible, yeah. Bishop takes G6 by Jack. Jack is like the world's scariest tactician. But I think in this particular scenario, maybe it doesn't quite
Trying to
work.
get some kind of back rank stuff. Maybe you take the queen and play Bishop E60 or.
You could also go Bishop G4.
Oh,
maybe.
actually, not Bishop E6 because Rook E7 is slightly annoying. Yeah, bishop g4 is better.
So the best I can probably do here is do something like this, but this is just. I mean, this wouldn't be so bad for black were it not for the pawn on a2. If I go bishop f5, take. Well, I've got to be careful about rook c6. Actually.
I think this is straightforward, isn't it? If you get this for black.
This is pretty much the best. Louis Shane is honing in on a win. This is totally winning for white. It's a great win for Luke McShane.
That's a good call for you, for me, Luke McShane.
I can't see past him winning this year, Nick. I just feel like shaky game on board one, that's really up his street. If that game ends in a draw, I just think he'll come good at the end. Could be like Luke McShane winning with something like 7.5 out of 9, or winning with a playoff.
I think a lot of these players now who are just slightly behind the pace, they're all...
they're hoping for some of the draw, at least one of the game. Also, they're hoping... Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but they're hoping for at least one of the top 2 boards to be a draw. You don't want to be... You can see people get 4 or get 5, and you can't control the narrative. Luke McShane is certainly winning. So this position, the problem is the rook is just not as strong as the bishop pair here. Now, if you play me like c5... Just bring the bishop in.
I mean, Max Turner's quite a good player, but Luke McShane's made him look quite weak in this game, hasn't he? So
very much so.
Very impressive.
Very much so. Very, very, very good game. And yeah, he could potentially, Luke could be playing black against Richard in the next round because they'll both be on the same score. And they're both, you know, that's the colours that they're due. What about Sam Chow against Peter Roberson?
He's still suffering a bit with his pawn on e4, isn't he? But
yeah, obviously,
it's not too bad.
You've got to be careful now. There is a threat of rook d1. I think I've left my rook. I might have even been against Jack Rudd once. Didn't I blunder a rook against you once, Jack? In a tournament in Coulsdon. It was so long ago, probably neither of us can remember it.
Knight c2 is probably the obvious move, isn't it?
Ah, okay. It wasn't a rook. Where is the commentary room? Somebody asked. Yeah, that's a good question. We're like the BBC in the World Cup. We're just nowhere near the actual action, right? Yeah, we're filming from Salford. No, it's actually in the Warwick Arts Centre. So we're not actually in the main. The main British is in the Roots building. It's all on the Warwick University campus, but we're in the Warwick Arts Centre, which is just across. So it's like a 2-minute walk from the Roots building.
Yeah, it's called the Studio.
Yeah.
Look out for the Studio.
Someone's playing piano in the other. I think that might be a kid called Alex. He's a bit of a piano expert. Maybe they're getting bored of our commentary. They just think... AI suggests Mickey hasn't lost a classical game at the British since 1988. Yeah, we were talking about this.
Plaskett. I said it wasn't 1987. Maybe it's 1988. There's twice in 1988. So Plaskett and Beaumont.
I did say Plaskett, didn't I? I mentioned Plaskett might have been one of the people that won. Yeah, Plaskett's always a dangerous attacking player. Chris Beaumont he lost to. Yeah, I've lost to Chris Beaumont. Chris Beaumont's lovely guys from the Bristol area. I think.
How old was Mickey in 1988?
I think he would have been about 17.
17 years old, okay. Still, it's probably quite surprising he lost.
Yeah.
Chris Beaumont, I guess.
Well, he'd already been British champion by then.
Yeah.
So I think he won the British Championships in 87, probably the year before. So this game is very much in a balance, by the way. We've got some more. Have we got some more moves? Or
He's
no, White's
King
still
H2.
thinking.
He missed Queen D2.
Queen D2 is better, but still not much difference. This is quite sharp now. What do you think Black will play now, Nick?
I mean, maybe you'll think about taking on G4, otherwise his queen might get trapped.
I think so, yeah.
This bishop F2 is a threat.
I mean, do you think he might maybe consider playing that move, but probably doesn't look right. Some moves just don't feel right. It feels like you don't really want to play this move because it opens up the F file, but it's not too bad. Could you move the rook to E8? I wanted to move the rook to E6.
Probably White just plays the same knight G3 plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is slightly unpleasant for Black, to be honest. Even though the computer valuation is not too bad for Black. Because the problem is you're meeting all the threats. If you go here, right, just go here, and it's actually quite easy to meet your threats. Okay, we've had some more moves. He has taken on G4, so now it's back to move. Knight E6 actually a very solid move for black.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey has got a bit of a time advantage. I still think a draw is a favourite result here. What do you think?
Yes, yes. So, well, no, I think you're obsessed with these draws, aren't you? Draws are best. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see why. How is this a draw? Like, this is just like really
Still
tense.
quite a solid position.
Can black get a rook to the h file by going king h7, rook h8, and then king back?
The problem is you have to be very careful because if you go king here now, so who's moving?
You both have to take the pawn first. So he's taking the pawn, isn't he?
Oh, he could play this now, yeah. It's just very slow. So maybe white would first attack the knight. Now, if you play me like that, maybe I'm just going here, and when you go here, I mean, you know, it's not ridiculous, but knight f5. Maybe I just attack with a rook. Also, probably got other moves here. I could also think about bishop f2. Sorry? Rook f5 is a very nice suggestion by one of our... Yeah, great suggestion. The point is, if you take with a knight. Great spot.
Yeah, nice idea.
I think we've been in the commentary booth too long. We're incapable of finding moves like rook f5 now. But yeah, it feels like a little bit of pressure there for white, I feel like, without much risk now. So he's actually, even though he hasn't played the best moves earlier, and Mickey had a chance to be better, what do you think? I mean, it feels like white's starting to get back on top, I would say.
But I think Mickey just has to be a bit more, be quite accurate here, doesn't he? Find a couple of good moves to equalise.
Okay, it was still in a balance. And then Shreyas is, by the way, Amit Gartzi, did he find that move with rook c? He did find rook c3.
Okay, then bishop f5. So she's probably just admitting her mistake, really. So he went bishop c7 first.
Right, so he didn't need to. He could have just gone slightly
Yeah.
inaccurate.
So then bishop f5. Now she's got the idea of playing knight e4. Yeah, perhaps this is not the maybe bishop c7 first was not the best way to go.
Yeah, because you're denying the square for the rook. Could you go here?
But
No, that's a bad move.
Maybe then there's knight e4 is there, or is that something better?
Might be something, yeah, strong for black, knight e4. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem.
So how do you prevent knight e4?
I don't know, knight d2. I mean, you don't really want to play that move, but yeah, knight e4 is going to be a problem.
Yeah, Bodhana's doing a good job in this game. It's mainly a slight inaccuracy, you know, obviously.
I think
These guys aren't superhuman, right? They're going to make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be like really precise to get the advantage, didn't he?
And bishop c7 just wasn't maybe it. It still says he's slightly better, but the only way to be better is to find this move g4. But in fact, then the computer valuation drops. So this good position actually could change in black's favour. Because it's saying now, the reason why black's better is you hit the knight. Oh, where's the knight go? Now it can go here with the idea that if you take, a5 is going to be on priest, but then you go here, strengthening move.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. You always want to put a piece on c6, don't you? Because if they take it, you take back with the pawn, and then suddenly your position is much better.
Yeah, and the bishop on c7 is starting to look a bit silly in this kind of position. So it's sort of position where, you know, if I was white in this position, Nick, I'll be slightly concerned that it could start to turn. If I make next couple of moves, I make like not the best moves, I could end up in a worse situation. Like it's at the moment it's given as equal, but I think it's like this position a little bit easier to play for black. And Bodhana's really putting in that pressure. You know, she's playing incredibly accurate, 98.5. Both players 98.5.
I think just one mistake was his bishop e4 move. But I mean, could we quickly just see if Amit had played rook c3 straight away instead of bishop c7?
This is
and
the
then
massive question.
if Bodhana So after not bishop c7, you take back one more move.
Sure.
So rook c3. If Bertana played bishop f5 anyway, after rook c3, maybe we can see what the key difference is here. If Bertana plays bishop f5 here,
Yeah, now
Rook-
you go
rook
here. Now
c1.
knight e4, say, for example.
and yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I go rook
d7.
c7.
So
And I
you
maintain the
need it.
pressure.
Yeah, you need that c7 square for your rook.
Yeah.
That's the main point.
And I can't try bishop d7 because the point is that because the bishop's on f4 instead of c7, I'm defending c1. So it often comes down to tiny details, these kind of close games, right? And I think Bodhana's gone favourite again. And Amit's down on the clock. He's up against a women's blitz champion who won that title, an incredible, he's only 10 when she won it, which is scary. Like the top woman for blitz in the whole country at the age of 10 is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, she's an incredible talent for sure. I mean, she's going to be, champion in the future, possibly the best woman in the world.
But I think she's got more ambition than that. I mean, I think, to say that she just wants to be, women's champion is limiting her options. I think she genuinely feels that she can be one of the top players, full stop.
But,
is that a fair call?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, she's going to be incredibly strong. But, I still think a draw is very likely in this game. Should we?
I don't think so. I think Amit's going down. But then I'm biased. My bias is basic. I'm not supposed to be biased to commentate. My bias is Bod, Hannah, Marcus, Harvey, Luke. There's probably other people I'm biased towards as well. If you buy me a drink, I'll be biased. Marcus Harvey's back to win, by the way. Simon Williams is very tense. By the way, Peter Robeson's gone a bit wrong. He seems to have lost some of his advantage. Simon Williams' game is extremely tense, but I think Freddie's doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game we thought was always going to be quite double-edged. You actually thought Freddie might win this game, didn't you?
Yeah. And the reason, I just feel that he plays more than Simon now, and Simon was struggling against juniors in Sussex, but much weaker juniors than Freddie. I played Freddie recently, very, very strong, but obviously Simon's a very good player. I mean, to be honest, it's hard to say with Simon. It's hard to tell how good he is now because he doesn't play that much.
But he hasn't got his sort of usual attack. That's when he's really at his best. He's got some sort of attacking position.
Yeah.
So, Freddie's done quite a good job of making it positional.
This is a great move, by the way, 97, because you're coming into F5, you're coming into G6. It's not... I mean, to be honest, this position is fine for White. I mean, I feel like Simon would be happy with a draw day from here, Nick. Like this position feels like Black's increasing the pressure with a knight on E4. No obvious problems for White, but at the same time, no real way to increase the pressure, I would say.
But do you think he'd go for a draw, or do you think he'd just play on probably, won't he?
Freddie wouldn't take a draw. Freddie's sort of player that just wouldn't... He'd find that draw for bizarre. And I think Simon would as well. So I don't see this game ending in a quick draw. Now it could peter out to a draw, but what do you play? I'd be tempted to move like rook here, maybe with the idea of trading. Apparently, it's not a very good move. Could you get away with knight e5?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Black would trade rooks here.
And I'll take back the queen.
And rook c8.
And then I'll go queen e2.
Yeah, when there's something like this might happen.
And then maybe I'm ready with f3 or something. And if you ever go f6...
Yeah, that's a sort of double-edged move, isn't it?
So Black's fine, White's fine. Again, very tense situation. Any games that we should be focusing on right at this moment? I think we should have another look at the Michael Adams game because apparently f6 was a mistake. So we're getting a lot of mistakes in this game. Do you think Michael Adams maybe is suffering a bit from fatigue because he's already played 3 tough games and obviously he's a bit older now? I think it's difficult for senior players to play games after games against younger players where you don't have a rest day. I think they should have more rest days in chess, to be honest.
I mean, he didn't have a great tournament before this, did he, at the Wood Green Invitational? But, I don't know. I think after f6, maybe part of his idea is to play this king f7 and...
Yeah, he's going for it. I mean, I do think that, you
Could be
know,
a bit
again,
slow.
computers don't, you know, they often give mistakes to moves that look like human moves, you know, like F6, like you say, it's a human plan to go King F7.
What
So maybe
about-
don't read too much into F6 as being potentially a mistake.
What about knight G3 though? I've also got this idea. I don't know if it's any good. Of potentially playing knight H5 and trying to trap your queen after knight G3.
Wow.
I don't know if that's being too optimistic, but you used to be careful about that.
I think there is bishop H5, bishop F2, bishop G4 though, right?
Yeah, with bishop H5, maybe you maybe take back.
Right. But if I go King F7, knight H5, rook
Or
H,
king F7 first. Yeah, I'm not
knight
sure.
H5 I take. You're taking with a pawn, then I go rook H8.
Yeah, maybe we're not quite in time to.
So, yeah,
even-
Mickey is being tricky with his King F7 move.
Yeah, but I'm still not sure about this for black.
Yeah. Somebody said, Cruzy Lee says, he's going down Thursday for the weekender. Surely he'll be going up. Don't you live in London, Lee? How are you going down from London to Warwick? How is it Thursday, a weekender as well? That's a bit of a strange one.
They're just getting here early for the weekender.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good point. So King F7. So if we're looking at the board now, as it stands, Mickey's kind of frozen. He's thinking about the move. I think it's his move, right?
Did White play knight G3? I
No,
played Queen
he's
E1.
played a terrible
Wow.
move. Queen E1. White was a lot better.
That fear factor. I'm just surprised. It feels like knight G has so many more options. Oh my
I mean, it's
goodness.
just solid enough. Again, you know, you're making a mistake, but it's a computer. So it still says White's better.
He's respecting Mickey too much, so I think knight G3, black has to be a bit careful.
He has traded.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. He's playing too cautiously against Mickey, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, like you say, fear factor. He's
too much
worried about this
respect.
playing King F7. But I think from a human perspective, with the open H file, I think that is a natural human response to be worried about the Queen on H4, creating pressure on the H file. But the question is, like,
Yeah,
what
Queen D2 is just
Queen
very strong.
D2 and, you know, what is your actual attack? Like, computer hates it for black.
Yeah, I think the Queen trade really, reduces White's initiative, doesn't it?
But if I go there, I mean, how clear is it that you beat off the attack? Or is it just very bad? I mean, again, you know, it's easy when you're analysing with an engine, but from a human perspective, you'd still be a little bit concerned here as White because you think, well, black's going to go rook H8. You know, I've just played devil's advocate here. I agree with you that it's probably not a very good decision, but yeah, okay, so probably wasn't great. He's gone Queen E1, but it is what it is, right?
But in that variation, the white pawn structure would have been improved, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think maybe White's also playing a bit safety first. That they're both playing safety first, really.
Yeah, so maybe comes back. You're almost like a mind reader. You can read these people's minds with their draws, right?
They're both getting ready to halve out.
Yeah. Do you think he'll offer a draw? Do you think Mickey would? Well, he's taken. He hasn't offered a draw, has he? So.
Does Mickey generally offer draws? He just takes them when they get offered.
Oh, I've seen him offer draws. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen him offer draws.
Yeah, I think this one could be. I think Mickey would take a draw though, wouldn't he?
From this position, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
What? Wow. So basically, what happened, guys? Mickey took on E1, and Bazakusa shockingly played Rook AD1, mouse slip, and now. Shockingly, rather than taking on E2, which is the easiest way to win, he's actually given up the queen. Giving him, yeah, okay. That didn't happen, by the way, guys. That's a transmission error. Oh dear, it seems to still be stuck on this bad. Okay, that did not happen. So I think we need to move away from this game until they figure the board out. But apparently, the current position is about equal. By the way, Shreyas Roll. Oh wow, Amy, come on, Budhana, come on, Buds, come on.
You think Bodhana's got the advantage?
Yeah, but I don't know. It's not so clear, right? This year.
So we asked how long till Bodhana becomes British champion. I think this year is maybe a bit soon. I can see it happening in 2 years.
It's hard to say.
Same with
He might
Super
never
Shit.
become British champion. I mean, who knows? You know, I mean, you can't. I mean, you would say that there's a lot of players, obviously older players like Amy and Marcus Harvey, who, you know, although they're very good, a little bit like me, you know, They've never won it. They might never win it. Whereas with someone like Bodhana, you'd probably be surprised, or Supertit would also fall in that category, and Shreyas. You'd be surprised if they never won it, right? It's probably fair to say.
Yeah.
Whereas there's a lot of good players who might never win the British.
Yeah, I think players like Ami and Marcus Harvey, they're gonna, if they got an opportunity this year, they're gonna go for it, aren't they?
Okay, so Bishop E5 was played by Ami. Why is that a mistake, Nick? I guess because of 94, right?
Yeah, it looks like 94 is the most natural move. Unless you can go Rook C6 yourself, can you?
But I don't really see what's wrong with that move. Just attacks the rook. Very
Yeah,
natural
it's a
move.
good move as well.
Point is that knight and b4 is now good because it's preventing the white queen. So the reason why white might be even worse here is because that, the position is a little bit passive for white.
Yes, if white played Rook C1 here, let's say.
This rook into c1.
We're just trying to find, that's it,
Yeah.
Trying to find a move.
Sure. Yeah, it's still not. I mean, like you say, it could very well end in a draw. Although Bodhana seems to have a nice position. He's playing against. By the way, Ami is a great defender. Like, he's very resourceful. So even if he gets into a bad position, doesn't really matter because he's so good at blitz and he's so good at tactics.
Yeah, should we take a look at one of the other games?
Yeah,
maybe
what about
maybe
Shreyas?
some of
Shreyas
the-
is really playing a great game so far, I would say. Putting the pressure on Supertit. You think Supertit may be a little bit intimidated playing against Shreyas, or do you think it's not somebody who gets easily
I
intimidated?
don't think Super Tit seemed to get that intimidated. Do you? Doesn't have that kind of personality.
Nah.
I mean, it's worth noting here that Black, I don't think Black can play Bishop takes D4. If Black plays Bishop takes D4 here,
Yeah.
I think, which looks like it wins the pawn back because you can't take the bishop on account of Queen takes Queen.
A4.
I think A4 is just winning for White, isn't it?
Very easy move to miss, like into bets. So, who do you think the better prospect is? We've had this debate in British chess for a while. Bodhana or Supertit?
Yeah, it's a hard call. They're both very good, aren't they?
I think Bodhana I'd bet on, but it's not
Super
much in
Tit
it.
is very strong as well. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, what about what can Black play here then?
Maybe G6, like, no, that's a bad move. He's already under a lot of pressure, actually. Engine's showing big pressure for White, big advantage for White. Yeah, one plan. If you don't do anything, I'm just going to improve my position. G3, Queen F3.
Maybe start pushing the D pawn.
He's doing everything right in this game, Shreyas. He's doing everything right. And the Supertit looks like a little bit under pressure. What's he playing? He's got good instincts, Supertit, maybe, And again, we said like a good defender with Ami, and Supertit is also a very good defender. Very good tactically. So this game is far from done.
Yeah, so I think
Shreyas looks very calm though. He looks very
he's probably quite happy
in
with the
control.
position.
He's confident, quietly confident.
And maybe he's just comfortable in this kind of position. I mean, the game where he lost control a bit was winning against Andy Ledger, where it was quite a mess. I don't know if he just prefers the more solid positions.
I've noticed that with Supertit. He'd often hover his hand, but I don't think that's necessarily a sign of anxiety. It's just something that he does.
Double checking. It's like he's about to play A5.
Maybe.
A5 with the idea Bishop takes D4.
Yeah, makes sense. Clever. But can't you just move the Queen F3? Then what?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to defend against that.
Yeah, I think this is going to not end well for Supertit. It just feels like he's been outplayed in this game, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Shreyas is quite happy with this game. Should we take a look at one of the other ones?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Marcus Harvey, that's pretty much done deal. He's piece up. He's up +5. We saw that blunder earlier with laying Queen G5, so he's taking advantage of that.
Is there Rook D3? Is that? Oh, no, not.
Oh yeah, come back to this. What was the game? So it was Marcus Harvey, yeah. Oh, can you take that? That's really
Yeah, Rook D3.
wow, great move. Yeah, he'll find that, Marcus. Because also,
think
if you
so.
go Queen B2, I can even just move the rook back, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Just go here and, you know, I mean, it's probably stronger moves, but it's nice to have a backup variation that's fairly safe. You know, computer would just like something else, but backup moves, great moves. So that game is pretty much done, I would say. Richard Pert, yeah, huge. Yeah, we
This is the
mentioned this
ending.
earlier.
Yeah.
This looks over. What's your take on A2?
I guess White will try rook d2 here, but even so, looks very bad.
Yeah, you're very limited in what you can do there. There's pawn on A3. You know, often that's one of the things about marching your A pawn up the board. Okay, he didn't get there by... He got there by a slightly weird route because the pawn went to B4 and then captured on A3. But when you get a pawn on A3, it's very strong for the endgame. And yeah, White's very limited. I mean, you could just improve your king here or try and improve your rook.
Yeah, I think it should be a win for black.
A4 might also be a move. Okay, so that's definitely going to be a win for black, I think. By the way, Mark Hebden is winning. Very interesting. We left it around about here. Oh, sorry, no, we haven't actually looked at this game at all, I should say. I'm starting to go slightly doolally. By the way, I saw a massive spider in my room earlier. Don't know. I never have a British chess champ. All right, John Ems is in the audience. How are you doing, John? Yeah, yeah, I'm doing all right, John. Yeah, but I was just every British chess championship commentary, I always talk about. You know, there's always a massive spider in my room, right? I woke up at 5:58 in the morning. There was a massive spider in the room because we're staying in this kind of countryside area.
We're just in the halls of residence, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. But fortunately, the cleaners got rid of it for me, so I should be able to retire there later after the commentary. But in this position, we've got this Torre attack.
Yeah, bishop d7 looks a little bit passive, I guess.
Yeah, I don't understand that move. In fact, I was analysing the game with a student the other day, and they played something like this. And I said to them, why don't you challenge the centre with bishop d6? Because that controls the square. Bishop d7 feels a bit pointless. And also taking there, it sort of allows this kind of control of the e-file by white. g5 I don't like at all. You know, something I mentioned yesterday, Nick, that, you know, it's a transformation in understanding that we're supposed to now advance our pawns on the king side because computers somehow do it. But when I was young, I was taught that these are weakening moves. To me, this feels like weakening without really getting anything in return.
There seems to be a lot of the younger players are playing these g5 moves, aren't they? We had it yesterday in the game, Bazo Kuska game.
Sure.
Where his opponent played g5.
Well, he doesn't hate it here, actually. He doesn't hate it. I mean, maybe knight h5 is a move. That's what he played, yeah. Makes a lot of sense. He took. But of course, this kind of position is a little bit difficult to, I would say easier to play for white because he's got a safer king and they've got a plan of attacking on the king side. It's fine for black, but it's a little bit difficult to handle. Bishop d6, very sensible. And queen f6 it hated. Why didn't he, so what should he have done instead? Maybe f5 was a move.
I mean, you can white with a pawn, probably not.
I mean, you could take, but that allows queen g4, but there is queen g5. So maybe taking was better. Because if you take back, then I can maybe swoop in with a queen. Hit that pawn, maybe ready to go king h8. Queen f6 didn't look too bad, looked kind of natural. Queen h5, very typical Mark Hebden attacking move, very natural attacking player. Very dangerous attacking player. Knight f3 was a bad move. Maybe rook f1 was an improvement, Nick.
Well, your queen's in line with their bishop, so
I
don't know if you need to do something
gotta
about
be
that.
slightly careful. Maybe, yeah. So
I'm not quite sure what
maybe
you'd play
some
here.
move like queen g4. Queen g4
Yeah,
is the
queen
top
g4
move.
is the
Yeah.
best move, yeah.
Kind of obvious.
Yeah, stops them moving the f pawn, doesn't it?
Yeah, so if they do this now, then, well, this is very weak here, and in fact, you've got to be careful about bishop d7, but you could probably just go knight f3.
No, you can do it because you can play rook takes rook and then rook g6. So rook takes e6, bishop d7, rook takes rook, and they take your queen, rook g6.
Okay, so that didn't happen in the game anyway, so basically, knight f3 was a great not a great move actually, because it allowed counterplay for black. And here he should definitely get rid of the queen. You know, we saw that in the Mickey Adams game. And once the queens are exchanged, a lot of the danger's gone out of the position. You know, if I was playing Mark Hebden, I'm always worried about his attacking skills. So I would 100% get rid of that queen.
I think the key move is after e takes f6. If you just go back a second, after bishop takes queen, pawn takes g7. The key move here is rook f6, isn't it?
Defends that, and then now you're ready to take the pawn.
later.
Yeah. And how much time did he spend on that, actually, interestingly enough? Or maybe he was already in time pressure. I mean, it's the other thing about Mark. He does tend to play very quickly and confidently, which puts you under pressure on the clock. And that's kind of what's happening in this game. Obviously, Livio is known to be a great bullet player, but playing when you're, bullet, you're playing one against one. Both players start with the same amount of time. In blitz chess, in classical chess, when you're a long way behind on the clock, it's a different scenario. And okay, this ends up being a very, very poor position. Great move g4, and
yeah, it's a nice attack now. Nice attack
this
from Mark.
is a very, very easy win. It's actually a very impressive game by Mark Hebden.
He just maybe had that one miss, didn't he, where he allowed black to move the f pawn. But apart from that, it's been a good game.
But again, I think also experience comes into play. He's played his Torre attack many, many times. His opponent is not as experienced in these kind of positions, and he's used that very well in this game, I would say. So great game by Mark Hebden. Without moving back into contention, I guess he would get to 3 out of 4, which, easy to forget, would be the same score as, say, Luke Shane. Potentially, we think he's going to win, and Richard Pert. So
I mean, he might only be half point off the lead if the top games are drawn.
Yeah, well, you called Yi Chen Han. That was a very good call. By the way, I think, are you willing to stay on for a little bit, or do you want to have a break as well? Because I think
Sure, we could take a break for a few minutes.
we
if you
could
like.
take a break. Yeah, are we ready to take a break? Yeah, we might go on a break, guys. Yeah, another break. We have more breaks than Kit Kat.
Welcome to the 112th British Chess Championships, the latest chapter of this incredible tradition dating back to 1904. For more than 120 years, this tournament has been at the very heart of British chess, crowning generations of the country's best players. This year, the spotlight is once again on Michael Adams, who is just one victory away from getting to his 10th title and equaling the all-time record by Jonathan Penrose. I'd like to wish the very best of luck to everyone competing, from the Super Grandmasters to the stars of the future. And you should tune in every day for expert commentary by Grandmasters Nick Pert and Daniel Gormally. I won't be there with you at the championships in person, but I will be back in London later this year on November 10th for another edition of my live show. We'll have special guests on stage, chess exhibition matches, a meet and greet with me, and of course, live Guess the ELO. Last year we had over 1,000 people in the audience, and I will tell you, London was definitely my favorite show. So get yourself a ticket today, and let's celebrate chess together. See you all very soon.
This is a shakedown.
いいか、現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。 この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realizes your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium, steel and stainless steel to your specs, guaranteeing quality every time. It's how we deliver production runs of practically any size. Build smarter. Contact MPL Fabrications today.
Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
いいか、現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realizes your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium, steel and stainless steel to your specs, guaranteeing quality every time. It's how we deliver production runs of practically any size. Build smarter. Contact MPL Fabrications today.
Guys, big development here in the Bodhana game. So we left it where White was starting to maybe go a little bit wrong. Ami, mentioned maybe the pressure. Obviously playing against his phenomenal super talent in Bodhana. And suddenly Black's position started to spring to life. So he played a great move there, Bodhana. I mean, a lot of players would be concerned about vacating that diagonal for the bishop, but as we see, really White can't use that bishop. There's no way of bringing the queen round in a positive. So why not use that bishop? I think maybe Ami missed that move, missed the strength for that move. To be honest, I'm pretty sure he probably missed that move, because if you play e3, it really weakens that d3 square. So from a positional point of view, there might be a tactical refutation that moves straight away. But you don't really want to play that move, and there's no comfortable square for the rook. So you had to play this ugly move, bishop f4, which meant that now suddenly you got this double pawn situation. Queen e6 was a great move. And now White is thinking. So the obvious question is, why is he not just playing king h2 immediately? Got some comments as well. Does Jovanka play anymore? I think the spelt is slightly wrong. Spelt with a J, not a Y. But Jovanka is playing for England. I think she's still playing, but her rating and form dropped off a bit. She's mainly doing commentary. Yeah, if you do a lot of commentary, Nick, your level goes down. Do you find that? Sorry, I think we're just getting back on the mic.
I think so.
Yeah, your level tends to go down a lot. But yeah. So king h2, Nick,
do you think it's commentary, or do you think it's just not playing as much? I think it's down to how much you play, to be honest. I think if you play a lot, then your level is generally higher.
Well, I played a lot recently, and it didn't help me at all.
But for most people.
Yeah, but actually, I was saying about Toby Quay. I was chatting to a very good young player, Toby Quay, in the break, and he mentioned that he thinks that Ami just missed this move, bishop h6, possibly. And the problem is you got no comfortable square, because you can't go back to c3 because the knight.
You can't play e3, can you? Because can you play e3?
You can play e3, but I just felt in general it's just very weakening. It just weakens that square long term. Even if there's no tactical refutation, it just looks wrong. But having said that, yeah, you probably need to come up with something. I mean, I just wonder if there's some kind of knight f2. Is there a rook c1 followed by knight f2 idea? Is that the actual tactical refutation?
Oh, yeah, that looks like a good spot.
Yeah, because here you're collapsing. So basically, you actually lose straight away. So I think Ami missed bishop h6, and now he's kind of... So the question is, why is he not just going king h2? What's wrong with king h2, Nick? Because it feels like...
If rook c1 is f2 hanging.
Oh, wow. Wow, so that's a big moment. This is a big moment in this game, and a big moment potentially in the British Championships. Could we be looking at Bodhana as potential 2026 British champion?
I mean, if Bodhana wins this game, that would be an incredible result, wouldn't it?
Be amazing.
Against Ami, a very solid player.
Well, I did call it earlier that I felt like, if anything, he was a maybe that's been a bit harsh on Ami. I'm sure a lot of these people watch these broadcasts back and they say, Gormally's really got it in for me. But I'm probably just biased towards the younger, up-and-coming players, I feel.
You've just got your favourites, haven't you?
I've got my favourites.
Stick to your favourites.
You're not supposed to be biased as a commentator, but I don't care.
Yeah, because sometimes also, if the knight moves from f3, you have to be careful of some tricks with knight c2 and knight d2 and those kind of tricks. So
Yeah.
I mean, if white plays knights, I don't know where they put the knight now. Knight e5, for example.
Maybe just f6. It's also
Um,
maybe not the most accurate, but like you say, this knight it does allow
Is
knight
there
d2 ideas. Knight to c4 maybe. We saw that. I think there was a game earlier in the tournament with Annie Ledger.
But can you play knight c2 instead?
Yeah.
What
Or
happens
is the
after knight?
queen getting trapped?
Not getting trapped. We just try to annoy the queen.
Yeah, great shout.
Yeah, so that could be annoying.
Well, board
for
three
white.
is finished. Board five is done. Marcus Harvey has won against incredible result. Marcus Harvey, by the way, board one, Bazakusa is pressing with white. Could be a big moment in this tournament. If Bazakusa wins, he gets to 4. Really, puts Mickey Adams in a difficult situation, or sort of certainly kills his momentum. So I think Mickey, like you called it earlier, you actually called all these results much better than I did. You said Yi Chen Han, that was a nailed on draw. You were right. 2 very solid players. Bazakusta, Adams, you said that Mickey would probably be quite happy with a draw. He's feeling that way right now.
But the only one I didn't call was Badhana to win. Well, she isn't necessarily going to
Not
win.
necessarily going to
Yeah.
win. Shreyas is also looking good. And looking very good. So there's a little bit of pressure here for white, for black, and we're seeing here like Bazakusta, he really generates this incredible pressure. Both him and Bodhana have got this kind of thing going on with their hands, and that's really putting their opponents under incredible psychological pressure and real intensity there, I would say.
I mean, I've sort of known myself. Well, I've played most of the top players before at Bazakus because
Yeah.
the one I've actually struggled against the most. So that's why I know he's a difficult player to
He's
play
a tough
against.
player. And at this position is looking very bad for Supratit. Just seems to be a pawn up for no compensation whatsoever, and a good position for white. That's what I said earlier. When you're pawn up, a lot of it is just about consolidating your advantage. It seems like white's done a very good job. I mean, I couldn't fault Shreyas's play in this game. It's a really almost a perfect game. And is there a way of finding out the accuracy level?
Has black just lost another pawn though?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're
Did he
right.
lose
I
another
didn't
pawn?
notice. Yeah, that was a good shout. I didn't even notice that.
Or
Pawn
did he
dropped off.
blunder another pawn? Did he?
Oh, you forgot about A4. Yeah.
Yeah, I think no, it's 2 pawns
He
down.
forgot about Dre. Yeah, this game is done. I mean, Supratit is a very, very good defender, but I'd be very surprised if Shreyas didn't clean up from here. So that would be a big win for Shreyas against a dangerous opponent in Supratit. Whereas, it could be by contrast, we keep talking about the two. Maybe that's a bit unfair to keep comparing them, but that will probably happen throughout their career. I mean, there's some other good young players around the world. We've got that Turkish kid whose surname I always pronounce incorrectly, was recently suggested, I think his coach Mamadara suggested he'd be the first 2900 player.
Is that Douglas or something? I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah. He's getting coached full time by Mamadjarov. There's also Faustina Oro. Obviously, lots of young Indian players who
He's
are
very strong, isn't he?
fantastically strong.
Faustino Oro, very strong player.
Yeah. So there's a number of good players now at that age group. And it's a great generation. And obviously, Supratit and Bodhana are at the forefront of it. Certainly from an English perspective. But it's good that we've got English players who could potentially compete at a world-class level, which, to be fair, we probably haven't had for quite some time. And Shreyas as well would fit into that category. Those 3, we haven't had those players for many, many years, but it feels like those 3 could potentially be world championship candidates in the future. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think obviously we had Michael Adams, Nigel Short, but since then there's been a bit of a break, isn't there?
Well, Luke McShane and David Howe and
They're
Gawain
very
Jones.
good. I mean, depends how strong you're talking. If you're talking about being
2,600 plus players. I mean, we haven't had any 2,600 players plus. I mean, obviously a Harry Grieve generation with Daniel Fernandez and Marcus Harvey. Very good generation, but they're not 2,600 level, like 2,650 plus level where they're playing elite events.
Sure, I mean, obviously, David Howell and Gawain Jones in that case were probably the last ones.
Yeah. But obviously, they're still very good players. We've seen Marcus Harvey. By the way, Freddie Gordon game is very much on a knife edge. Wow. This is huge moments in this Freddie Gordon game. So we've had a double exclam move, by the way. We've had 2 double extend moves. Freddie Gordon is a tactical genius, by the way.
Yeah, we actually thought this was potentially a tricky game for Simon, didn't we?
Yeah, so the situation was, he's almost, wow, this is almost game of the tournament. Some of the moves that are coming out, it's unbelievable chess. Because both of them are tactical geniuses. Black played rook takes c3. White decided to take that knight, because that knight, we said before, the knight was great on f5, got rid of that knight, wonderful days, happy days. Now he took on f7. That's an amazing move by Simon. So the tactical idea is here would lead to checkmate for black. And also you open up the black king, which is very important, because black is very active here. So you want to sort of remind black that they've got a problem. He went king h7, fantastic defensive move by Freddie. White came in with a queen, and rook c8 was played. And now this amazing move, queen f4, which is just astonishing.
Just leaving the bishop on pre. You got to stop queen f5 check.
You got to stop, yeah. That's what, because that move looks good, but it does allow this check.
There's a nice if the king drops back, you can take the rook.
Yeah. So you have to go g6, do you? And apparently this is more or less equal anyway, which is very hard to understand. But queen f4 was a much better move, and now he's coming with, wow, unbelievable stuff. So what about rook c1? Why didn't he go rook c1, Nick? But also draw. I guess queen e7.
Then queen d2.
And maybe it ends up in some sort of perpetual king g1, queen d4. Bit confusing, right? So we're thinking about, so you start with this.
But you can play rook g1 after, yeah, you can
No,
go rook
this is
g1.
bad.
After queen d2, you got rook g1.
This is bad. So in this position, you could play maybe some move like queen c7. No, hang on, whose move is it?
Black's move.
It's black's move. Can you not go queen c7? That's the best
Yeah, that's a
move.
good call. And you win the knight.
Yeah, tough. Yeah, okay, so this is a very, very tough position, but he's played amazing move, queen e3. Now rook c1. This amazing play by both players. And now king g1 only move. And now black could force a draw here. Maybe he has to. Wow, this is really... By the way, Sam Chow drew with Peter Robertson. It was a good result for... Well, it was a draw.
Oh, it's a draw, okay.
So, I mean, in a way, that's a good result for both sides, I would say, really, because of, you know, both very dangerous players. So, you know, you got rid of a dangerous opponent, right? By, okay, not winning, but you're not losing. It was also not too bad, right?
Well, there's a lot of dangerous players in the field, I guess, but
By the way, Richard Pert is on the verge of winning. He's totally winning this endgame. Siraj is playing on, but just a little bit of technique needed to win this game, I would imagine.
the only thing to obviously watch out for from Richard's point of view is that bishop and rook's pawn is the wrong rook's pawn.
Yeah.
So they can't afford to lose the G pawn. If that G pawn gets traded off, even for all 4 white pawns, then it's a draw.
I mean, has he made this a bit tougher than it should have been? It felt like, well, I suppose not really, because, you know, you get the rooks off. It feels like, okay, I mean, I'm just going to assume he's going to, I don't know how he's going to win this, but I'm assuming, yeah, I'll be a little bit concerned about stuff with this, but I guess if you try to get too frisky, the A pawn will come through, right?
Yeah, I don't think White can really push this king up the board at all, can he?
Is it? Yeah, it's just one where, basically saying everything was winning. It's some end games where the edges is completely winning, but it's, you have to find one way of playing. But in fact, this is, I mean, I'll be honest, from Black's perspective, given that you know this is the wrong rook spot, I'll be actually slightly concerned about allowing this and thinking I can't win this now.
Yeah, so just maybe just play a line out. So if you play king f6, and then White plays, for example, e4.
Yeah.
And then a4,
A4.
try and distract the king away.
King here. King e5.
Yeah, I want to try and get g4, but we can't get g4 in there, can we? Because just go back a move. If we go g4, they can just take it, can they?
What, here?
Or we just take it, can they?
You can just take it.
Yeah. If you had the king on b4, you could try this g4 idea, but you can't get the king to b4 in time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you play, let's say you play king b4 there instead of g4. No, not now. Instead of g4. That's still good. Yeah, I mean,
everything wins.
King takes e4.
Because you still got the G pawn, right?
Yeah, king takes e4, then g4.
You can just take it. You just take
and then just
it.
win. Yeah, just win easily. Yeah, easy
I
win.
expect.
It's quite hard to do anything.
I
isn't
think we
it?
need to go back
Yeah.
to these really big games because we're assuming that Shreyas is probably going to win because he's
Bodhana.
Bodhana is a massive moment, and Ami very short a time.
Yeah,
So we
Ami's
could
just
be looking
crumbling.
at huge upset here. This result could be flashing around the world. This could be on news at 10.
I mean, this is an incredible result for Bodhana to win against Ami. I mean, she's just a mega talent, isn't she?
Phenomenal
just-
play so far. And she looks so calm on the stream. Looks so calm and focused.
Do you think she's stronger than Judith Polgar?
I think she's stronger than Judith Polgar now.
She is incredibly strong now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be
Incredibly
honest.
strong.
Call me crazy. I could see Bonhana winning the British this year. Like, I mean, it's not beyond the scope of possibility.
That would be on the news everywhere if Bodhana won the British this year.
I could see it happening. I mean, I don't know if it's win, but I think she'll definitely finish top 10 because I got a bit excited yesterday with that Richie game, and that backfired on me. So let's focus on the game. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, right? Because it's not over, right? And we're adding extra pressure to her, which she doesn't really need.
But does she feel the pressure? She doesn't seem to really feel it, does she?
No, and she's a very good blitz player, but she's also short of time. But yeah, I mean, this is so far she's just played a phenomenal game.
So it's going to be a bit of a time scramble. They're both quite short on time, to be fair. So what move are we on now?
Yeah, let's have a little look.
25. Wow,
Black is
okay.
completely winning at this point, by the way.
But still, I mean, the only thing in his favour is that there's still 15 moves to the time control.
He looks uncomfortable. I mean, I don't think he'll be too bothered if he loses, though, I'll be honest, because I think he respects talent. I mean, he's a very talented player himself. He won the British Rapid Play when he was 13, which is incredible achievement. So he's also like a prodigy. He's like an ex-prodigy. I remember he telling me he actually beat me in that tournament, which I'd forgotten about. I was leading a tournament, or it was something. Oh no, I beat him.
Was that in Leeds, was it?
Yeah, I think I beat him, and then I collapsed, right? And I was thinking, there's so many tournaments where I'm like the bridesmaid, and then the person I beat ends up winning the tournament. Have you ever had that where you've beaten somebody and they end up winning the
Yeah,
tournament?
a few times.
Yeah.
I think I beat Rouse and then he won the tournament.
Wow.
British Championships.
By the way, Bazakusta, the board one, we also have to keep an eye on that because he's apparently got a huge advantage against Mickey Adams. So this is looking like a potential upset on boards.
With all the young players now, the young players are dominating.
They're dominating. We'll come back to that game because that's in an end game, whereas the Shreyas Raw also looking very good. The Ami Gartsi game is really in a critical middle game. Bodhana has a huge advantage.
So what does she play here then, just to try to
It's white to play.
consolidate?
See, I think her last move was Queen F6, maybe. What was her last move? No, her last move was Knight E4. Great move. Just controlling the game. Not allowing any counterplay. Really phenomenal level that she's playing at already. Scary level, to be quite honest.
Yeah, so can we just quickly look at Knight takes E4? So Knight takes E4
I
and
think
then
you just take with a pawn, don't
just
you?
take back. Yeah, this is just winning, isn't it? And if they take again, then I guess that all the tactics,
kind of
all
collapsing a
the
little
tactics
bit.
are in. Oh, Queen E6 and that's over.
This is a really inspiring
Queen six
game.
is
I think
over.
it's the sort of game you'd play through and you'd like,
Yeah.
this is going to improve your level, like as a spectator. You know, I'll play through this game and I feel like I'll improve 200 points because, you know, it's so inspiring how simple it is. It's like Capablanca. Her favourite player is Capablanca. And it's very inspiring.
I think once they
How
get
simple
these
she's
two
played.
positions, she's just unbelievably strong. To outplay someone like Ami from a basically symmetrical position.
Yeah, this is showing this potential 2700 level and beyond, I think, in this game. We'll see but again, we'll maybe jump in the gun because this game is not over yet. And we know that Amit's a great defender. He doesn't have a lot of counterplay. So he could just call his bluff and take on B2. I think Rixie one is a little bit desperation. Because obviously black is a lot better. They could just simply take on C1 and they're a lot better and then just play any move, like even H6 would probably.
I mean, Rook takes B2 would be a great move here because it's quite easy to get intimidated that white might get some kind of
Wilsey called his
attack.
bluff. Wilsey called his bluff.
But it doesn't look like white actually has an attack.
Do you think Bodhana would come to the commentary room if he wins?
I'm not sure.
I think she might do, you know.
If anyone watching can get her afterwards.
Well, Well, let's see. But obviously, it's not over. Maybe Amit will be coming to the commentary room, skipping to the commentary room after he's won.
He might come with her.
Yeah,
Might come together.
yeah.
He did that, didn't he, with Super Tit last
Yeah,
year?
but that was after a draw.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, but he'd be the ultimate sportsman. But okay, it's not over. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. The game of ball 1 is also very much in the balance. But we'll stick with this for now because that's an end game, so it could go on a while. I'm very impressed with Bazakusta's level. So it could be a B winning. It could be a Bazakusta or a Botana. Like, do you put much faith in that? Like names or stuff like that? Do you think?
No.
No. Clutching at the straws yet again. But some of these chess players have great names, like Garry Kasparov. That's a great name, isn't it? Magnus Carlsen. It's just somehow Bobby Fischer. It's great names, aren't they?
But would you say they're great names, or is just that they're great players?
Probably they're great players, yeah. And they somehow happen to have. You think that they're great names because they're great players, right? But if they were called, but they're not called John Smith, are they? Or Ed Rogers or something like that. Okay. Anyway.
But
Yeah,
wow, I mean,
wow.
she's
This
just
is
so
incredible.
strong, isn't she?
Phenomenal. Bow down.
Is she the most talented player
Of all time.
She must be the most talented female we've ever had.
Oh,
by
far.
miles.
I think she's the strongest female we've ever had already.
Yeah, probably.
God Hannah, I'm going to call her from now on. God Hannah. This is impressive. But again, yeah, this would make headlines in the news, in the chess news. If she wins this game, I think she's really gone up a level this year. She could potentially be on for a norm. If she wins this game, she'll certainly be on for an IM norm, but she'll be thinking about a GM norm.
Yes, she drew with someone, didn't she, early in the
She
tournament?
drew with. I think she had a disappointing draw early on. She drew with one of these. Dennis, was it? Was it Dennis Dupois or some? No, not Dennis, but someone. Was it Dennis? Or was it someone similar to that?
Look at that 99% accuracy she's got.
No, it was against George Sow.
You've seen that 99% accuracy.
Yeah, incredible.
That's incredible.
That's
Her
phenomenal.
current accuracy at the moment is 99%.
But Amit fell off a lot because at some point he was 98.5. They were both about the same. So her level's actually gone up since then. So her energy levels are off the charts. His energy levels are dropping. He had that coffee early, gave him a boost, and now he's starting to drop off. So maybe he needs to quickly run to the cafe, get another coffee. Or has he got enough time to do that?
So bishop takes, okay.
Probably not.
Pawn takes has got to be the natural move, because also after pawn takes, you open up the option to play knight d5 at some point as well.
This is. I mean, effectively, he's been crushed in this game. I mean, if he can finish off this game, it's really dominating. It's really, a dominant performance. So he's taken on e4. That's a great move. So if you take on e4, Nick, which I'd be tempted to do because he gets rid of a pawn, he's actually gone rook c5. It's good. That's a great power move by Amit. But b6 kind of really, forces the rook to e5. It's not really doing a great deal. And then black can start getting active with queen c6. If he can find the right way to counterattack here, he's going to win the game.
Yeah, that's not the easiest to find, is it? b6 and queen c6, because it doesn't feel very natural to...
Yeah,
b7 pawn.
We had a game yesterday where somebody was winning in Richie, and he had that situation where he started going defensive, right? When he could have, or he didn't go defensive. He started going for the counter-attack in the wrong situation, and then he collapsed.
What about knight d3? Should you try knight d3 here?
Let's have a look at the body language. Both players are quite short of time. There's quite a lot of moves before time control. Going to stick with this game. Obviously, the Michael Adams game is critical as well. But we could be looking at the emergence of a generational talent here.
What's the most human-like move here, do you think, for black?
Yeah, I like b6 you'd play in blitz, right? I'm not sure why.
Would you play it b6 and then rook e5?
Yeah, I don't know. Instinctively, I would play b6.
Yeah. I feel like I'm moving their pieces towards...
Yeah, only because the end... Wow,
no, she's found knight d3. She found knight d3.
Very good, yeah.
She's
great
so
move.
Strong.
Because also you're moving your knight closer to your opponent's king.
Exactly. I think b6 is a bit less intuitive, but knight d3 is a great move.
But if you go rook d5 and I go queen c6, and you go rook d8, is there... Hang on, let me turn
So
in.
is it the idea just to play Queen C2 and take on E2? Is that the idea?
Let me just turn my phone off so it's not making any noises. Also, no one can accuse me of cheating in the commentary room. Sorry, what were you saying?
The idea of Queen C6 is it just to play Queen C2?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the counter-attack. Because the knight there is ready to launch an attack, but it needs some help.
It still feels a little bit, nervy to kind of move your pieces away from the king.
Because we saw that game yesterday where he should have moved his Queen C6. Keep going back to that Richie game. Maybe I'm still a bit embittered about that game. But after King G7, D5, White does, it sort of feels like they got a little bit of counterplay, but apparently not. Why can't you go Queen C2?
You're going to
Queen
allow a check on
C2
D4 if you don't care, though.
Is apparently still...
Knight D4?
Knight D4 is a great move, yeah. And Ami would find that, of course. So it's
So
not...
after Queen C5, Knight D4 looks like the natural move, but then Rook E2...
The thing is, once
just
you
winning.
take it, you could also throw in intermezzo move, Rook takes E2, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, you could simply take, and then you take, and then this ending is done.
Even after Knight D4, Rook takes E2 was very strong there.
But it really comes back to what I was saying earlier about this Bishop C7 move being quite a serious error. Because it was so inaccurate. When he had that, he'd found a great Rook C3 move. And Ami, I think, probably overthought it
Knight
there a little
E4,
bit.
my goodness. So if you take on E4, is his idea to throw in Rook C8, or is he just going to take back?
But the problem is Rook C8, King G7, Queen E4, you have Knight F4, and then E2.
Still looks very bad, doesn't it? Very bad for
He's
White.
going to lose this now. I think we can confidently say this game
I
is...
think that move's just made it easier.
Wow,
That's kind of made her
wow.
task a bit easier, Knight E4, hasn't it?
This is... I mean, is this the most amazing game in the British Championships ever? Or is that slightly...
I wouldn't say ever, but I'd say
one of the most
probably,
amazing results in the British Championships ever.
it's probably been the best one game of the tournament so far.
Not the Bazakusta game yesterday? It's probably this game and the Bazakusta game, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
this
this
has been a
is
good
like
one.
the best game prize, 100%. It's looking... It's
Well,
looking
the-
so
the
calm as
tournament's not
well.
over.
This is scary. Okay.
I mean, Knight takes F4 looks completely natural now.
Yeah, so play that move. And
Also,
also,
he'll
she's,
probably play Knight C3, will he?
but Knight C3, Knight E2, and then after Knight E2, Queen F2
Well,
check.
yeah, it's just looking horrible.
Yeah, but you're basically technically winning and you've got an attack. And she's also very experienced in these kind of positions. So I think her chess career is heading for the top, which I was saying earlier in the tournament, because her career has been managed very well and she's just got that foundation of great technical chess. But I must admit, this game, I haven't seen her play this well before.
But after Knight E2, Queen F2, King H1, you play Queen E1 maybe?
Or Rook E2. Or, yeah,
I mean,
Queen E1,
Queen E1
Knight
takes
G1,
a-
Queen E4, yeah.
Yeah, Queen E1
But
takes
Rook
away all
E2
tricks.
is also
Yeah,
game
it's
over.
all winning. Yeah, Knight.
She's
Well,
done it. Wow.
it's incredible. She's played so well, even
I mean-
short of time. I mean, look at his
I'm-
look on his face. He knows it's over.
I'm in awe of Godhana here. Wow, he's resigned.
resigned.
Unbelievable.
That was an incredible.
Incredible scenes.
Game. Brilliant game from Bodhana.
Well done, Bodhana. I'm in shock. How do you feel?
I mean, I was very, very impressed.
You were mocking me earlier when I called this result.
I just thought it was heading towards a draw. But
Yeah.
she's just shown she's
Wow.
another level.
Unbelievable.
She's just an
Bodhana
incredible
could be
talent.
tied for the lead. If the Adams game is a draw,
Do you want a quick look at
yeah, we
the
got
top
to
game?
switch to the board one. By the way, Marcus Harvey's in the audience. Maybe he could come up and show his game if he was interested.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at this game, then I'll let you
Yeah.
look at Marcus's
Sure.
game. I mean, it's peaching out towards a draw now, isn't it?
Is it? Oh yeah, it's 0.1 because I thought
I
Bazakusta
think,
was a lot better at
I
it.
think he's given up his advantage.
So Bodhana could be tied for lead. He's actually made a big mistake because he went there, which looks natural, but then after you took, yeah, apparently that was, yeah, I think Bazakusta at various moments in this game he hasn't played most ambitious. So again, it comes back to maybe just respecting the opposition too much, like you were saying earlier.
I think so. I think he's had some chances to put Mickey under pressure, but he hasn't really made the most of it. But he's never lost control of the game though. He's always been doing okay.
Okay.
But yeah, should we have a quick look at Marcus's game?
Yeah, I mean I can go
Sure.
through it if you
Okay.
want. Yeah, sure.
You happy with us to take a quick break, David?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mm. Oh yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, we just had some remarkable developments. Also, we're joined by Marcus Harvey, who had a great win today. So Marcus, you could potentially be tied for lead after this round if the ball wants a draw, which looked like it could well be. How do you feel about that?
Well, that would be nice, but still 5 games left, so it still feels a really long tournament, even though already quite tired. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. Would you like a rest at this point in the tournament?
no, actually, to be honest, I'd rather just keep going because I think I've got quite a lot of energy and staying at home, so I think I get a bit of a bit of an advantage. I'm getting like my home bed and stuff, so I actually would rather just keep going.
So do you live locally? You live quite close to
I live in
Warwick?
Banbury, so it's like 45-minute drive.
Right.
So
Is that near Oxford?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
close.
Okay. So you got this opening today against this young player. Do you know much about Jan, or you played him before?
I do a bit because he's from the Oxfordshire area. I have given an online similar, I think, a long time ago, and he was one of the promising kids there. And then I played him in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. You know, the one that was in London.
Sure.
I played him in Blitz there, and I went knight F3, B3, and it was quite a comfortable game actually. But he's improved loads since then. And I wasn't sure what to play, and he blitzed out loads of prep. And I was like 25 minutes down on time, which is quite rare for me. So like here, if we keep going.
Okay. So is this a Keimer variation? Because I'm sure somebody told me recently, but I think you played this quite a few years ago for quite some time, right?
I've played probably hundreds of games with this, and online maybe even more. So I've got a lot of experience. But then he blitzed out prep that I've not seen before, so I was a bit confused. So yeah, I think Queen C2 already. If we go back one move. I mean, there's some games where white goes either Queen C2, Queen B1, H4, Knight G5, and goes all out attack.
Right. Oh, so Queen B1 here.
Yeah, that is a possible. I think that was an old move. And the idea is just so you're kind of keeping the queen safe.
Sure.
And you want to play H4, Knight G5. So let's say Knight C6.
Yeah.
White goes H4.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, there's some lines where black goes F5 because Knight G5 is actually quite uncomfortable.
This looks actually familiar. I mean, maybe, did Amit have this against Supratit last year, or looks vaguely familiar?
Yeah, it does look similar. It could be. But I think since then, I think people have realised that Queen C2 is actually slightly more accurate because Knight B4 is not actually that worrying because then you go Queen B1.
Right.
And Queen C2 is a bit more flexible because it gives you options like in the game I could take on D5. So he blitzed out B6.
Right. So he was still in his prep at this point.
He was still in his prep for another 5 moves or something, which is...
and you were vaguely aware of this?
I was on my own here.
Right, so you took on D5. And
it was a bit uncomfortable, to be honest, because when the kid's blitzing out their moves and he's clearly in good form...
Yeah.
And I've played loads of games with this line, I'm thinking, God, what's he come up with? So yeah, he takes... Like, you can't play queen takes because of bishop D3.
Right,
that's quite well known. And then,
yeah, because double attack, so you're threatening this pawn, but you're also threatening this.
Yeah.
And F5 looks really horribly weak.
Positionally bad. Maybe bishop C4 and then some D4 or castles or something. It should be nice for white. Yeah, he takes D5.
Yeah, that looks natural. So he does have some ideas of going D4, even if it involves a pawn sack. But
yeah, I had quite a long think here. How long did I think? 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Because originally I was thinking, okay, I could play a calm move like bishop E2, for example. But
that's what Nick suggested.
I thought bishop A6 is actually a bit annoying.
Right.
And I didn't like the fact that I'd already moved the bishop. Like maybe I can play like this.
Can you go D3 there, or is that too
I thought it's a bit
passive?
Bit dry, like bishop F6 and then D4 or something, and black might have the initiative.
So you take probably.
I can play like this, but I don't think I've got to try and create some way that I can push
some
for
kind
a
of
win.
attack on D5.
Yeah, there's got to be some level of imbalance, right? And I think you're too solid as black here.
Did you? Because I thought here instinctively, sorry to interrupt, but you're not attacking there. Did you consider that move? Or
I did, yeah. I also considered H4 instead of bishop D3 as well. But I thought I can't play that against someone that's prepared, right? It looks way too risky. That's like maybe a last round type move.
Yeah.
When you have to win at all costs. But
exactly.
Bishop D3 just H6, I thought. And
yeah, that's what we thought. And
okay, I can castle, but then Knight C6 comes, and I think black's completely fine. I'd rather be black, arguably, to be honest.
By the way, I think a lot of players might even castle queenside here, but I think
that's certainly not my style.
Yeah, this just looks bad already. It looks bad already. So
yeah, so I had a thinking if we go instead of bishop E2, I was looking at moving the rook on A1 because.
Right.
I was thinking maybe that could be useful, rook C1 or rook D1. But I thought even D4 is a possibility here.
Yeah.
Takes and bishop F6. Okay, it doesn't work here, but there are ways to like play you know, d4, bishop f6, rook e8, bishop a6 type stuff.
Mm.
But okay, I played d4 because I spent a long time and thought, okay, just play the most logical move.
Sure. So d4 makes a lot of sense. Now, I thought here he might consider taking and going bishop b4 check, Marcus, but it's a bit dry and probably wasn't very happy about that.
That's not really good prep, though. I mean, you're preparing something where you're slightly worse.
Yeah.
And how many times do you see the higher rated player convert this type of position? I don't think it would have been a smart move.
Okay, so you played...
So
sorry,
knight c6, yeah.
there was one moment later where you went bishop...
This is a key position already because he was in prep after a5.
Right.
I played bishop b5 and then he was finally out of prep. So thankfully he didn't look at bishop b5, which I think is a key move in the whole line.
Yeah, bishop b5, because I keep going on about strategy and you're moving your pieces more than once. Is that a mistake? Like, you know, sometimes you like moving your pieces too often. Is that something that you think about, or you just think like, I don't really care, you know, I'm just, you know, it's a clear plan? Or did you think maybe I should just put the rook there and then be a bit more patient?
I mean, obviously I considered bringing the rooks there, but he's still in prep and he's going to play a4. And I think I wanted to play a move that he might not have thought about, or a move that has some level of imbalance. And,
Sure.
I think once you get to a certain level, you're not really thinking about, oh, I've moved this piece too many times.
Yeah.
It doesn't really cross your mind. You're just like, every position's like a fresh...
It's just a
position.
subject that I've become obsessed by, but maybe that's through a lack of confidence.
I don't think you need to worry about that, Danny. But
But apparently bishop a6
yeah, that was
a
a
move.
key move. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I analysed the game afterwards with him, and we were saying this is probably best. So takes. I was thinking maybe a4, but it's a bit of a strange move.
I think the engine quite likes black here, but
yeah, but I think it's a little bit double edged because I might have.
Do you go there, or is that
So
bit
maybe
bad?
queen e2 probably.
Yeah,
And okay, I thought. I mean, you're happy with black because you've equalised,
this rook is.
but I've got some ways to take on c5,
Yeah,
open the bishop up,
100%.
go against the hanging pawns. It's not completely dry.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Which
And
is
you,
why I play bishop b5.
that's why I tipped. You know, one of my many tips when the British was you, Marcus, because I know you're a very good endgame player, and also you got a lot of energy, which not everybody has, to play these endgames. You know, so a lot of people halving out in positions where they maybe could play on, which you don't tend to do. And I think you need to keep this philosophy going. But yeah, I think you could have probably, even if he'd found this, I would have probably bet on you from there. But he kind of started going a little bit wrong here because he went bishop g4. I think that was maybe a critical error, because once you went knight e5.
Yeah, I think it's a really key move. And actually here I thought queen c7 is a mistake because it's really difficult to find a square for the queen. Like, let's say queen e6.
Yeah, but then
I go bishop d3.
I guess g6 it probably
G6 is a really nice line. F3,
f3, bishop f5.
E4, I thought.
Right.
Takes. Bishop
Yeah.
G4, H3,
Oh,
and
wow.
the bishop's
So
trapped. But
he
I'm not
can't
sure if
do
he has
this.
something else. Does he have something
You
else?
can't do this. So e4.
What does he have? Some C4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
but
gonna move. That's hard to
B
find.
takes.
Though. That's
What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point?
No idea. Well,
Oh,
apparently.
really?
Oh no,
What are
maybe
we
the
missing?
idea is when you go check, this h3 is not working because you
Oh, you can
take on
take it.
h3.
Ah, yeah, that's really
So
nice.
you go check, and then it's a very clever idea by the computer that here you take here, and
Yeah.
the point is bishop's hanging. So this queen h2, queen d3 is just game over, almost like. So yeah, it can still turn, but you're the one in control here. And I think after he played this quite poor move, queen c7. You know, I said on the commentary that I don't think Michael Adams would have played. No disrespect to Jan. It's maybe he's a little bit intimidated as well, playing on like such a high board. But you're on a demo board today, like when you're on the stage.
Yeah, board 5, yeah.
So he's probably not used to that. I think you're maybe a little bit more used to that than he is. And it seemed like he'd kind of started collapsing a little bit around about here.
Well,
so,
I think it's really hard. It's really hard to defend. So I think this was a key. E4 was a key move here
Great
because
move.
he can't really. If we go back to it, saying f takes e5 is a
Yeah,
mistake.
yeah,
If he goes
yeah.
bishop d7, let's say after e4.
yeah. So bishop d7. Sorry, after instead.
Well,
of,
you can go bishop d7 there, but bishop d3. The whole
Yeah.
idea is that so if you go bishop d7 here,
Oh,
I
hitting the
think you're
bishop.
losing a pawn after bishop d3.
Bishop d3, yeah. Yeah.
and you can't actually.
You would like to play that move, but then he just takes it. You
Yeah,
just
exactly.
take
This is
it,
what a
yeah.
problem
Oh,
with
very
Queen
clever,
C7.
very
So I
clever.
think Queen C7's a mistake. I even thought Queen D8's better move than that. But anyway, so he played after E4, position gets quite critical. So you can't play D4, which we've said. So
Wow.
F takes E5.
F takes E5.
I think if you don't play, what's he meant to play? Why is that a mistake? I mean, I saw I was winning, but what's he meant to play here?
Well, it says here that he's supposed to go C4 anyway.
Oh,
This is
okay, but it's unpleasant for black, right?
It's kind of an instinctive move, there, right? Because
but
just the bishop's hanging.
You're
right?
sacking a pawn. B takes C4.
Oh yeah. Oh, it just wants to seal up your bishop. One of your bishops.
You can't play like that, though. Really, I take on F6 and go E5. Like you just assume you're going to lose if you play like that.
Yeah. So you would take here, and then after rook takes, you go.
Yeah,
E5.
E5. Yeah, and then the queen might come to E4, and the pieces fly out. So I think he played the right practical move, taking on E5.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I seem to go wrong whenever I do it. Okay, so
Bishop
now
D6. I think Queen D2 is a really key move, actually.
that's a class.
Because
Move.
if we go back a move for a second, the first instinct's to take on D6.
Right.
Queen takes, and then to try and get these pawns rolling with E5, F5.
Right. Yeah.
But not E5. But then I thought maybe I could chuck in H3 here.
Yeah. It says
And I
bishop
thought this is still good for white, E5.
Yeah, I think it is.
Queen
yeah.
E7, takes.
Yeah, very nice.
F5, for example.
Looks
and I
scary
thought,
for black, doesn't it? When these pawns so close to to black king.
so this is one really nice option. But then I thought actually Queen D2 almost looks like it kills the game dead because of the idea that you'll see in the game, which I think is quite nice.
Okay. So yeah, Queen D2 you played, and it's a brilliant move. And then you
Because of F5.
That's a nice move, because I was actually writing a book about Leela mating patterns, and I noticed that often it dominates your bishop, or dominates one of your pieces. So here now after F5, it's almost like a tactical domination of the bishop.
Yeah, yeah.
And
so, for example, Bishop H5 is the most first move that you think of, but Queen G5, Bishop E8, F6.
Yeah, I'd space it.
And the point is that after Rook takes, Queen takes, is Queen D5 check.
Yeah, very
and
nice.
the pawn on D4 blocks the A1 diagonal. So
and you saw all that when you went Queen D2.
Yeah, I had to see quite a few lines. So I was also looking at Queen E5 instead of Bishop H5.
Queen E5, yeah.
So I was looking at Queen G5. I was trying to make this move work. This is quite an interesting line. So Rook AE1.
Yeah.
Rook takes F5. This is almost like study-like. So Rook takes E4.
Yeah.
Take on G5. Check.
Check.
King H8. H4.
H4.
Rook G6.
Rook G6.
And now either Rook E4 or Bishop F7 should win.
Yeah.
But it's not completely... I mean, I saw this. This probably would have happened in the game, which also would have been quite a nice finish. But I think the move he ended up playing was he completely missed it.
Yeah, he blundered. But blunders often happen when you're under pressure. And he blundered when I think he was under pressure. And he wanted to create counterplay with D3, but he went there and you went...
Go back and...
Sorry.
So.
He went Rook D8 and you went Queen G5. That's a great move. Great. So you actually played that fairly quickly, I think, on the stream. You basically gave him a bit of a look and then you went Queen G5 and it was basically game over after that. Very nice win.
Still had to be a little bit careful of some tricks. He's quite a tricky player, but ended up... It was quite a nice checkmating pattern at the end, mate. Maybe it's worth just fast forwarding to the very end, actually.
I mean, there was a Rook D3 idea, I think.
Yeah, Rook takes D3.
Very nice.
And now I saw this forced mate from... So it's quite a nice like puzzle rush type mate where you take on
What's
G6.
your best score on Puzzle Rush?
I haven't played it in years. I know you like it. But this is nice. Rook C7 and then, it's a forced mate.
Wow. Okay, very nice win. Yeah, well done, Marcus. So potentially could be joining the lead. We got Bazakusta. Maybe that's petering out to a draw. Well, thanks a lot, Marcus. Well done, and good luck in the remainder of your games.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're very lucky to be joined by Bodhana, probably UK's most talented chess player ever, after a fantastic win against Amit Ghazi, a very experienced grandmaster. So we're very pleased to have her here to show us her game. So Bodhana, welcome and congratulations on your game. How did you feel it went today?
I thought it was like quite a good game. I think it was like equal out of the opening, and then I think I kind of got the advantage, but I'm not sure like exactly where.
Okay, sure. Well, maybe we can just have a quick flick through it then, if you're happy to do that. So it started off as a kind of Fianchetto Grunfeld. Were you expecting this morning? Did you prepare this line, or was this a surprise?
I kind of looked at it a bit, but not like a lot.
Yeah, because I think Amit's a bit of a specialist in his kind of fianchetto positions where both sides are fianchettoed. And he played this move A4, which is, I guess, slightly unusual. Had you seen that move before?
No, but I just thought I played A5. I just thought like stop A5 and any like pawn push.
Sure, A5 looked like quite a good move. I think Danny was quite impressed with that move. And after he captured, we did reach quite a symmetrical position. And yeah, both sides were sort of fairly evenly matched. I have to say that I did actually think it was going to peter out to a draw at this stage, but you obviously proved me wrong. Danny did actually call you as a winner from quite an early stage. So you played this with H3, quite an interesting move, and you responded Bishop C2. This was maybe the one part of the game where Amit could have potentially played the move Rook C3, which might have been quite a strong move. Did you sort of anticipate that he might play that move, or?
I expected Bishop C7, and I thought that was quite good, but
Sure, yeah. Because I think the only slight downside behind Bishop E4 was that obviously takes away that square from the knight.
yeah.
But Bishop C7, Queen A6, yeah, Rook C3, Bishop F5, very good move. And then, yeah, this is probably where he starts to go wrong slightly with the move Bishop E5. And yeah, you capitalize straight away with Knight E4, brilliant move. And now he should have captured on G7, but he played the move Rook C1, and I think he must have missed your next move. I don't know, how were you sort of feeling about the position at this stage?
I thought like I was with Bishop H6, I thought I was like maybe better, but because I just couldn't see like a good way for White to respond.
Yeah, Bishop H6 was a really nice move. Yeah, there's no easy way to respond. I think one line that we looked at in the analysis briefly was E3, but that
Rook C1, and Knight takes F2. I saw.
exactly, very good. Yeah, it falls for this tactical shot. So Bishop H6 was a very nice move, and he responded by playing Bishop F4. Yeah, so already at this stage, the computer thinks you've got the advantage. Takes Queen E6, another very good move, and White traded and played the move King H2. Yeah, Rook C2. I mean, all these moves are just flowing quite nicely. I guess the only slight issue you had was that both of you were getting a bit short on time. Are you generally comfortable in time pressure, or prefer to have more time?
I don't really mind either, to be honest.
Do you play like online blitz, or
Not really
No.
anymore.
okay? But you're happy with all time controls. That's good. So yeah, Rook E1. There's probably not really an easy way for him to defend that pawn, as there doesn't look like he can save the pawn very easily. So Rook E1, obviously, Knight takes F2, very good move. Knight G5, and then yeah, he just responded very nicely. Yeah, this point we were quite impressed because we thought, you know, you might play a move like Rook takes C1 and just be afraid of his Rook coming into your position, but you called his bluff, as Danny said. Did you think about that move at all?
I mean, I thought Rook takes C1 was good first, because I thought Rook takes B2 there was Rook C8, but my bishop can take it and then it's completely fine. But if it can't, I thought then King G7 and Knight C7, and maybe like I'm like a lot worse.
Sure, so that's certainly something to watch out for. So if you ever played a move like, if your bishop ever moved away from control of C8, you have to watch out for these ideas that your Rook C8 check and
Yeah.
possibly the knight coming into C7. I don't know if it works there, but that's something to watch out for. Anyway, takes, you took back with the pawn, and then he played the move Rook C5, which seemed like quite a logical move. And yeah, we were debating what move you'd play here. I think Danny thought you might go for b6, but I thought it was slightly counterintuitive because you've
Because it was a top engine move.
because
I
you,
just follow whatever the engine
he just says he just follows the engine moves. But yeah, we thought knight d3 was a more human move, and you found it, which was just another incredible move. So really strong play. And I think here he probably made your attempts slightly easier than he needed to. Yeah, rook d5 was the most challenging move by the looks of things, after which you would have had to come up with something, because he's got this rook d8 and knight c7 idea. So I'm not sure if you can see like a safe way to continue. Do you think you might have played queen c6, or you might try to do something else?
I feel like he didn't play that, but like if I thought before that if he did play that, like immediately I saw h6, but
Yeah, h6. There's actually a pretty incredible line here after
then,
h6. Yeah, rook d8 check. This would have been really the game of the tournament. Well, it might be the game of the tournament anyway. The best move. Can anyone in commentary room find the best move for black here? What's the best move for black?
Bishop g4.
No, not bishop
that's
g4.
Bishop d7.
Not bishop d7.
Sorry.
Maybe someone online. Anyone online? Can anyone online find the best move for black? What's the winning move for black in this position? Well, actually, bishop d7 is a good move. That would be a good move. Not the best move, but bishop d7 is a good move. But the actual best move.
No, don't.
Go on then. I won't give it away. But bishop d7 would win.
Let us think.
Grandmaster Danny Gormally is trying to figure out the
hang
winning
on.
move.
Can you go queen b6 with the idea that knight e8, you move the king, and then you're hitting the rook? It's not queen b6.
It's not queen b6, but they could play knight c7 then and get a repetition.
Is it some kind of sacrifice? Give us a clue. Is that the rook?
You sacrifice more than the rook.
Does it come some kind of queen sack?
Yeah, queen sacrifice. So it's bigger than a rook.
I'll get there eventually. So what, you take on g5 or something?
You take with the pawn on g5. This is supposed to be the top line. Knight e8 check, sacrificing.
And then take on f4 at the end.
You have to move king h6. This would have been an incredible line. G takes f4. And yeah, apparently this is just a win for black.
Yeah, but you don't really want to play this stuff, do you?
You wouldn't really want to. It would be quite nice. Be quite a nice way to win. And then there's a number of wins. Knight f2, e takes f6. Apparently they're all winning. So let's see, knight f2. If the king moves somewhere. Oh, well, then maybe you just don't have anything better than, or just knight takes h3. Okay, I'm sure there's lots of other ways to win. You win the queen this way. Anyway, fortunately, he didn't force you to play that move. He played knight takes e4 instead. And yeah, bishop takes e4, rook c8 check, king g7, queen takes e4, and then you played nice move, knight takes f4. And now you found the winning move, which I think Grandmaster Danny Gormally also found. Amazingly, knight takes e2, very nice finish. Presumably, if he had carried on, he resigned at this point, didn't he?
yeah.
That's very good. So after knight takes e2, queen f2 check, and if he tries to continue, well, we thought queen e1 was the easiest.
I saw rook takes e2 and you have no checks
Yeah,
anyways.
Yeah, very
so-
good. Rook takes e2 also wins very easily. So that was actually a phenomenal game. So well done. How do you sort of fancy your chances in the rest of the tournament? Do you think you might be a contender to win this year?
I'm trying, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's good. No, we've been very impressed by your progress. And how many hours a day do you study chess?
Because like I go to school like full time every day, basically it's like I kind of just fit it in whenever I can.
Okay, that's good. Well, we're very lucky to have you. And you're playing for England as well, are you, in the Olympiad?
I think so.
That's good. Do you know which board you're going to be on, or has that not been decided yet?
Maybe it's out, but I'm not sure about
Okay.
exactly where.
Well, we'll definitely look forward to following your progress. But yeah, thank you very much for coming, and well done for playing an absolutely incredible game. So phenomenal talent, Botana. Maybe give a quick round of applause. Thank you.
Welcome to the 112th British Chess Championships, the latest chapter of this incredible tradition dating back to 1904. For more than 120 years, this tournament has been at the very heart of British chess, crowning generations of the country's best players. This year, the spotlight is once again on Michael Adams, who is just one victory away from getting to his 10th title and equaling the all-time record by Jonathan Penrose. I'd like to wish the very best of luck to everyone competing, from the Super Grandmasters to the stars of the future. And you should tune in every day for expert commentary by Grandmasters Nick Pert and Daniel Gormally. I won't be there with you at the championships in person, but I will be back in London later this year on November 10th for another edition of my live show. We'll have special guests on stage, chess exhibition matches, a meet and greet with me, and of course, live Guess the ELO. Last year we had over 1,000 people in the audience, and I will tell you, London was definitely my favorite show. So get yourself a ticket today, and let's celebrate chess together. See you all very soon.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we just had an interview with Bodhana, who won a game on board 4. So she's on the demo boards, but that didn't fluster her at all. So she is now looking like a contender. I don't know what her odds would be, but she could be at half a point behind or even tied for lead after this round, depending on the result on board 1. So this game is starting to look quite critical. By the way, I think there'll be a number of players after me, chasing after me, like Ami, probably getting a bit sick of my biased commentary towards Bodhana. But I was just saying to David Lightfoot, as a technical guy, and really without David, by the way, without David's help, we'd never, like, this would be a total failure, this whole broadcast, because I'm really technically inept. The amount of times he's had to stop and help me with a mic. But I was just saying to David that last year she beat a GM. That was the first time she beat a GM in a classical game in Peter Wells. But Peter Wells, no disrespect to him, is not probably a little bit past his prime. Whereas now she's beating GMs who are in their prime. She just beat the French champion in a tournament in France, Marazzi. And now she's just beating Ami, who's quite a younger GM. So it's starting to look like a serious contender, not just for the British Championship, I would say. Somebody's asked me when I think she'll win the British Championship. A game like that, you start to think about she could be a serious contender for international prizes. Anyway, I'm blabbering on a little bit. Bazakusta is better against Adam. He's really been pressing the whole game and really looking a bit not unsure on the webcam. He's another coffee drinker, even though he's quite a young guy. It's probably not a good idea to drink coffee at that age, but Okay, he's better in an endgame, but do we think that this is potentially very unpleasant position for Adams to defend? He's clear pawn down. We've had a few moves. So in this position, yeah, I think this is very unpleasant for black, this position. By the way, I was very angry with my co-commentator Nick Pert for stealing my thunder by interviewing Bodhana. Must have slipped her a tenner or a bag of sweets. No, but yeah, it's a phenomenal achievement, Nick. Amit will probably be running after me in the pub later for all my biased commentary, but you have to respect what he's doing. Looking really impressive. By the way, Bazakusta is really, he's really impressive in this tournament. He's putting Mickey under a huge amount of pressure in this game. It's still a very uncomfortable endgame for Mickey's. It just seems to be a clear pawn down.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Bazakusa, he has been kind of either equal or slightly better pretty much the whole game, hasn't he? It's been quite a tough defence for Mickey. And yeah, I did call him as a potential surprise package for this tournament. I'm not sure if he would be a surprise package, but he's certainly one of the main contenders. I still think his pawn structure is quite fixed here, isn't it? It's not that easy to make progress. I mean, if his pawns weren't quite so rigidly fixed on, maybe if his c4 pawn was on c2, you'd feel like there's much better winning chances.
I mean, the other thing I would say is, the engine says it's, well, it doesn't like Mickey's last move, but even though the engine says it should be a draw with best play, maybe from a human perspective, you might just think I'm a pawn down and losing, right? You don't know that the engine says it's a draw. I think this is a very tough defense. I think he's going to lose, to be honest. But I mean, there's only one move here, King F7. Everything else is.
King F7 is not a natural move because it allows the rook trade.
Yeah, I mean.
So you'd be very nervous about playing King F7.
I mean, I think you might go G6, right? But then that's just losing. So you have to go King F7. Well, he's played a move quickly, by the way.
Allowing Rook F3 potentially.
He's played a move. No, hang on, he hasn't played a move. I thought he played King F8. Yeah, I mean, what the first question is, why is that a draw? Because you're just a pawn up and the king. And apparently, there's only one move, which is that I think he's going to lose because he has to find two almost impossible to find only moves.
This is very hard defence. This is for me.
I think we could have a change in the guard situation in it because we're getting Bodhana's one, Bazakusta potentially. It's a great day for the bees, right? B, Bazakusta, Bodhana, and is there another B in the tournament? Bad day for the A's.
Did Richard Bates win?
Ami, and Adams. Bad day for A's. Good day for B's, right? Richard Bates, not sure about Richard Bates, but this looks terrible. I mean, how on earth are you going to find A4? If he finds this, the only defence apparently.
Even this is not a straightforward draw, even if you find these two moves. I mean, because you are going to be a pawn down, a king and pawn ending. I guess you want to take back on F6 with the pawn, presumably. Or you take back with the king. You take back with the king.
I think he's played a move. No, is he still thinking? I mean, I don't understand why A4 is the only move anyway. Do you understand? I think maybe it's to stop King B. No, it can't be. Why is A4 the only move anyway? I don't quite understand that.
Can we look at G6? I think G6 is a more human move here.
Yeah, but apparently this is just really horrible. I mean, you can't go there because of this, and you're getting squashed on the queen's side. I mean, what's impressed me about this...
Rook takes B6 is not the best move, apparently.
Oh, no, it's a bad move, yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's winning as well. Maybe King F3, though.
What's impressed me about this game? Well, firstly, it's obvious that Bazakus is well underrated. He's going to be 2,600 pretty soon, I would say. I've mentioned that before. He's one of the best young players in Europe. I mean, 24.95 is a joke of a rating. He's way stronger than that. But the other thing that's impressed me is, even though he's slightly messed up the advantage, it feels like he's the only one who's really been pressing the whole game. He's been, pushing, even though he's messed up. So, against a very strong player, Michael Adams, very experienced player, who, as we've done the commentator's curse, the same Michael Adams has not lost since the 1980s.
I think we're saying that just to see it's going to come to an end.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we're sick of Mickey's unbeaten run. It's almost Keith Arkle-like, with Keith as his 90 games unbeaten run.
But I mean, I have played all of the top players in the tournament, and he's the one that's caused me the most problems, Bazakutsa, so...
But Danny will be delighted. Keith only drew. So Keith would have lost about 4 rate points. I'm over the moon. It's like my best day ever.
So someone's calling for Sean Hunter, calling that Mickey will hold this one.
Who said that?
Sean Hunter. Well, I mean, if anyone can hold it, it's Mickey, but it is a
I don't-
very, very difficult
I
hold.
think he's odds on the lose from there. To be honest, I just think. I mean, I know he hasn't lost since Boris Becker was Wimbledon champion or whatever, right? Ivan Lendl was getting to the final Wimbledon, but he has gone G6. Like you said, is more human move. Now E5 is huge edge for White. So what was the line before, Nick? So why couldn't you take the pawn?
Maybe you can just take it.
You're probably still winning after rook b6, but it's,
King f3 looks more clear cut because
then you don't even
you don't
allow
you don't
the
let the back rook
activity.
in. Yeah.
It's basically over. You could, and now the end game is basically unholdable
But
because
what about if black doesn't play rook f5? What if black plays rook e6 or something?
yeah, he probably has to try that. But it's very passive,
It's
right?
very passive, yeah.
Because it's really uncomfortable hold because king f3, and then if you get this is just
Yeah, the king's coming in.
it's basically the same variation.
I think
It's game over.
Yeah,
He's going to win
Mickey-
now. He's
Mickey
going to win
could
now.
be going down here.
He's going down. Huge win for Bazakusa. So that's a massive moment because that really lets in people like Luke Michane. So I was saying to you before, I think Luke Michane is going to be British champion this year. I said that all along. Although now, after seeing these wins from Bod Hanna and Bazakusa,
You're not going for my tip of Bazakusa, no.
no, I think he's a genuine contender. He's a
He's a
massive
huge
contender.
contender.
And he's going to be on 4 out of 4, so he's going to be a half point. So who will potentially play Bazakusta? It's going to be one of 3.5 people.
Maybe
Harry
maybe
Grieve.
Harry Grieve. Harry Grieve
Was
probably.
Harry black today?
Yeah, Harry was black.
Yeah, Harry Grieve. Because they normally upfloat the highest rated on that score group.
Yes, I think Harry
So
Grieve.
logically, so he'll have to. Do you think he'll have to endure Harry's
What
prep,
score Shreyas on?
have to
No, but
survive?
Shreyas is also on 3.5. And Shreyas is higher rated.
But wrong colour.
The wrong Harry. Yeah, Shreyas is due black, isn't he?
But he's lower rated than Harry as well.
No, I think Shreyas is higher, isn't he?
No, he's lower.
Is he lower? Is he?
He's lower, but only by 3 points.
Okay, so then it'll definitely be Harry Grieve.
Yeah, Harry Grieve. So we're thinking Shreyas is going to
No,
win.
Shreyas is higher according to this.
Oh, okay.
But he's
Right.
but he's the wrong colour, so
Yeah, they might do. So no, Harry. Look, so you've got Harry on board too. He's 25.05. Shreyas is 25.02.
maybe on the updated ratings. I don't know if
different,
these are updated.
right, okay.
Harry 25.08,
Right,
Shreyas
okay.
25.14.
Oh yeah, that would make
So I
sense.
think,
yeah. This is going off slightly older. Yeah. But okay, but whoever he plays is going to be a tough pairing. But first he has to win this game.
Yeah.
Luke Michane won. Your brother won. Richard, great win for Richard. Great, that was a great game as well. So he's moving in contention. Mark Hebden had a great win today. Phenomenal game. Lanyao game very up and down. Interesting, by the way, just quickly show Stanley Badasconi because he won a nice game today. We haven't seen much of him.
I think he's been struggling a bit this tournament, but he suddenly got himself back into contention. So
But not another phenomenal young talent, Stanley, and also his brother's a very strong player. So in this position, Queen A4 is a great move by John Pigott. And again, I think he almost, keep mentioning this, you get punished by Kayasa because yesterday John Pigott was better and he halved out. And when that happens, you often suffer the next game. When you're better, never halve out because you always get punished the next game. Nigel Short mentions that in his book. So Bishop F4 sort of feels like it could be walking to counter-attack. Knight B4, maybe not the best move, but still quite dangerous because you're attacking F3.
you don't ever really want to take F3, do you?
No, you don't because your king's very weak. So you understandably avoided that variation. He did.
He took on the next
and he
move.
took it. But now he's got some ideas going.
Now he might be a bit worse,
H4.
so I'm not sure if he should have given up that light square bishop.
Okay, fair enough.
But anyway,
But apparently John Pigott did not play. A3 was quite not the best. Knight C6. With the idea of going Knight D4 or Bishop C5. Queen C4 was a great move. King B7.
it's interesting because against my brother John Pigott played pretty much a perfect game, whereas this match he's made quite a lot of mistakes.
But that's why I said, I think your brother, it actually turned out well for him because he drew that game and he won a great game today. But I think even though he was worse at the end, he possibly should have gambled. And I think someone like Daniel Fernandez would have just, it doesn't matter if he's like -3 against Pigott, he just carry on. Whereas I think myself and your brother and probably quite a lot of other players think, oh, I'm a little bit worried here because I'm worse, right? I'm thinking about the position, right? But that wasn't a bad draw, I mean, really, from the position that Richard had. So, yeah. But what I mean is, when it gets sharp, when it gets really complicated, the level goes down.
Okay, and another mistake.
And this is a terrible. Like, why?
Well,
Okay, what could he play instead?
His trick is the trick which he's hoping for is obviously king takes
It's a-
bishop, knight b5 check. Maybe you can show that. That's what he's hoping for.
But it's a bit.
If king
it's
takes,
a bit obvious, though. I
Yeah,
mean,
this
it's
is what
a
he's
bit
hoping for.
transparent.
Yeah.
Right? But what else could he have done? Could he have gone? Maybe rook e1 was a move. It's not a kind of a murky position, I would say. This is, even though he's saying white's better, it's not obvious why he's better. Also, black's pieces look very active. So it's kind of position where, okay, maybe the engine says white's better, but it's very sharp, very double-edged. Maybe a move like rook e1, Nick.
if they take, can you play bishop d6? Was that the problem?
Yeah, that's what he did. Maybe, yeah, bishop d6.
Yeah, and now white's king is completely open.
Because rook e1, Nick. I was following that old Magnus Carlsen advice. I've got 3 sayings in this tournament. Put your pieces close to your opponent's king. Always play rook e1 or rook e8. Always attack when you've developed all your pieces. And what's my other one? Bod Hannah's going to win the British.
Was that one about not having any respect for your opponent's pieces?
Yeah, contempt factor. Factor. Exactly. That's, yeah. But rook e1.
That bishop on g3 is just such an important defender. You just cannot afford for it to just be swapped off.
Yeah.
So I think that was just there's actually been quite a lot of mistakes in this game, I think, from both
in
sides.
fact, he resigned after bishop d6, so a bit of a psychological lapse at the end, but still, like, Stanley put him under pressure. So I feel like Stan, he's just lacking a bit of confidence at the moment. If he can get a few wins together, he won on board 16, so that's quite high up. So he's kind of back in contention now, I would say. A great win there today.
He's up to 3 out of 4
he's
now.
definitely in contention, but he's possibly going to be, by the way, Jude Shearsby is winning against Jonah Willow, so that's also great.
One of your tips.
One of my tips was Jonah Willow, one of my many tips, but he's in big trouble against. Why is he in big trouble here?
Wait, is he losing a knight?
Sorry, he's losing a knight. Yeah,
That'd be a good win for Jude Shearsby.
Great win for Jude Shearsby. So let's go back to the Bazakusta game. Wow, he's made a big mistake. B3.
Well, I'm just shocked he didn't play e5. Like, why would you not play e5 there?
Well, I think he calculated this variation: e5, rook f5, rook g6, rook e5, and then he was worried about like counterplay rook e2.
Maybe he missed king f3, did he?
Yeah, doesn't make it's a very weird move. B3. That's a strange move.
I mean, if Mickey gets away with this game,
I'm gonna get angry then. Like, not 1988. Come on, Mickey. Come on, give everyone a chance, right? This is getting ridiculous now. No, I mean, it'd be an amazing escape for Michael Adams.
Maybe Sean Hunter will be right. He called it. Mickey would hold the draw.
Well done, Sean Hunter. Incredible.
Well, maybe it's not over yet.
It's not over, though. White's still technically winning, but he's made his task a lot harder with this move. So Mickey now would probably think about maybe going king e6.
I mean, he must be aware that e5 is a crushing move now. So he's got to stop it.
He's worried about that move, but it might well be the engine says that king f7's the best try. Going to his king and pawning game, which I don't really understand why that's supposed to be a draw anyway.
I don't think Mickey would allow White the option to go into king pawning.
Has he played a move?
He's probably played king e6, has he? He played rook d6, but actually it's quite a good move.
It's a good try. By the way, the accuracy level in this game is nowhere near Bod Hannah's level. So do you think, I mean, if I wanted to bet on Bod Hannah now with Pert bookies, what odds would you give me?
I mean, she's playing well, probably about
22 to 1, 25 to 1?
No, because there's no one's really like standing out at the moment as
So longer than that?
I mean, shorter.
Really, yeah.
Maybe 10 to 1.
10 to 1, wow.
Well, who's really standing
There's
out?
only 5 rounds left. It's quite a short tournament. There's only 5 rounds
I guess
left.
Mickey and Luke obviously contenders. Bazaku's Shreyas is a good player. I guess maybe it's slightly longer. Shreyas is a good player. So is Yish's still up there. There's a few other players.
I think around about 18 to 1, maybe 16 to 1. Yeah. So, but before you said she was about like 1 billion to 1, right?
No, she's never 1 billion to 1.
But has your opinion of her changed after today?
I think
Slightly.
so because I thought well, I knew she was a good player anyway, and obviously she beat a 2600 player, so I knew she was strong. But I mean, Ami is such a solid player to beat him from that kind of position and almost effortlessly.
Incredible.
It was really good.
Amit's a phenomenal player. I mean, I think he's also gone full-time pro recently as well, because he was like working full-time, but he was always doing like the chess as well. But you know, he's now decided to go full-time. Do you think that helps if you go full-time, or just maybe because we were talking about this amateur thing, or does that just add extra pressure?
I think it's a massive help because especially with the openings, you know, then you're just working on chess all the time.
Well, apparently, even though Mickey is defending this well, this is just, and B3 wasn't the most accurate, this is still hopeless for black. I think this maybe also comes down to fatigue, because Mickey's played 3 tough games, and Bazakusta's a much younger player. He's 17, he's got full of energy, full of beans. He's even got a coffee there. Maybe Mickey needs a Red Bull. Bring a Red Bull to the board for the next game. Or bring a massive coffee. Like Bazakusta's got this huge coffee. It's like a statement by the board.
I mean, the problem for Mickey here is when Bazakusta plays King F4, where are you going to put your pieces? I mean,
it's just almost
because
resignable.
then E5 is not resignable yet, but E5's coming, and then your King and Rook are basically on their best squares now, and you need to think ahead where you.
Well,
what
that's
you
what I
do with
say.
them.
Like when is this? I was surprised at the evaluation, because I think from a human perspective, Nick, you would think that White is winning because it's just a clear pawn up, and you've got these like big central pawns. So I was a bit surprised when the engine was only saying plus 0.6, but that's an engine evaluation. We're defending unbelievably well with all this strange stuff where it even allows the king and pawn end game, which I still don't understand why that was supposed to be a draw. But okay, even if Adams loses this game, I still think he's a threat because he'll be on 3. He'll probably win a game in the next round, so he'll probably get a 4. Because it'll be White in the next round. So he'll still be in contention, but it will be really hurt his momentum a little bit.
Yeah, I think if he gets away with a draw in this game, then he'll be.
I don't think he will.
No, I don't think he will either. But if he does, then he'll be flying.
But your Bazakusta tip turned out to be Nostradamus. There's Bazakusta and there's Nostradamus. You're Nostradamus.
It's just from my personal experience because I struggled against him, whereas all the other guys I played against have generally, I mean, people like Harry Grieve are normally draw with Yushin, Gormally, even Mickey's quite solid, but
it's true. Yeah, I think I lost to Bazakusta in the Provincial the same year that you lost to him.
Yeah.
I think you lost to him a couple of times in the
Provincial, which is quite unusual.
But I remember playing him in an English like this, and he just kept generating the pressure, and when he got short of time, he was very strong. I mean, he can have bad moments. I remember at Hastings a few years ago, he started very poorly. So he's clearly not invulnerable, but in this tournament, he's in form. When he's in form, he's dangerous. So he's definitely a massive contender. I don't think he'll win the tournament because I think somebody will give him a hard time. I think Luke McShane is nailed on to win, possibly Montana. Marcus Harvey looked good today.
Well, I mean, if Luke McShane is, if he comes back, why can't he win? I mean, he's probably him and Mickey are objectively the best players in the tournament, aren't they? And
100%. And I think should we start to do the old, mind you, a bit early, but we start to predict the pairings for tomorrow.
I mean, so if you look at Shreyas as he, I'm surprised that's still going on, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like +6. Great game by Shreyas.
Yeah, very good. So he's a serious contender, Shreyas, as well.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, he's almost threatening force mate, like rook e5, rook e8, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there is a threat of taking on f3, so you might want to deal with that first. But he looks very strong. I mean, Shreyas, to be fair, I mean, the last tournament that him and Mickey Adams played together, Shreyas won the tournament. So, you could say that, maybe he was like maybe shorter odds than Mickey for this tournament, just going on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, he outscored Mickey by quite a lot, didn't he? By at least a couple of points. So, I think Shreyas is definitely a major contender this year. In fact, he had some chances last year as well.
It feels like we're going to get a new champion this year, I'll be honest. I mean, I do think that Adams will get to this Penrose title, but do you think he'll get to 10? Let's say he doesn't win this year. Do you think he'll get to 10?
Well, I think he's got maybe 2 or 3 years to do it, and if he doesn't do it
Yeah.
in the next couple of 2 or 3 years, I don't think he'll make it.
Oh, really? You just think
Because
the
all these other
age,
like,
yeah,
well,
they're
he's
getting
getting
stronger
older,
and
but they're just
stronger.
getting so strong.
Bodhana
Bodhana,
already
and
just improving so quickly. I agree with you, Shreyas.
I think he needs to really try and do it either this
Even
year, or
Bazakusta as
or
well.
next year, probably.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, like I say, if he'd played in those peak years in the 1990s, he'd probably be on 15 or 16 British Championships. So the record isn't really that relevant, but I'm sure
Still
he would like
important, yeah.
he would like to break that record because he certainly deserves to. He's been the strongest player in British chess for over 20 years now. But maybe we're seeing a change in the guard moment with people like Bodhana and Supratit, and Father Time is unbeaten, right? And also Bazakusta. I mean, you could argue, I've mentioned this before and got into trouble for it, but we have different nationalities in the British. But I actually think it adds to the, obviously not everyone is playing under the English Federation. I think it actually adds to the interest of the British. I think it makes it a more interesting tournament. I was thinking about that
I mean,
earlier.
I would like people like Bazakusta to play for the English Federation when they're living here, playing the British Championship. That would make our team a lot stronger.
Yeah, he would definitely be one of the candidates getting the England team. Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's a very strong young player. He's probably going to be a contender in the future for tournaments like European Championships. Maybe he's going to get in the FIDE World Cup. Is there a FIDE World Cup this year, maybe? Or is that already finished?
I'm not sure. They normally have some kind of Grand Swiss and some World Cup.
There's
I don't
normally a
remember World
Grand
Cup going on.
Swiss, right? Yeah, I don't remember. I think there was one last year, wasn't there? And there's the Olympiad's coming up. I believe that's in September. Would you be tempted to maybe be a coach at the Olympiad, Nick, or is that just too much?
I don't think it's that likely, to be honest.
No.
I'm not sure who would have me, but I
Yeah.
probably wouldn't do it, no.
Okay. Right.
What about yourself?
If somebody rang me, my number's always open. But Neil McDonald, by the way, drew with Adi Iffa. I think he was a lot better at some point. We haven't really talked about Neil McDonald or his opponent that much. Apparently, at some point, I think he was doing quite well, but didn't quite manage to actually know Adi Iffa was a lot better. So at this point in the game, Black was a lot better.
What happened in the Chalkpool game? Is that finished?
I think that was a draw, wasn't it? Was that a draw, or was that a win for Chalk? Where was Chalkpool?
Oh, they're still playing.
Where was Chalkpool?
You just gone past it.
Oh, have I? Oh, here we
Or
are.
6.
Oh, yeah, it's probably going to be a draw, right?
It looks quite drawish, doesn't it?
Supertit's gone in this game, in this round.
No, Supertit's resigned.
So he lost.
That was a nice game from Shreyas.
Yeah. By the way, Bodhana's current rating is listed on chess.com as 2300, but she gained a load of points at last. Her current rate is 2338, right? Is that right? Or is it even higher? Can you show her current rate?
Bodhana, 2338.
And what is Supertit's current rating? Because they're like big rivals.
2357.
So he's ahead of her.
Well, after today, there might
But
be
after
about the
today,
same.
yeah, and also is K factor. Are they on K factor 40, or maybe the K factor changed?
I'm not sure. I know when you get over 2,400, it goes down to 10, doesn't it?
Do you think that Bodhana will become a GM within the next 2 to 3 years?
I think definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe within the next year. You never know.
I think she can get a GM norm this year. I actually predicted that. So yeah, I think she'll get a GM norm this year. Whether it happen this tournament, but it definitely feels like she's got a chance now. She's on. What's her rating performance currently? I know she drew the first round.
But like you said, she was actually struggled a bit more against the weaker players, didn't she?
Yeah.
She's actually better against a stronger player. So maybe there are some slight weaknesses there to address.
But she was also maybe a little bit rusty in that game. That was first round, so now she's warmed up. She's looking. She said actually on the interview that she doesn't do that much. People assume she's doing chess for like 25 hours a day, but actually she's more sensible than that. She's doing a lot of chess, but she's also doing her schoolwork. That's what I said about her career. They've been very sensible. They haven't pushed her too far, and it seems to be paying off. Bazakusta Adams, very, very tough endgame for Michael Adams. But he's still incredible defensive
He's a
skills.
battler, though, isn't he?
He is the ultimate battler. He's the ultimate professional.
I mean, you can't go.
You've got to respect this guy so much.
Nearly 30 years unbeaten without
Incredible.
defending a few bad endings.
Bazakusta must be having kittens, the amount of defence that Michael Adams is putting up here. And this is actually... G5 feels natural. I think he'll find G5 because, okay, it's still a very difficult position.
But also B4 for white now is not that obvious. I don't know.
I don't really like A3. Like, why is he bothered? Like, this kind of position. He went Rook F3. Yeah, D4. It's like screaming to be played. But then you're slightly concerned about the G pawn still, right?
Yeah, but you also think they might maybe check you and you know, well, I guess your king can go in front of the pawn and eventually can go to C6, can't it?
So I'm not sure how much counterplay that G pawn gave Nick, because you can, you know, you allow it to go to G4 and then it goes Rook F4. So it's quite slow to counterplay with G pawn.
I mean, he's not been, yeah, he's had the good position a few times. He's not always. Oh, he's played D4 now, has he?
Yeah, so basically we had this position. Rook E7 feels like maybe a tired move because G5 would at least
create some
counterplay.
Yeah, exactly,
Rook E7 feels like a fatigue move, and then really he's gone Rook D7. But now I can come into...
I mean, if King E5, I think he'll find King E5 only, and then it's looking quite tough for Mickey.
Looking very tough.
I mean,
he's been looking quite tough for quite a while, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know.
So if Mickey loses, then we think Bazakutsa will be black against Harry Grieve.
Yeah, if you're
Right.
looking ahead, and we've also got Bodhana. Bodhana could play Shreyas.
Who else is there? So we've
Bodhana
got-
white against Shreyas.
We've still got Marcus Harvey.
Marcus Harvey's also mixed.
So we'll have Marcus Harvey, Yishen,
Yi Chen.
Yishen Han, Bodhana, Shreyas.
I think Bodhana will be white against Shreyas. And I think they're good friends. I think maybe she's helped him before, or he's helped her, I should say.
But there's no friends in the chessboard.
There's no friends on the chessboard.
No.
But you've also got Marcus and Yi Chen. I mean, Yi Chen impresses me a lot. I think he's definitely improved a lot.
I mean, Bodhana. So Bodhana is due white, isn't she? Yishen's due black.
Right.
Marcus is due black. And Shreyas is due black as well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Bodhana might play against Marcus. Did she play Marcus last year, didn't she? Or was it Super
No,
the Super
the
Two?
Super 2, yeah.
Okay.
I think she was playing last year, but she did well at the end. She beat Peter Wells.
I mean, that'd be an interesting match if she plays Marcus, because he will try and win, won't he?
By the way, I should mention as well the senior event. Apparently, Keith only drew today, which he'll be disappointed about. Which actually, that's a great result for Jim Burnett, who's a very experienced player and plays a lot of weekend tournaments. Really nice guy. But probably a bit more vulnerable with the black pieces. I think with white, he's quite solid. And he seemed to get a nice position at the opening. This is not a great line for black, apparently. Have you ever played this Czech Benoni as black or played against it?
I said Tony Miles was famous to saying that he, you know, he used to play the Czech Benoni because he'd forgotten how bad it was, and then he'd play it. And
He played it by accident or
He'd
something.
play it and
really.
lose, and he'd forget. He'd put it on the shelf for a few more years.
Yeah. I mean, I actually struggle against openings like this because I mentioned this before, that I'm not great in manoeuvring positions. I like sort of clear targets where black, although black's worse, that you don't have a clear target. G3 is a great move by Jim Burnett.
It's actually not a bad opening to play for the win, is it? Because you keep the pieces on the
No.
board.
Yeah, you contempt factor.
Exactly.
We keep going back to the old contempt factor. I'm going to write a book, Contempt Factor. It's my next book. But this is a really nice play by Jim Burnett, and a good play by both sides, I would say. But yeah, you're in a situation where you're a much higher rated opponent. But like, what can you do? It's very hard to generate any play by black. You know, and F3 is actually a mistake. Could have gone here because that would have kept alive ideas going G4. F3 was a little bit. Queen A4 was a great move, but Queen D3, great defensive move. So at this point in the game, and again, he played very accurately, Rook B1. Just really not giving Keith a sniff, do you think?
It's interesting what we said about contempt factor, because keeping the pieces on is a natural way to play, isn't it, against weaker player? But Keith also quite likes end games, so those two ideas kind of work against each other.
He likes end games where there's some kind of factor to cling to. It doesn't really feel like Black has much to cling to in terms of get the queens off here, and how could you possibly make progress if the queens come off? So and after Queen G4, Jim Burnett offered a draw, and Keith, although he could exchange queens,
It's very hard to make, because you can't get the rook in, can you? You know, rook F8, they can always play rook F1 if they want to.
And the problem is, if you try to bring the king, I hit the H pawn.
Yeah.
Potentially, or I will do eventually. So yeah, draw is a fair result. Well played by both players. Let's go back to the John Cooper, by the way, won on board 2. I think Jeff Lawton was down to play, but potentially maybe did turn up for that tournament. If we look also at the over 50 section, Stephen Dishman is looking good. Seems to be playing twice there, 2 clones. Lawrence Webb only drew. Russell James, another good player, drew against Chris Duncan. And in the Major Open, who's doing well in the Major Open? Because we should mention Tom Villiers lost to John Thompson. It's slightly surprising. How's your nephew getting on? Max Pert, he only drew today. Do you have a quick look at that game?
He's playing in the under 16 as well, so he's got quite a lot of games on. He plays in the morning and in the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't really like that capture, to be honest. I think I would have just taken and then gone for something like E3, because these kind of positions seem to be quite promising for White Nick. But he played, he took, and then he went Bishop G5, and yeah, still quite nice for White. Rook B1, Bishop D6. Yeah, it's a very nice position for White, I would say. Bishop D2, great move. So E4 again, really strong.
Yeah, it's going pretty smoothly so far, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, Bishop, exactly. Like, just trade, right? No. Because again, that's something like Keith would do. He would take, and then he would just say, look, I'm much better the end game. But maybe that's something where Max could improve and just have more confidence in technical skills.
But also, he might be thinking...
Contempt factor.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which does make some sense. But I feel like sometimes you got to have that ability. You got to be able to switch and say, actually, the end game's good here. So it's like, it's balancing. It's a balancing act. But Queen C2 was still okay. Still better for White. But now it kind of maybe... Yeah, Knight D5. This is the problem because... Bishop G5 is actually...
Yeah, suddenly Black's playing quite well.
Now he's overplaying a bit with Bishop G5, and now really... Yeah, this doesn't really look winnable. So I actually think the mistake was not to trade queens, because... Okay, eventually it petered out to a draw, did it? Yeah, this looks very drawish. But if we... Okay, let's just see right at the end how they came in the draw.
Yeah, I think they're just playing it out here, aren't they?
Yeah, but I just think the mistake there, Nick, was not to actually trade queens, because he lost control over the D5 square. If he'd have traded...
He had to find some quite good moves here, though, didn't he? He had to find...
So let's say something like this.
He had to find D5.
And now, so why can't you go... Oh, because of Knight F6. But even here, you're better, right? Can't you just go here and then D5 anyway?
Knight B6.
And then D5 anyway.
It's still better.
You're still better, right?
Bit better, yeah.
So, yeah, maybe that's something you need to work on, just having more confidence in the... Anyway, I think we need to go back to the main tournament, because obviously very critical moments. Sorry for that little diversion. But it's also nice to mention, wow, Bazakusa's closing in on this huge win. You called it earlier, I think, well, you called it before the tournament. You did say this game would be a draw, but you said that Michael Adams would be happy with the draw. You'd certainly be happy with the draw now.
Yeah, he'd love a draw now, wouldn't he?
Okay, I think he's not going to survive this one, but he's still obviously a massive contender in the tournament. But Bazakusa, has been the player of the tournament so far. I'd say along with Bodhana. What would you say?
Yeah, I think overall he's probably played the highest level. I mean, there's a lot of players that played quite well. I think overall.
For me, the four best are probably Bazakusta, Yi Chen, Bodhana, and Marcus. Obviously, Michael Adams was on 3 out of 3 before this round, so you know.
Shreyas has played pretty well.
Shreyas as well,
He
so
was
I
not
forgot
great
about
against
Shreyas.
Andy Ledger, but the other games he's been very good.
Played very well. Yeah, so the five, the famous five, playing very, very well. Any more comments in the chat? I can have a... If I win the British Weekender, Danny, I'm coming in to show my last round game. Lol. Is that by Cruzy Lee by any chance?
You guessed it.
Why are you called Cruzy Lee? Why not just Lee? What's the cruisy bit? Do you like cruises? Have you ever been on a cruise? Have you ever been on a cruise?
Looks cool. Not really, no. I bet you've been on a poker cruise.
I went on a Betfair poker cruise once down the Thames. And,
Called it.
Yeah. Is Rook F6 winning? Probably. Yeah, good shout. Now you can go check.
Then you just block it.
I'll go Rook E6. Yeah. Mickey's looking a bit glum on the stream. He doesn't look happy. We rarely see him in this situation in the British Chess Championships.
Yeah, he's not happy at all, is
He's
he?
not happy. He's not a happy bunny.
1988 was his last loss in the British
He's
Championships.
lost in the English Championships in classical game, but British is really his backyard. You know, it's like Pete Sampras at Wimbledon. It's like, you know, Nadal at the French. Yeah. You know, it's like Red Rum in the Aintree. I mean, it's basically been his, you know, his ground. But maybe we're seeing a change of guard, obviously, with Bodhana, who's going to be like probably an England #1 in the future.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a complete change. I mean, in about 3 years' time, all the players at the top of this tournament are going to be different players, aren't they?
And also, it's an exciting time to play in British chess because you're getting this situation. It must be exciting for someone like Mickey as well. See these players. I know he looks a bit glum about this game, but you know it's great to play against these players as well. And you're also going to be able to test yourself in events like the English Championships, the Rapid Play, the Blitz. You can play these people; they're playing everything, right?
I mean, do you think it's a bit like you know, when Kasparov first lost to Deep Blue? It's a bit like those kind of moments. Like the younger generation are coming through now. And this is like the first time they get the win. But then in the future, they'll just absolutely dominate against the older players.
Well, not really, because, I mean, I think Bazakusta will get over 2,600, but it's just like, you know, obviously Michael Adams, how old is Michael? He's about 55, right? 54.
Yeah, so in about 5 years' time, when all the Bodhanas and Super Tits and everyone are coming through, and Bazakusta says he's going to really struggle.
But I think you can still be relevant because, you know, to a certain extent, they go on and play at other tournaments. I think he's got a little smiley. I think he's about to resign, actually. Oh, no, hang on. No, maybe not. I thought Mickey, he looked like he was... Yeah, I think he's resigned to his fate anyway. It's looked pretty hopeless for a while. You know, you're not going to hold this endgame against GM-level player, which Bazakusta clearly is. We've got players here like Bodhana, Supratit, Marcus Harvey, you know, Bazakusta, Yi Chen, who have got IM by the name. I mean, Bodhana's not quite an IM yet, but she will be very shortly. Who are really GM level, I would say.
Is this Bazakusta not actually a GM then?
It's amazing. That
maybe he needs that 5 more rating
stronger
points.
Than most GM.
I think I've given him 2 GM norms actually.
Yeah.
What,
literally? Yeah. I like the way you're the main character. There was no one else in it. It was just your game against him. The fact he could beat.
He beat me twice and got a GM norm both times, I think.
Yeah, he's gone rugby out.
But he's a phenomenal talent. I mean, I didn't see many people queuing up to play him.
No, he's scary. He's scarily good, and he's very confident. But he's also a lot of energy. He's using at the ball, a lot of nervous energy, and I think that might come back to haunt him in the final round. I think he'll collapse final rounds because he's using up so much nervous energy. He's just strung out on caffeine, and that's gonna catch up with him, surely. No.
But this is a huge moment for him playing against Michael Adams. You know,
the legend of chess, who's been one of the world-class players that England have had. We haven't had many world-class players who've been able to compete with people like Kramnik. And he was in that brilliant 90s generation with people like Svidler, Leko, Yeah, he's been. I mean, he's an incredibly experienced, incredibly professional player. But Bazakusta is looking very good in this game.
So probably just move like rook d6. You don't have to worry about any tricks.
There's
And
really
then,
not a lot the black can try, but he's gone with
he's just played rook d6.
King d5, e5 is, or king f4 is. Also, king f4 is something that black needs to worry about. King f4 feels like he's on the verge of resignation, judging by his body language. Mark Adams.
I think he might play a few more moves.
I think he'll carry on for a while, yeah. But it's not looking good. But again, I do come back to what I was saying. I feel like it's a bit unfair that the fact that there's no rest days in chess. There should be rest days. I think someone like Mickey would have a better chance, but I mean, he's won a lot of Britishes anyway. But I feel like when you get a bit older, Nick, you need that kind of rest day. Someone like Bazakusta doesn't need. Marcus earlier was saying, I was saying to him, do you need a rest day? So I don't need a rest day because he's actually staying at home, Marcus.
So apparently Bazakuska's got two GM norms, and which I think were both. I awarded them both to him, I think.
Yeah.
And he's also been over 2,500.
Yeah.
So one more GM norm, and he'll
which
get
he
it.
might well get here, right?
Yeah, he could easily get here.
But did he get his 2 GM norms in the 4 NCL? And if he gets one
I think
here,
so.
does that count? Because it's like an English championships. So maybe he needs one in a normal Swiss. I don't know. But
I'm not sure if
it's irrelevant anyway, because even if he doesn't get it here, he's going to get it C5.
I think so. He'll get it quite
C5 and
soon.
he'll resign. So I think C5 is over. Yeah, I think he'll resign after C5 because.
Yeah, C5 plays straight
No,
away.
he's gone B4. Wow, he's still fighting, but you could go A4. It's just like completely kaput.
I think it's more like to play A4 just to keep the more pawns. I mean, obviously A takes B4 also wins, but I think it's more likely to play A4. What do you think? We might play rook d7 first.
I mean, Ukraine have really produced. I'm pretty sure like they won the European Championships earlier this year with somebody who people had never really heard of. I mean, why are they so strong the last few years, Ukraine? Because
Well, this Soviet players' wall was very strong, weren't they? I mean, they had Ivanchuk. They had. He's resigned.
wow,
Mickey's renowned.
huge moment in the British Chess Championships.
Phenomenal
Well played
result.
to Bazakusta, phenomenal game.
He's another incredible talent, isn't he? He's going to be
Good. You have to give him a round of applause because no one's done it since 1980s, which is phenomenal.
This is 91st time, 9-time British champions lost since
Incredible,
1988.
incredible. But do you think that Adams can come back from this, or do you think it's going to be too tough now?
I mean, you can't completely rule him out. You know, it's only one game, but the pressure's on now. He's going to have to really play well for the rest of the tournament.
Doesn't look that flustered either, Bazakusta. Looks quite calm. He's not shaking. He's putting the pieces back. I never do that. Do you ever do? Like when I lose, I just storm off and throw all the pieces. I don't put them
But
back.
Mickey's like a professional, unlike you.
Professional.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
You didn't set it up very neatly, though. It was a bit of a rush job.
Mm,
Was that Chris Beaumont in 1988?
yeah.
Yeah, maybe Chris Beaumont 1988, or I think was that the last time he lost.
And that was
We
a
think
B. That was a
1988.
B as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So B is okay. So now if we're looking at the event,
Should I put up the scores?
yeah.
You can do a full screen share.
Yeah, sure.
Or unless you want to put it up on that one.
Oh, the
It's up to
standings.
you. Oh, I can put it on here.
Yeah. We've got quite a few people on 3.5.
It hasn't completely updated
I think,
yet.
is there going to be a downflow?
So Bazakuts is going to be
No.
4. Isn't it? Can you
Yeah.
There's only 4 players on 3.5, are there?
Yeah, so no, 5.
Is that Chup
5.
who?
There's 5 players on
According to
3.5.
this, says Harry Grieve, Marcus Harvey, Ishen, Han, Botana.
Yeah.
Who's the other one? Shreyas. This isn't even
Shreyas,
updated.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
what about Chorpo? Did Chorpo finish?
No, it's still going maybe.
Just check that game quickly.
Let's have a little look.
They haven't updated
No,
their
it was a
website.
draw. It was a draw, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be. So there won't be any. There'll be an upfloat to play Bazakusta, which we think will probably be Harry Grieve or Shreyas Royal. And Chris Duncan's just sent it. But
Yes, if one of those two goes up, then we've got let's say Harry Grieve goes up. I'm not sure if that's definitely going to be the
Is
case.
the right colour.
It's a white color. Then we've got Shreyas, Marcus Harvey, Yishen, and Botana.
So they
potentially,
pair Shreyas first because they always pair the. Sorry to interrupt, but they always pair the highest rated player first on that score group, which would be Harry Grieve to go up, and then they pair. Then they go to Shreyas, and then pair. But who would they pair him against?
Shreyas, in terms of seeding, he should play against Marcus Harvey, although the color's wrong.
Really?
Not Marcus. So against Yishen Han. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Even though the colour's wrong, but Marcus Harvey is also due black and Botana's due white.
I think Bodhana will play Shreyas. And
It might be
Marcus
Botana against
play Yi
Marcus.
Chen. Yeah.
I think.
Although Yi
I
Chen
think,
and Marcus are both due black, right?
yeah, I think Botana will end up playing Marcus. That's my prediction.
Okay, so Marcus versus Bodhana.
Or Botana white against Marcus, potentially.
Wow.
I'm
Who,
not-
who,
I'm
who
not
would you
over-
go for there? That's a tough one to call.
I mean, they both fight for the win.
That's
Marcus
two of my
always goes
tips
for the
there.
win. Yeah.
Okay, Marcus, yeah.
I don't know. That could go either
Well, the way
way.
Godhana, as I call her now, Godhana played today,
She could win again.
I wouldn't bet against her.
She could win again.
I mean, wow, this is scarily good.
And then if it was well, it has to be Shreyas then against Yishen because obviously Harry's already played him.
Yeah.
Yishen's he's quite a solid player.
Yeah, but
Yishen would
I
be
think he
white.
struggles-
Yishen would be white.
he
That
struggles-
could be a draw. I
he
think.
struggles against Shreyas, though.
I mean, Yishen with white, that
I
could be a
think
draw.
he doesn't do very well against Shreyas. I could be wrong. on
And then
that. I'm
Harry,
sure he's-
and then
Maybe I'm
Harry,
thinking of rapid plays. and
Harry
stuff.
White against Bazakuska. I mean, I'll probably think Bazakuska. Just
I think
win.
Shreyas will turn over Yi Chen, to be honest. Because I just feel like psychologically
Maybe-
Yi Chen
maybe.
might struggle against Shreyas.
And if
But he has been playing well. But it could be a draw, yeah. Draw is possible.
Harry against Bazakuska, I might just go for Bazakuska to win with black. What do you think?
What you called it? You're the Bazakusta Rainmaker. I mean, I will not say anything again, but I feel, yeah, but I just, I've gone for Luke Michane all along, really. Maybe with a little bit of Bodhan and Marcus Harvey thrown in, a little bit of seasoning. But Bazakusta, so from that perspective, I don't want Bazakusta to get the 5 because that makes it tough for everyone. I think Harry slows him down with a draw.
Okay, well,
So I'm
we'll
going to
see.
go for a draw in that game, but the way he's playing Bazakusa, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he won again. Yeah, no, he must be like just thriving with confidence. And Harry's been a bit shaky. I mean, you compare the way they've got to that score. I would rather Shreyas played Bazakusa because I think Shreyas would be fine.
Yeah, Shreyas could get something off him, I think.
and
Yeah,
maybe even a win. Yeah.
exactly.
And
We'll
then
see.
you go down to, if we go down to the frees, who
Then
are we
we
looking
got
at?
Mickey and Luke on 3.
Wow,
So,
that's a huge score group on 3, isn't
yeah,
it? That's
it's
a massive.
quite hard to say who's going to play who there.
Richard, who do you think Richard would play on 3? Right?
I wouldn't know. We'll find out. A lot of players on 3. They're all still in contention.
Because so they would pair Luke first, and then he would go down to someone like. Was
How many
Luke?
players have we got?
Luke's due black, right? He could
2,
play
3,
Robertson.
4, 5, 8, 9, 10. We've got about 11 players on 3.
So who's this
3,
6?
4. Maybe like Richard
Yeah, so he could play Richard,
or
right?
Simon,
Or Simon.
someone like that.
Yeah.
Richard and Simon might be up against Luke and Mickey. They're quite tough.
It's like the
tough
Roman
matches.
days, the Roman amphitheatre. You put the thumbs down, right?
Yeah, they could be.
Yeah, they'd struggle. They'd
They
struggle.
could take on Luke and
Psychologically,
Mickey.
they're
That's
going to
quite
struggle.
hard if they do play them. But anyway, we'll have to see what the pairings are. But definitely be quite interesting games. I mean, would be really interested to see Botana against Marcus. I think that would be a very interesting game. See if she can
Huge. I
continue
mean, the way she
the
played
momentum.
today, there's 2 players that really stand out there. Obviously, you're talking about Bazakusta as potential British champion. We've got all the Bs. We've got Bodhana, British, and Bazakusta. It's all B heaven, right?
And Shreyas is looking good today as well. He played well,
Shreyas
didn't he?
looking good. And are we in Bournemouth? No, we're in Warwick, right? So there's no B there.
Oh, well.
Birmingham's nearby there. Birmingham's the nearest city, big city, right? So there's again another B,
Yeah. Anyway, we'll have
Anyway,
to wait and
right.
see. I think it's probably
Okay.
about time to wrap it
I
up.
think, sorry, yeah, I'm getting a bit obsessed with all this B stuff, right? Guys, it's been brilliant. It's I would say, Nick, it's been one of the most remarkable rounds in British Chess Championship history. I'll be quite honest with you, but it's been great. Thanks again for everybody who came on the broadcast. And thanks to Nick Pert, and thanks to David Lightfoot and everyone else for helping out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.